So a lot of the times here have been fun to watch. We've seen a 6-2-2, 6-3-2, 6-2-8, and it's really been a joy to be a part of. Perfect Games National Showcase. Michael Gupton a couple of years ago in Tampa ran a 5.96. That's the record. We've seen that 6-2-2 here today. We're moving into the fourth group of runners, the gray team. Jace Harrell wears number 7. He's out of Chandler, Arizona, UC Santa Barbara commit. Chase Mattoon out of El Segundo, California. Number 12 in that jersey, a Stanford commit. 681 the number that time. 681 for Chase Mattoon. Drake Hopp wears number 8. He's an LSU commit, the 28th ranked player in the land. Working right next to him, wearing 18 on that jersey, Beckett Shimpa. He's out of Maple Grove, Minnesota, another Stanford commit. He's ranked right at that 250 mark. Tyson Moore, a moment ago, ran a 6.88, one of the top catchers in the country. Day one, and it's going to be an incredible week with all these talented athletes, the best 27s in the land. Lubin Rincon out of Pearland, Texas, a Texas commit, top 50 player in the United States. And right next to him is Maxwell Stewart. He's out of San Diego, Cathedral Catholic. J.J. Utash, Texas commit, number 38 ranked player in the land, wearing number 28 on that jersey. Fisher Howells from Mississippi and a Mississippi State commit, number 30. And number 32 is Devlin Daniel from Cincinnati, Ohio, goes to Indian Hills High School, a pair of Mississippi State commits. This is cool to see some of the commits running together. We saw a pair of Stanford commits running together earlier. 6'6", that's a really good time when you think about Devlin because he is big and strong and very, very tall. Howie Donoho out of Wheeling, Missouri, a right-handed pitcher. So Lucas Waite, the interesting thing about Lucas Waite and his 6'2" is Waite, not a primary pitcher, but just a really good athlete. Lucas Waite, that top time that you see, is from San Diego, California. He's uncommitted. So you're an uncommitted athlete. You come here and you run a 6.22. So just getting started at Perfect Games National Showcase. Lucas Waite, that top time in the 60. Top 20 pitcher in the nation. Top 5 pitcher in the state of California. Plays for CBA Marucci. They've won a bunch of championships over the last couple of years. Won at Jupiter. They won in the summertime. 60-yard dash is in our rearview mirror. The outfielders get ready to throw. We're absolutely glad to have you with us here at Perfect Games National Showcase. 24 years of this event. And when you look at the history of those 24 years, you see more than 700 major league players, 726 major league players. And what's fun about this year, it seems like only yesterday that Connor Griffin, you know, the major league darling Connor Griffin with the Pittsburgh Pirates, he working with Paul Skeens. Connor Griffin was just here. And it feels like such an interesting switch in how quickly it happens to have Connor Griffin. And remember him throwing from the outfield, him throwing across the infield, him pitching in the game. So the outfielder's getting loose. No, it's not, because what they're showing is really good. And they got somebody else chasing the ball everywhere. The RF, you can see it on the score. player through the years. Texas A&M commit out of Prestonwood Christian Academy. Massive arm for Lash, obviously, and we've seen that through the years. Here's Henry out of Maynard Jackson Junior High School, Atlanta, Georgia, an outfielder, an uncommitted athlete. Henry plays his travel ball, or at least has played some, for the Atlanta Braves Scout Team Southeast. Number 10 overall, number 9 overall player in the state of Georgia. We've seen Pierce at 70 perfect game events. Last year, triple-digit exit velo, metrics-wise, at PG events. Henry also a talented right-handed pitcher. Jake Turner out of Las Vegas, Nevada. One of the top players in the country. Turner, top 10 overall. Number 1 outfielder in Nevada. Number 3 outfielder in the United States. Turner, 17 years old. Wow factor, Toronto Blue Jays scout team. Look at the size and presence there. 6'3", 180 pounds. Hops up on the mound as a left-handed pitcher. He's reached 95 miles an hour before. Austin Keitlinger, Indiana commit from Northport, Alabama. 17 and a half years old, number 2 outfielder in the state of Alabama. We've seen Austin at 24 perfect game events. Played well at the 17U WWBA for Excel Blue Wave National. 438 on base percentage. Really played well at that event. Carson Richter is out of Newberry Park. He's a Michigan commit. Richter right around that 300 in the ranking. Newberry Park, California. Jason Kidd Select Travel Team, 18 years old, and he is a massive frame, 6'6", 220. The kind of pitcher's frame that could step up on the mound if need be. He's done that before. Just played really well at the 17U WWBA. Ended up with 4 hits, had 3 walks, a couple of doubles, had a 444 on base percentage. It's such a massive event. Had a similar success last year at the 16U WWBA. So that puts a bow on a very big arm. Richter, 93 miles an hour. His top throw, 93 miles an hour. Meet Lorenzo Davis. Davis, an uncommitted first baseman by trade, throws from the outfield now. I'm sure we'll see him throw from first as well. Out of St. Bernard High School, Los Angeles, California. Lorenzo, 17 plus, just turned 17 years old. Played for the MLB Breakthrough Series team. We've seen him at a dozen perfect game events. Played at the Breakthrough Series team at 17U WWBA and really played well. He had 5 hits, 10 RBIs, 4 walks, 591 on base. His top throw, 88 miles an hour. 88 miles an hour for Lorenzo Davis. Luke Gladchuk out of Vallejo, Texas, and a Texas commit. Another one that plays for Jason Kidd's travel team. Former NBA head coach, Hall of Fame player, is really involved based on his son's passion for the game. Getting to know Jason and what he's provided in the travel ball space. Pretty cool stuff. Gladchuk, almost 100 perfect game events. He's thrown 95 from the outfield in the past. He got to 99 miles an hour. Luke getting to 99 miles an hour that time. Well, this is no longer Luke, as we're showing you on the graphic. This is Drake Hopp. Drake Hopp, brother Rice, Bloomfield Hills, Michigan, is a Vanderbilt commit. Check that. Drake Hopp, Liberty Christian, Argyle, Texas, LSU commit. Hopp, top 12 outfielder in the United States. 17 and a half years old. Big arm that time. Big arm for Drake Hopp. 93, 96, 95, 96, 92 miles an hour. Maxwell Stewart, San Diego, California, Cathedral Catholic. Right around the 150 in the rankings, as you can see. Stewart, 18 years old. Left-handed bat, big right-handed arm. Another good week for him at 17U WWBA. He plays for the CBA Marucci program. 429 on base percentage. His top throw, 90 miles an hour. Maxwell's top throw, 90 miles an hour. Excited to see where he might end up playing. Alessio Casasanta, St. Maximilian Colby School in Aurora, Ontario, Canada. Alessio, the #1 outfielder in Ontario. This is his 10th perfect game event. He's playing at some great events this year at the Middle of America for the Ontario Cobras Baseball Club. His top throw, 87 miles an hour. Alessio Casasanta. JJ Utash, Texas commit from Gilbert, Arizona. We saw JJ take part Perfect Games All-Star game last year, played on the Friday before Perfect Games All-American Classic. #1 player in the state of Arizona, plays for Jeff Petty's Canes national team. This is a riser. We didn't see him at Select Festival age, but look at the size and the presence JJ has. He had a couple of home runs at the 17U WWBA. His top throw, last 2 throws, 92 miles an hour for JJ. Devlin Daniel from Cincinnati, Ohio, Mississippi State. #2 player in the state of Ohio, Indian Hills High School. His top throw in the pass from the outfield, 92 miles an hour. 8 hits, 4 walks in a week of baseball at the 17U WWBA. That's a 480 on base percentage. And his top throw, big arm. He got over 90 every single throw. Talking about Devlin. Touched 96. Got a pair of 95s, a 93 and a 94. Big arm. Boy, that was outstanding. That puts a bow in the outfield. And Devlin Daniel. Coming up next, we'll have the infielders throwing. Perfect Games National Showcase. Does that make sense? Okay. All right, sorry. Elias Gandy's out of Atlanta, Georgia. This is a really fun athlete to watch. Gandy goes to Westlake High School looking for a place to play. This is an opportunity when you're a part of an event like this to really flex. Plays for East Cobb, plays for the East Cobb program. 5'9", 165 pounds, sleight of frame. Gandy with good athletic footwork. In the past, his hardest throw across the infield has been 77 miles an hour. Right behind Gandy, this is Malachi Butler. We've been watching Malachi and loved watching him play for a long time. Georgia Tech commit, top 25 player, 23rd in the land. Butler, we've seen before, certainly do just big things. Malachi, Georgia Tech, on his way, still just 16 years old. Not 17 years old yet, Malachi. Number 1 player in the state of Georgia, Malachi Butler. In the past, he's thrown 89 across the infield. He's already topped that going through here. He's touched 90 miles an hour. Malachi Butler touches 90 miles an hour. Hayes McGinnis, Noonan, Georgia. Arkansas, his destination. Top 25 shortstop in the country. East Cobb Astros, still 17 years old. He just touched 90 miles an hour, did Hayes. So his top throw, 90 miles an hour. Aiden Pack, Blessed Trinity, that's north of Atlanta, Georgia. Makes his home in Woodstock, University of Georgia commit. Another East Cobb Astro competitor. 92 miles an hour, his second to last throw as he's on the move and off the field. 92 miles an hour. Blake Ragsdale hovering at the Select Festival over the monster and left, his fame. Blake Ragsdale will be known for that for a long, long time, but this is a good baseball player. TCU commit, Burr Ridge, Illinois, Greater Chicagoland player, top 34 player in the land. A couple of times he's been a Select Festival athlete. That home run coming back in 2024 at the Select Festival, Fort Myers, Florida. Winter home, spring training home of the Boston Red Sox. 82 miles an hour, Blake's hardest throw that time. Plays for FTB Phillies travel ball team. Wesley Mooring's turn. Southern Miss commit. 196 on the rankings. North Paulding High School in Dallas, Georgia. Really been active as a travel ball player. First couple of throws, 86, 85, and then 88 miles an hour. We've seen him at 94 perfect game events. Hardest throw that time, 88 miles an hour. Parker Robinson, Indiana man, Oklahoma commit. We're going to have Skip Johnson on our college baseball show next week. Excited to talk to the national champion coach. And Parker, I'm sure, excited to be committed there. We remember him from the 2023 14U Select Festival. Mid-80s, last firm throw, 88 miles an hour for Parker Robinson. Lake Central High School, Alpha Prime, his travel team. Parker Robinson, 88 miles an hour, his most firm throw. Brennan Neal, Columbus, Georgia. Auburn is his college of commitment. He goes to Brookstone High School. He's Cobb competitor and even 100 in the rankings. Top 2 outfielder in the state of Georgia. Up to 88 miles an hour with the arm thus far. He's also touched 87. As we watch the footwork as well, accurate throws. Certainly velocity matters. That means you have a strong arm, but the scoutable person, the person that knows what they're looking at down there, is looking at the accuracy, looking at where those baseballs go, looking at the footwork, the athleticism. Jose Dubrant out of Greenville, South Carolina. Big opportunity for Jose. He's yet to make his college commitment. Is at the P27 Academy. Number 1 third baseman in the state of South Carolina. Jose Dubrant is throwing. .82 miles an hour, his hardest throw. Right behind him is Sullivan Reed. Mississippi State awaits his arrival as he heads into his senior year. We saw him play at the All-Star game last year at Petco Park. Number 1 overall player in the state of Mississippi. 18 years old, already up to 89 miles an hour on these couple of throws, 87, 88, 89. .89 miles an hour, his most firm throw. Colton Hadfield, Valley Christian Schools in Newark, California. UCLA commit, Colton Hadfield. Top 20 shortstop in the state of California. Alpha Prime is where he plays his travel ball. A bunch of travel ball. This is a athlete that you have to think about it, right? No matter where you're ranked, if you're committed to go to UCLA, there's something there because UCLA is a program that develops. So far, his hardest throws 87 miles an hour as we watch the athleticism as well. 93 miles an hour. Big throw from Hadfield. One of the top players in the country is out of Puyallup, Washington, though he goes to IMG Academy. His name is Max Hemingway. He was a 14U Select Festival player back in 2023. and then last year playing at the high school all-star game. Left-handed batter, beautiful left-handed swing. 87 miles an hour just a minute ago. Wow Factor, his travel team. Yeah, excited to introduce all these athletes to you throughout the week and who they are. 88 for Max, by the way. 88 miles an hour. Max really played well for Wow Factor. It's a 17U WWBA, had a 684 on base. 684 at that great event. Here's Anderson Lambert, Alabama Crimson Tide commit from Maryland, from Laurel, Maryland. Lambert, the #1 outfielder in the state of Maryland. Showing his arm from short right now, and that arm is already moved up to 92 miles an hour. He topped 90 once, 86, 87, 90, and then 92 miles an hour for Anderson Lambert. Robert Villa III. Robert, Phoenix, Arizona, the Valley of the Sun, Liberty High School, another Alabama commit. He's got a perfect game MVP during his journey. He is a talented switch hitter. He plays for some fun travel ball teams in the Valley. 81 miles an hour so far, his most firm throw. He went down to Georgia at the 17U WWBA and got on base at a 545 clip, had 8 hits, had 3 walks at that event as well. 81, his hardest throw. Devin Downs is a Louisiana man, and he's committed to play for Jay at LSU. Number 15 on that Columbia Blue jersey. Downs also can hop on the mound and show a really good arm. He showed one so far, up to 87 miles an hour. He's touched 91 at a perfect game event as a pitcher. 92 for Devin Downs. He's reached 92 miles an hour. That was his hardest throw, 92. Titus Hefner now. Hefner, catcher by trade, athletic out there, moving the feet, trying to show his arm from shortstop. Top 20 catcher in the state of Texas. Uncommitted athlete from Cedar Hill, Texas. Studies at home, homeschooled athlete. Travel ball for Sticks, the 27 scout team. Already his first throw, 88 miles an hour, a couple of 85s. And then the throw on the move, 88, his most firm throw. Jaden Cerna, UC Santa Barbara commit from Norco High School. Southern California native, plays for Lynx Marucci, the travel ball destination for this athlete. A couple of 80 miles an hour throws already. And that's where he tops out, 80 miles an hour for Cerna. Landon Twos is from this part of the world, Westminster Christian, Palmetto Bay, Florida, Mercer commit. Twos will play on the corner. Top 20 third baseman in the state of Florida. 84, his first throw and his most firm throw so far for Landon. MCA Alpha, his travel team, just turned 18 years old. We've seen him at 36 perfect game events. 89 miles an hour for Landon, his top throw. Antonio Chavez, he's at IMG, and he's a Berkeley commit. He's going to go to Cal. San Jose, California native. Antonio playing for Alpha Prime, just shy of 18 years old. In the past, his top throw across the infield, 82 miles an hour. He's right about that number now. First couple of throws right there in the 80s, and he edges that number north up to 86 miles an hour. So a new showcase high for Antonio Chavez. Hector Cadena, United High School, Laredo, Texas. On his way to Texas A&M. Plays for the Wildcatters, that great Wildcatters team. They do so much good, providing opportunity. Top 10 third baseman in the country is Hector. And he's top 90 a couple of times already. 90 and a 91 mile an hour throw for Hector Cadena. And that's where he'll live. Top throw, 91 miles an hour. Connor Ray, Arizona man, Corona del Sol High School, Gilbert, Arizona, Arkansas commit. A month shy of being 18 years old. Already up to 85 miles an hour with the arm. He's touched 90 in the past at a PG event, and he just touched it now here. Last throw, 90 miles an hour. So he matches his high. Plays all over the field, by the way. Pitches, arm in the high 80s. Pop time as a catcher below 2. A fun athlete to talk about when you do so many things. Connor Ray, Arkansas commit. Cole Chambers is a Missouri man and an Oklahoma commit. Cole out of St. Louis University High School. First couple of throws in the low 80s, 81, 82, and 83 miles an hour. St. Louis Legacy, Coach Kessler, his travel team, up to 87 miles an hour for Chambers. Chambers reps his time, and Isaiah Snavely steps onto the stage. Wake Forest commit. R. Nelson Snyder High School, Fort Wayne, Indiana. Love the Indiana Bulls travel team. That's where he does his work. Left-handed hitter, right-handed thrower, as you're seeing there. 409 on base percentage with 6 hits and a couple of walks at the 17U WWBA. 88 miles an hour, that last one that sailed high. Isaiah Snavely. Jagger Wilson from Seneca, Missouri, another Oklahoma commit. Number 2 overall player in Missouri, Ghost National. Great Northeastern-based team, but it's a national team. They do such a wonderful job with players all over the country with their heartbeat right there in New Jersey. 84 miles an hour for Jagger. 86 is his top throw. We put a bow on his work. Harry Chubb Jones Jr. 2 times a Select Festival athlete, a perfect game high school all-star as well. The number 2 player in Georgia, number 9 shortstop in the nation. First throw 90, next throw 89 miles an hour, and 88 for Chubb Jones Jr., CBA Georgia scout team. He's from McEachern High School. He just posted a 92. That throw 92 right there, chest high. Beautiful throw. He was out of frame. We didn't see him, but it was a good-looking throw there. And then the athletic end of things for the perfect game veteran. Cooper Shifkin, number 1 third baseman in Wisconsin. Cooper committed, like so many Coach McDonald players are in that part of the world, to go to Louisville. Midwest guy, Midwest guts. You're a perfect fit at Louisville. He really recruits Chicagoland and Wisconsin, Northern Kentucky, Indiana, and they win a bunch. Cooper, 17 years old. Baylor Denny. He's from Queen Creek, Arizona. Baylor's an Oklahoma commit. Goes to Castile High School. Bats right-handed. This is the first time he has taken on an infield drill at a perfect game showcase. His top velocity as a pitcher is in the mid 80s. And he's right around there, 83 so far. Baylor's most firm throw. He played for the Cincinnati Spikes at the WWBA and really did well. Had 4 hits, had 6 walks. That's a 455 on base. Baylor, by the way, 88. You saw that throw just a minute ago. 88, his hardest throw. Jace Harrell's going to head to UC Santa Barbara after he wraps things up at Chandler High School in Arizona. Jason, number 5 overall player in State 48. Low 80s so far with the first couple of throws. Pretty heady ranking, by the way, right there inside 150. 440 on base percentage at last week's 17U WWBA. Right around the low 80s consistently with the arm there for Jace Harrell. Chase Mattoon out of El Segundo, California, Stanford commit. First throw out of that right arm, 82 miles an hour. Plays for TB SoCal. He's touched 83 now. And that'll be his top number, 83 miles an hour for Chase. Zoen Watson. Can't wait to introduce you to Zoen when we get to batting practice and in the games. What a special kid. Plays for San Diego Show. He's from East Lake High School. 85 from that right arm. LSU commit, Jay Johnson, 17 years old. 87 miles an hour, 84, 85, 87 to wrap up his time. That matches his best on the infield. He has done that in the past, 87 miles an hour. For Zoen Watson, Jake Churchman. Jake, TNXL Academy, Corona, California. De Leon Springs, Florida, is always a catcher. He's got a good arm, already up to 86 miles an hour. A pair of 86s and an 85 for Jake. Power Baseball, his travel team. Left-handed hitting catcher who can play some short as well. Nobody complains about that sort of talent. Lubin Rincon, Texas commit, top 50 player in the country. High school all-star last year on the Friday before the All-American Classic. Number 2 shortstop in the state of Texas, plays for the Wildcatters, Shadow Creek High School. 84 miles an hour thus far, his top throw. Rincon chasing a 90. That's a 90. He just got it right across the diamond, 90 miles an hour. That's his best, 88 previously at a perfect game event. So he gets up and grabs hold of a 90 here. And congratulations to him. That's fun. That's always fun. Fisher Howell, Mississippi man, Mississippi State commit. 136 in the rankings for Fisher. Wow factor, his travel team, 17 years old, and a switch hitter. First time he's done this at a PG event, meaning throw across the infield. 529 on base percentage last week at East Cobb at the 17U WWBA. 80 miles an hour his top throw. Big Howie DeNoho. I love the modern pitcher. The modern pitcher is out there working because he's working in the infield. He's a right-handed pitcher. He's number 6 ranked right-handed pitcher in Missouri. Plays for the Royal Scout team. Chillicothe High School, but also an infielder. Plays third base for his team. Up to 82 miles an hour thus far, his most firm throw. And so the shortstops wrap their time. The first baseman takes center stage next at Perfect Games National Showcase. Let's meet our first baseman as they get ready to throw. Now, Griffin Boson from Tampa, Florida is a Duke commit. Outfielder playing at first as well. First couple of throws, 92 miles an hour. Just a big human being, too. He did a nice job playing first through all the drills. 6'5", 205. Griffin, a pair of 92-mile-an-hour throws across the diamond. Right inside the top 100 in the rankings. Ryan Yormack. He's from Merrick, New York. Vanderbilt, his college of commitment. Ryan Belmore, JFK. Ranked 90th in the country. Couple of throws already from the right side, 85, 87 miles an hour. Ryan, a Select Festival competitor back in 2023. Ghost National, his travel team. 89 miles an hour, his high number there. And 89 matches his best ever at a PG event from first base. Jaden Cerna, the Californian. We've seen him a couple of spots already out on the field. We'll see him move behind the plate, too. First couple of throws right at 80 miles an hour for Cerna. Who doesn't love first base? You think about the importance. I always feel like this part of the drills gets a little bit overlooked, and then you go watch a first baseman save the game athletically and the things that they do oh so very well. Cole Cinnamon. Cole's been around our sphere quite a bit. Cinnamon played in the high school all-star game last year, the PG all-star game. Left-handed on the throw, left-handed with the bat. Right at 80, his most firm throw. He's also a very, very good left-handed pitcher. But getting out there, showing what he could do. Frank Thomas III. Dad, the Hall of Famer, and a big man involved in amateur baseball. We've seen Frank do well. Top 30 in the country. He's at IMG Academy, USA Prime. They win a bunch there. Number 1 first baseman in the nation. 81, his first throw. Auburn commit, where Dad played his college baseball. I had a chance to pitch against Dad. I went to a much smaller school in Alabama back then, but Frank Thomas III, 83 miles an hour, his top throw. Number one first baseman in the land. Parker Lip, Jesuit High School, Sacramento, California. Left-handed pitcher by trade. Parker's already grabbed 86 miles an hour with that arm. Number 33 left-handed pitcher in the country. He's thrown 85 in the past from first. Here he throws 86. So we see an 86 mile an hour throw. And that will be his high water mark as Grady Nelson is up next. Nelson, Warsaw Community High School in Indiana, Warsaw, Indiana. First throws 84 miles an hour. He's an Ole Miss commit, is Grady. Frame, you can see it, 6'4", 230, just a presence there. 84, 81 miles an hour. Just turned 18 years old, left-handed hitter. Good power in the bat. As Grady wraps up his time with a zip down to second base. Clears the way for Lorenzo Davis. Big chance for Lorenzo. Uncommitted athlete. Plays for the Breakthrough Series team. Major League Baseball putting that team together. He's at St. Bernard High School. And again, present 6'3", 220. Right-handed batter. He was just at East Cobb, putting up a 591 on base and homering 4 times. 4 home runs at the 17U WWBA. Big Zo's top throw, 81 miles an hour. Landis Pickett, Jacksonville, Florida, heading to Maryland. Right inside the rankings at 249. Bishop John Schneider High School. His top throw, 81 miles an hour. Out of the gates, Beckett Shimpa touches 85 with his first throw. Minnesota native, Stanford commit. Shimpa's never taken on the first base drill before. 85 and then 78 miles an hour. Maxwell Stewart. Big Max is from Cathedral Catholic. Ranked 157. First throw for him, 86, then 85 miles an hour. A couple of big throws. Talented left-handed hitter. Now the catchers take center stage. Measuring pop time, catcher velo. And it's showcase style. We understand that. A lot of times people will talk about it not lining up exactly as it would in a game, which makes sense because you're anticipating the throw, you're anticipating the drill. The one thing that all these catchers are reminded, though, is, to play it as it's athletic, to play it as a game. Cheat steps. I hate that word, cheat steps, but you won't see any of that. Brew Milner starts. He's from Tallahassee, Alabama. They found him in Tallahassee at Georgia Tech. He's a catcher who's committed to go to Georgia Tech. This is the number 1 catcher, Brew Milner, in the state of Alabama. Right-handed hitter. Plays first, plays third as well. .188, his second pop time. All of them sub 2, 194, 188, 199 for Brew Milner. Best at a PG event is 188, and he just bested that. 187 is PG best for Brew Milner. Christopher Wall. Wall, a catch out of Georgia Premier Academy. Number 13 on that jersey. 13 on that jersey. CJ. Number 12 catcher in the country, an Arkansas commit. Gunnar Fucking. Kennesaw State commit. By the way, Wall's best pop time, 192 a moment ago. Artillery Baseball, his travel team, when we speak about Gunnar, who works now. 17 years old, sub 2, 196. Now 193 as well on a very accurate throw. Jose DuBrant, P27 Academy. Corner infielder and a catcher as well. DuBrant, the number 1 third baseman in South Carolina. Hovering right around the low 2s in pop time right now. Primarily an infielder, but challenging himself now. And why not? If you're invited to an event like this and the option is there, why not take this on? A man who plays for the East Cobb Astros, 6'1", 210 pounds. 2.05 his top pop time. Jackson Schilling. Ohio native, Ohio State commit. Legend Scout team, his travel team. Schilling's best ever pop time. He has gotten some big ones, some very low numbers at PG events. At a showcase earlier this year, he was sub 1.8. He's already at 187. 180, 180 even on the footwork for Schilling. Everything sub 2, 190, 187, 180, and 191 for Schilling. Joe Mendoza Jr., TCU. From Oregon, Monmouth, Oregon. Number 10 catcher in the country. .189, 195, 189 thus far. Pop times for Joe. Plays for Jason Kidd's travel team. And another 189. Just his 4th perfect game event. Good to have him here. Taking on this opportunity. He went to the 17U WWBA and got on base 57% of the time. Amazing. His best number, 187. Titus Hefner, top 20 catcher in the state of Texas. Second throw is sub 2. It's 195. We've seen him at 24 perfect game events, Hefner, including playing well for Sticks at the 17U WWBA. Twice he was sub 2, 195 and 196. Santa Barbara man, Gaucho man, Jaden Cerna. Number 21 overall catcher in California. Where's number 21 on that jersey? Low twos for all these throws. 203, 202 a couple of times. And a 2 even for Jaden Cerna. But a beautiful throw right on top of the bag. Lee Holt is from Milton, Georgia. Lee Holt is a Texas commit. Just past 17 and a half years old. He's the number 4 catcher in the state of Georgia. He's put up some big exit velocity numbers. He's got strength. He's thrown in the high 80s from the mound as a pitcher. Everything right about that even 2 mark right now in pop time for Lee Holt. .195 his final throw. Wisconsin representing in the form of Ethan Miller, number 9 on that gold jersey. Number 2 catcher in the state of Wisconsin from Slinger, Wisconsin. A GRB Rays travel team. They do such a great job up there north of Chicago, south of Milwaukee, right there, as they build such good athleticism. Ethan Miller throwing well. 194, 190, 195, 190 for Ethan Miller. Luke Young. Luke takes the call. He's a South Carolina man. P27 Academy is where he competes. His first throw's 1.93. Why did I throw a point in there? 193. One nine three, 190, 191 for Luke Young. And a 188 on that last throw. Broder Katke, Michigan man, Bloomfield Hills, just outside of Detroit, Vanderbilt commit, top 50 player in the country. .189 Broder's first throw. We've been watching Broder at select festivals. We've been getting to know who he is as a human. 195 on his second throw. And his baseball skills have been a joy to watch. 194 on the third throw. And a 188 for Broder. Tyson Moore, one of my favorites. He's out of Minnesota. And he's committed to be at Minnesota as well. Top 50 player in the country. Perfect Game High School All-Star last year. FTB Phillies, his travel team, goes to Buffalo High School, just turned 18 years old. Number 1 player in the state. 189 so far, his best throw. He's clocked a 185 in the past at PG events. Everything here is right around that 1.9 mark. 189 again. That's his best number. We see Jake Churchman again. Number 41 catcher in the land. .194 Jake's first throw. And then a 197. Well, he's been quite a performer. Jake has at perfect game events. We've seen him play in 138 PG games. And in that time, an on base percentage of 511, getting on base half the time. Bunch of stolen bases, 56 stolen bases. So, congratulations to our catchers. Batting practice. And we're going to get to meet these human beings and talk about them at length because they'll settle in. We'll take a look at their swings, get to understand who they are as athletes. Thanks for being with us and meeting the future of the game here in Miami, Florida, at the home of the Marlins. I'm Darren. This is Perfect Games National Showcase. Yeah. They'll be standing. Yeah. Just have the communicator tell them who's next. Have the texter. Are we close, by the way? Okay. Meet Elias Gandy. Elias Gandy will start things off, and we're enjoying batting practice. Young man of Westlake High School. And this is a wonderful time for us to introduce these athletes and to share with you who they are as human beings. Elias, nickname Waffle House. He says, because I'm always open in football. Well, I like that one. He's from Atlanta, Georgia, Elias Gandy, Westlake High School, uncommitted athlete, wants to make that college commitment this year. Griffin Boson, Tampa Jesuit, Duke commit, left-handed bat, ranked 98th in the country. Miguel Menendez does such a great job with that Tampa Jesuit program. Plays for Jeff Petty Kane's national team as a Duke commit. Griffin is the son of Betsy and Brian. Jack and Duncan, his siblings. His favorite player, another really good first baseman. Big, strong left-handed hitter. How about Matt Olson? Three-time PG preseason All-American and a really good student in the classroom, Boson is. 4.0 GPA, 40-plus service hours. Academic honor roll all 3 years. Calls his dad one of his greatest inspirations. Working with he and his brothers. Moved from Des Moines, Iowa to Tampa. And he called that a challenge as a younger athlete. As he whips that ball into right field. Exit velocity hanging right around triple digits that time. Malachi Butler. Malachi, a talented left-handed hitter. Mal from Powder Springs, Georgia, McEachern High School. Eli Autry, his high school coach at McEachern, East Cobb Astros, his travel team. Michael, his dad. Michael Jr., his older brother. Makala, 15 years old, younger sibling. Malachi really feels like in the last year he's picked up bat speed, power, arm strength. And he's loved watching Vaughn Lackey play as well. Baseball America, All-American. First team All-State in Georgia, 3.8 GPA. Gap-to-gap hitter, really good bat-to-ball skills. He said, I can be having a bad day, but if I'm playing baseball, it becomes a good day really quickly. Hayes McGinnis is from Noonan, Georgia. Noonan High School, East Cobb Astros, the Arkansas commit. Michael and Monique, his parents. Older brother Michael plays at North Carolina, Georgia State transfer. Willis plays at Arkansas from Georgia State. And his younger sis is May, just 14 years old. He said he loves watching his brothers play, loves their competitiveness, their passion. 5A Player of the Year in 2025. First team All-State, Hayes McGinnis, in 2026. Joy is provided to him, he shares with us, by his family, his faith. He said, I love making others smile and laugh. Exit velocity in the high 90s from Hayes McGinnis. And now Brew Milner, number 7 on that black jersey. We talked about Brew earlier, Tallahassee, Alabama. Georgia Tech commit. Excited about his senior year, aiming for a 4.0 GPA. Graduating with honors is also part of that dream list as well. Loved his recruiting experience. Obviously, he found Georgia Tech. They found him. He said, my visit to Atlanta was amazing. Felt like the right place. Everything was incredible for the son of Brent and Natalie. Bo is his younger brother. And here's another Vaughn Lackey fan. You blame him? Look, he's going to Georgia Tech. Vaughn Lackey be a top 10 pick, if not higher. All-state first team, 3 consecutive years in the state of Alabama. His junior year this past year, he leads the team in average, on base percentage, and slugging. Had a 624 on base. Led his team in home runs, 10. Walks, 26. And is his all-time program leader at Tallahassee High School. And RBIs at 129. Calls his grandfather his greatest inspiration, Brew, and we honor his grandfather who passed away in April this year. Plays to honor him. Aiden Pack. Pack, the Georgia commit from Woodstock. Blessed Trinity is where he goes to school. Coach Jamie Wagner does a good job with that program. That's where C.J. Abrams played. You folks remember that, right? Blessed Trinity. I asked Aiden, why do you love baseball? He said, it's hard. That's why I love it. He said, failure is such a big part of it. I've learned so much from failing. He said, that's one of the reasons I love this game of baseball. Good athlete, right around the 6'7", 60. Arm that throws right around 95 when he gets on the mound. He wants to dominate at Jupiter, wants to dominate here, East Coast Pro. He's got big, big goals. 6 Division I offers as part of his recruiting process before choosing Georgia. Multiple visits to Georgia Tech, visits to Auburn. But then Georgia turned out to be the right place. For Aiden Pack. Grayson Parker now. G Park from Mandeville, Louisiana. Brady Benoit is his high school coach at Mandeville High School. Plays for the J Kids Select 17U team. Tate Caraway, the coach of that one, the Ole Miss commit. Right-handed pitcher who wants to hit triple digits, wants to put on about 15 to 20 pounds of weight in this upcoming school year. The son of Richard and Paula. And he is one of 6 at home. He's got a pair of brothers. They're both older. He's got 3 sisters. All 3 of them are older. He is the baby of 6. As a matter of fact, he's quite a bit younger than everybody else. The family surprise, Grayson Parker. What a great surprise he's been. His nearest in age is 28-year-old sister Mallory. Pitcher who loves watching Paul Skeens, don't we all? His velocity's jumped up to 96. And it feels like he's grown as a hitter, too. 4.0 GPA in the classroom. 94 to 96 with a fastball. Hit 345 with 9 home runs this year during his high school time. Grayson Parker wraps up his time. And now Blake. Blake Ragsdale, he of the couple of years ago homering at the Perfect Game 14U Select Festival. Rags is from Lyons Township High School. Kevin Dietti's the coach there. Texas Christian commit. Loved watching his older brother play. He's 4 years older. Traveled with him, hung out with him, bat boy for those games, learned a lot there. Older brother playing with guys like Zion Rose and Dylan Head, if you want to kind of locate, where that goes. Frederick the third, his older brother. Dad is Frederick Jr., mom is Nicole. Best decisions he ever made, he said, was committing to TCU. Went to a couple college camps. TCU, he said he connected there the most. Bobby Witt Jr., Francisco Lindor, a couple of his favorite players, said Bobby's game, the hustle, the confidence. Lindor, a little more about the flash and the flow of his game. Those are the things he learns. He said, as I watch Lindor play, the game never seems to speed up on him. The 14U Select Fest MVP, his name is Blake Ragsdale. Lucas Waite's cool story, right? I mean, Lucas Waite has already run a 6.2260. So now we figure out who this talented athlete is, who also is a really good pitcher, Lucas Waite. From San Diego, Patrick Henry High School, plays for Johnny Peno's CBA Marucci travel team, and is uncommitted. So just the other day, he filled out a survey for me. He listed Clemson and Texas as a couple of his top choices. So he's uncommitted at this point. Recruiting experience, he said, it's been on and off. He said, I committed to the University of Arizona, then decommitted through the years due to coaching changes. Yeah, maybe there's a fit there, too, again, with Chip Hill. We'll see. Allison and James, his parents. Reed, his older brother. And as a pitcher, even though this guy's an athlete, like running as he's running a 6.12 already, but he loves the Miz. He loves Paul Skeens. Exit velocity peaking up in the mid-90s up there on the board. One of the unique stories so far is Lucas Waite. Just crazy, crazy speed running a 6.22 and a 6.28, Lucas Waite. CJ Wall is a catcher, and he ranks right around that 100 mark in the nation. CJ from Statesboro, Georgia Premier Academy. Coach Gene Reynolds, Arkansas commit. He's at 190. He'd like to get to 200 by the end of the year. He'd like to keep that 4.0 GPA as well. Jason is his dad, Krista is his mom, and Xander is his little brother, just 14 years old as he wags that left-handed bat. Exit velocity already, 98 miles an hour. Ryder Helfrich, Bryce Harper, two guys that he loves to watch hit. Said Harper since my childhood, and Helfrich catches at Arkansas, PG All-American, by the way, how he commands a game and loves learning from him. 4.0 GPA in the classroom. Dad played some minor league ball, by the way. We're talking about Pops up to Double-A. Yeah, Christopher Wall moving to the United States at a young age. CJ Wall. And now Wesley Mooring, the Southern Miss commit. The silent assassin, they call him. From Dallas, Georgia, North Paulding High School, where Matthew Richardson's his head coach there. Why Southern Miss? welcoming, he said. Made me feel like their program is built on tradition and brotherhood. Makes me want to work hard to be part of their story and their history. He said the family atmosphere and the culture for me is what Southern Miss is all about. Dad is Matthew, his stepmom is Melanie, and then siblings. Caleb, Liam, a couple of brothers that are older, but then Cash and Tucker are younger. Matter of fact, Wesley's got a 5-year-old brother at home. Large family, a lot of brothers, a lot of sports. He said, I love Christmas because my dad shuts down his business during Christmas so he and his employees can slow down and be with family. That's one of my favorite family tradition. Dad closing up business. He took part in the Junior National Showcase 3 times. He's been an underclass All-American for Perfect Game. Battled through a back injury this past season. Learned a lot about his body, he said, rehabbing and how to stack the days and rehab and take care of yourself and do good things. He said, small things equaled big things, and then I found my health. Parker Robinson's a shortstop who's committed to go to Oklahoma. He's from Indiana, Schererville, Indiana, Lake Central High School. Mike Schwartzentruber, the head coach there. He plays for Top Tier. Felt really connected to the coaching staff at Oklahoma. I can grow academically, I can grow as an athlete, I can grow as a person, and I'm sure his parents, Carla and James, felt the same. It is a family atmosphere there, and it's a national championship atmosphere. His older brother is Peyton, who's 20 years old. And if you ask Parker who he likes, it's Colson Montgomery, the White Sox, former Perfect Game alum, Perfect Game All-American. He said, we play the same position. We're a similar size. We both played in Indiana baseball. He said, Montgomery has that quick first step and a strong arm. He said, I love watching him make throws from deep in the hole. So excited to see the future for Parker Robinson, who, by the way, 2 times has been an Indiana high school state champion. Parker Robinson, Lake Central High School. Jet Walters is a Harvard commit. Berkeley Prep, Tampa, Florida. Recently committed to Harvard. He finds himself ranked as the 63rd outfielder in the country. Plays for Artillery Baseball. Ajay Vulameri, the coach of that program. Good speed, middle of the sixes and running. Exit velo has been there too. 101, as a matter of fact, on Jet's most recent swing. 101 driving the baseball. Triple digits for Jet Walters. Last one, 99.8. We round up here 100 miles an hour off the bat of Jet Walters again. Recently taking that academic spin and the athletic skills and committing to Harvard, Jet Walters. Tyler Gluting from Aurora, Illinois. Gluting East Cobb Astros and a Oklahoma commit. He said it was the 11U age group, that travel team. I win my first tournament and I'm hooked on baseball. Came into the championship game. I closed it out on the mound. After we won, I earned the trust and confidence of my teammates, my coaches, and that's when my love affair with this game really grew. He wants to put on 15 pounds this year, keep his senior GPA above 3.5. His parents are Bob and Evelyn Gluding. Older sis Alyssa plays soccer at Fairfield in Connecticut. She's a goalkeeper as the world watches soccer right now. Two-way competitor, talented left-handed pitcher, obviously loves watching Shohei play at the two-way. And this is a really good athlete. He's played soccer, he swam, he's played basketball when he was younger. 3 years of varsity player. Good lean frame. Fastball up to 94. Good extension, good life through the zone when he pitches. Athletic defender. He's going to do a lot of things at Oklahoma. Tyler Gluding. Gunnar Falcon. Catcher from Georgia. Another one that plays for that artillery team. Kennesaw State commit. Gunnar climbing the ranks. You take a look at that overall ranking at that 500 spot, but he's 134th ranked catcher in the country. Top 10 catcher in the state of Georgia. And a lot of times when you see an athlete like this, as you see him switch hit, which is always fun, when you see an athlete like this and you see the ranking, you think, okay, he went to a perfect game regional showcase, sunshine showcases all over the country, and he performed. And that's a lot of times with the recommendation of the regional scout that sees him, or he goes to a tournament and it's a coach there that just advocates, or a perfect game scout that advocates for this player. First of all, let's start with switch hitting catcher. And so he gains this opportunity to compete against the best players in the country. You think of the 700 plus major leaguers who have been here before. Not everyone has come here and began their major league journey as, you know, the 1, 2, or 3 ranked player in the country. But Gunnar has shown some really good things so far, and it's been fun to have him here. As Brennan Neal, the tall, rangy outfielder, is next. Neal and Auburn commit. Number 31 ranked outfielder in the country. Number 2 in the state of Georgia. 6'3", 190. Earlier, we saw Brennan get up on the mound and throw 93 at a PG event. Matter of fact, he worked an Jose Dubront from Greenville, South Carolina. Telly, his nickname. East Cobb Astro competitor. Corey Warner's the head coach of P27 Academy, where Jose plays. Fell in love with baseball back in Venezuela. God bless Venezuela right now. We think about them a lot. He said, I fell in love with it when I was 5 years old. I'm sure he thinks about him a lot as well. Father used to take me to a club where I started hitting with bats and balls, and I never missed, and my love affair was on for Dubront. His dad, Jose Francisco. His mom, Catherine, by the way, and his older brother, Jose's 22. Ronald Acuna Jr. is Jose's favorite player to watch play, and he is a really good student, a 3.9 GPA. 6'1", 210 pounds, pitcher up to 94 on the mound. Good catcher behind the plate, can play any infield position. Jose Dubront, of Venezuelan descent. Sullivan Reed, Mississippi State commit, top 29 player in the country. Out of Meridian, Mississippi. Sully, the Mississippi Mauler, they call him. Like it. You like it. Do you bless that? The Mississippi Mauler? I do. Out of Lamar High School. Matt Boone coaches him there. Looks back with gratitude at his recruiting experience. Mississippi State just feeling different for him. Genuine, conversational. Coaches weren't just interested in me as a player. They cared about my future as a human, he shared. Elton and Leah, his parents. He's the middle child between two sisters, 2 years older, 2 years younger. And he calls them my two best friends. We love going to Walt Disney World, says Sullivan Reed. Almost every single year he's had a Disney vacation on that calendar. But he always says, I didn't understand why, when he was younger, Disney movies didn't have athletes in them. I need more athletes in my Disney movies. Bryce Harper's his favorite player. Overall competitiveness, leadership, he says, has really, really grown. Sullivan Reed. Derek Yormack now. From Merrick, New Jersey. Dior, John F. Kennedy High School. Mike Gaddis coaches him there. That Ghost National team where he plays for Coach Justin Carter. And a Vanderbilt commit. Dreams of hitting 100 this year on the mound. Getting over 3,000 RPMs on the breaking ball. Wants to be a PG All-American. Would love to make a run at that as well. Wants to mentor young men in his neighborhood. And he wants to get 4s and 5s on all his AP tests. Man. Initially committing to Duke, but then the coaching change went down at Duke, and he made the change to Vanderbilt. Howard and Ellen, his parents. And he's got a man that looks just like him, his twin brother, Ryan. Both of them 17 years old. Derek Yormack. His faith means a lot to him, his Jewish faith, and talked about the family tradition of no matter what, when, or where, we make sure we respect all of our holidays and traditions. 14U Perfect Game Pitcher of the Year, Select Festival Player in 14U, and of course the Baseball Gatorade Player of the Year. That's something. You think about that as a junior, stealing that award as a junior in the state of New York. 6 AP classes and a 4.0 GPA. Ryan Yormack, what a resume that was to talk about. And now, bro, first it was Derek, and now it's Ryan. We were talking about Ryan. 8 years old is when his love affair for the game came. Couple of Vanderbilt commits. This is really fun how they're one's ranked 51, one's ranked 90th. Ryan hitting now is ranked in that 90th spot. First baseman, Derek, a right-handed pitcher. And his guy's Pete Alonso. He loves watching Pete Alonso. Growing up in New York, modeled my entire game after Pete. His exit velo is clicked up to the 110s, by the way, Yormack. That last one at 100. So I've been able to hit balls more than 450 feet, show some strength. He said, look at him too. He's a big guy. He's also said I've become much smoother and lighter on my feet. Look, at 60, 220, that's what always I marvel at these younger athletes, their ability to get bigger and stronger and remain athletic. That's one of my favorite questions on our Sirius XM radio show, to ask athletes how. And so much is talked about flexibility, so much talk about with the strength and flexibility. The commitment that this generation has to flexibility is amazing. He talks about being 6 years old and losing his two front teeth in a water slide accident. It actually gave him a speech impediment. That was hard for a while, he said. Said he went through therapy, speech therapy, and he said, I cleaned up my speaking. It was challenging, but I grew from it. A lot of big physical presence in that box. For the Yormack men. And the last one at 97 miles an hour, his final swing of the bat. Columbia Blue team starts off with number 3 on that jersey, Colton Hadfield, the UCLA commit. Hadfield, Valley Christian Schools. Alpha Prime, his travel team. For a majority of the year, Colton's future team was the number 1 team in the land. And if John Savage thinks he can develop you, you can play baseball. There's no doubt about that from what we've seen. Number 20 shortstop currently in the rankings. You can imagine that might change for Hadfield in the state of California. Hadfield, 17 and a half years old. John Diate is his high school coach at Valley Christian. Parents are Dave and Christina, mom and alum of San Jose State. And Colton, through his time, Also basketball player and high school football player as well, competitively. Kind of a Billy Carlson look to his approach, doesn't he? That whippy athlete, that lean frame, the top pick of the White Sox last year, Colton Hatfield. You want to compliment someone, say that they have anything resembling Billy Carlson with what he was able to do. Chase Austin now is an Oregon State commit. USA Prime 17U, his travel team. Chase makes his home in Portland. Is at Beaverton High School. Abino Vasquez, the head coach there. Trying to tick that speed up even more, work below that 6.5 number. Did it earlier today. 4.0 his senior year is something he wants to work on. Mitch Canham, such a great coach at Oregon State, the well-rounded man he develops. Allison and Greg, his parents, hope that that occurs. He said, we're all fans. We're all fans of Oregon State. I've been a fan of the program since I was a kid. I used to go to games all the time. I always hoped I could play for Oregon State. And then he got to know the staff through the Northwest Summer League in Corvallis. Feels like he's always been a part of the program. Now he is going to be a part of the program. I can't imagine having it come together that way. What a great story for Chase Austin. His guy, Travis Bazzana, and of course, the talented Australian who chose to go to Oregon State. 6A All-State competitor 3 times in the state of Oregon. 3 AP classes this year and a 3.8 GPA. Chase Austin. Hawaii is being represented, and I love that. Logan Doran, a right-handed pitcher, but also puts a bat in his hands and an Arkansas commit. Waiakea High School coach Chris Honda there. Plays for Big Island Wood Bat Academy and also Baum Northwest. 13 years old. That's just about when the passion for the sport for Logan ticked up. So he was really into motocross at that point, but then baseball started to step in and take over. Motocross had to wait. 3.6 GPA, wants to chase that. Jay and Natasha are his parents. Ariana, his younger sibling. Family beach day, the family tradition. If they're not too busy. Of course, being a Hawaiian. Volunteers with his grandmother a lot to feed the homeless. Teaches pitching camps with his athletes, younger athletes back home. And his favorite player, Seth Hernandez. Love that. A guy who graduated high school just a year ago. He said, I've learned so much about him in California now as he goes through the Pirates organization. Great story. Excited to see a little bit more of this guy play some ball. This is going to be fun. Logan Duran. Really excited. Always been excited about Max Hemingway. Puyallup, Washington. IMG Academy coach Dave Turgeon plays for Evan Ihart, Wow Factor. And as we talked about with Max, we've been seeing him at a lot of good PG events, Select Festival, All-Star games. One of the last 8th grade commits committed to Tennessee. He says, crazy to think it was 4 years ago. He said, I had a little hiccup with Coach Tony going to the Giants, but Coach Elander's my guy, so we're a loyal family. He's the son of Greg and Nikayla. Greg and Nikayla, his parents. Stepmom is Marissa, and his younger bro is William. Loves the Mariners, loves them. And has never missed in his time that he can remember an M's opening day, but then it got kind of tough when you go to IMG. Max said his favorite player, Connor Griffin. Watching him through high school, through the minors, intensity on the field that he plays with. He was a Gold Glove winner, by the way, Hemingway at the 14U Select Festival. Some really cool honors, but he says that's one of my favorites. Max Hemingway, one of the best players in the country, just wraps up his batting practice. Anderson Lambert from Maryland. First swing netted 96 miles an hour. He's at McDonough School. Zach Rowe coaches him there. He shared an interesting story about his love for baseball. He said, look, when I was younger, Anderson shared, I was one of the only African-American players on the team. He said, it didn't stop me from chasing my dreams. He said, where I live when I was young, if you play baseball, then you weren't really a part of the in crowd. He said, that just made me work 10 times harder. Now I've made a name for myself, and people don't say anything anymore. They respect what I've done. What a great story. I appreciate him sharing that. Ayana is his mom, Georgetown, All-American track athlete. Miguel, dad, Georgetown track athlete. Alex Lambert runs track at Georgetown. Ran for the Bulls, holds the national record in the 4x4. Sibling Alex said his whole family, except for him, has a Be Great tattoo. It's our family saying. So we go to St. Lucia around Thanksgiving because my family is half of them from there, big part of my culture. And love that. Boy, great stuff. I can't wait to get to know a lot better Anderson Lambert. Junior Caminero is his favorite player, by the way. That's great stuff. Really good stuff with Anderson Lambert. Let's meet Jackson Schilling. This is a big fella, strong fella. Schilling, catcher. Jackson. Vandalia, Ohio. Butler High School. Trent Dews coaches him there. The Ohio State University commit. He wants to win Gatorade Player of the Year this year in the state of Ohio. That's a big goal for the son of Tanya and Mike, the good catcher, Mr. Schilling. He was first team All-State this year. 2 times he's been first team All-District. 3 times in the classroom. He's been an honor roll student. And a 3.8 GPA for Jackson Schilling. I've always marveled. I guess it's been about a dozen years I've been lucky enough to be a part of these events with Perfect Game. My first back at the Metrodome in Minneapolis in 2014. But I've always marveled at the concept of taking batting practice without protection around you. All lies upon you, scouts and your fellow best teammates in the country. And right around that 150 spot in the rankings. Talks about why he committed to Alabama, and it's simple. Rob Vaughn. Rob Vaughn is the GOAT. I've loved everything about him. His dad is Robert. Mom is Laura. Jaron Duran for this switch hitter is one of his favorite players. And part of a team that won it all a couple of seasons ago at Liberty High School in the state of Arizona. 2025 state champs, and this past year he was an all-state competitor. Transferred high schools during his journey, and the entire time still keeping that GPA at 4.0. Really good glove. Lead off bat. Occasional home runs. Can start it off with a homer as well. Speed. Speed's part of Robert's game, certainly. Ranked 158 coming in. He'd like to climb those rankings and grab a roster spot at the All-American Classic. Devin Downs from Monroe, Louisiana. A talented shortstop and an LSU commit. Sterlington High School coach Mark Sims. He's loved his time with the MLB Breakthrough Series. Coach Antonio Grissom and all the leaders there, Del Matthews and Tony Regans with MLB. Built such a great roster there. His dad is Erie. His mom is Tamika. And his older brother is Dylan. His older brother is 20 years old. Devin, this LSU commit, I asked him, hey, who do you love to watch play baseball? He said, any LSU game, period. And Mookie Betts. 3 times first team All-State competitor. High school team winning a state championship at Sterlington back in 2025. Ways to honor his grandfather, he recently lost. He said, my prayer, my faith, my family helped me and are helping me get through it. 5-tool, two-way player. 6'5" runner, up to 94 on the mound. Devin Downs, LSU commit. Joe Mendozona Jr. From Monmouth, Oregon, Central High School coach Ben Kramer, TCU commit. '91 in the rankings. He said, I have a goal. I want to get inside 35. That's his number, 35. He'd like to climb there. Would love to be a PG All-American. Growing his faith in the next 12 months and grow his GPA as well. August 1st, 2025. Phone blows up at midnight. The recruiting is on. He met so many new coaches. He said, I loved every moment of it, but TCU stood out for me. The visit, the players, Coach Sarlos, Coach DeLaura. He said it was the right fit for me, but man, I love that recruiting experience. When you think about what could happen with college baseball, even more so if there is a change to the draft and every player goes to college baseball. Claudine and Joe, his parents, he's the youngest of 3. And he's a big Mike Trout fan. Feels like his mind, he said, my mind has grown a lot this year. Tore his meniscus playing football last fall, was rehabbing, and he said, my mind got stronger while I rehabbed. Had surgery back right around Halloween last year. Goes the last 7 months he shared have been tough, but I've grown a ton through it. So excited to see him healthy and out here at the National Showcase. Joe Mendozona Jr. Keith Yashko from Virginia. And we say Case. My apologies. Case Yashko. From Clifton. Centerville High School. Tony Felt coaches him there. Been playing the game since 3. Has been loving the game since 3. His dad is Greg. His mom is Kristen. He's got 2 older siblings. Case right inside the rankings at 286. So my favorite love became baseball at 3, mainly because I'd sit with my great-grandmother and watch the Atlanta Braves play every night. I love that. That means in some twist, Case, maybe my father had something to do with your love. He passed in 2021, but for his second half of his life was one of the voices of the Braves. Case Yashko. Titus Hefner is from Cedar Hill, Texas. He's a catcher. Everyone loves a left-handed hitting catcher with mid-90s exit velocity, and that's what we're seeing right now. Hefner ran a 6'9", 160 through 88 from shortstop. Had a 1.95 pop time and was 81 miles an hour from the catching position. Some of his early metrics. We love Dad. Dan, head coach, Dallas Baptist, one of my favorites. His mom is Liz. He's for the Texas Sticks scout team, one of his travel teams. Evan Mystics does such a good job there. John Lombardo coaches the Pirate scout team that he plays for. Titus really did well at the 17U WWBA. What do you have? 6 hits, 2 walks, 533 on base percentage. Jaden Cerna. Norco, California, the great Inland Empire, and a UC Santa Barbara commit. Cerna's taken on quite a few challenges. He's caught. He's thrown from short, thrown from first, ran the 60. Four hits and 3 walks at last week's 17U WWBA. His PG grade was 9 at last year's PG Underclass All-American game. Gary Parcell, the head coach at Norco High School in SoCal. This is, by the way, a 4.0 student, too. Eddie and Andrea, his parents. Travel ball coach, Coach Gary Mendoza. Jaden Cerna steps away. Landon Twos steps in. Twos, a Mercer commit. Top 23rd baseman in the state of Florida. Plays for Coach Castellanos, Emil Castellanos at Westminster Christian. His dad is the Honorable Judge Twos. Went to Ohio University and then Toledo Law and is a sitting judge. His father, Scott, but Judge Twos, I will respectfully call him. Mom is Paige. Paige Yarashok, 2s. And a really talented athlete herself. Went to UCLA. Gifted tennis player. All-American at UCLA. And the head coach, tennis coach at Miami. Great athletic family fun. Antonio Chavez. Going to Cal. Currently is at IMG. Is from San Jose area, so travels away from the fam to get that education, that training, and he's a top 100 player in the state of California. Alpha Prime, his travel team. Matthew is his dad. Went to Cal Poly. Mom is Megan, an educator and a UCLA alum. We got back-to-back UCLA moms. He's played for some good travel coaches. Abe Ruiz with Trotsky and Coach Weigel with Alpha Prime. Last swing netted 94 miles an hour from the left side. Ran a 6'9", 160, and from shortstop threw 86 miles an hour across the infield. Carson Bruce is from Powder Springs, Georgia. And he is a Georgia commit. Makes his home in Ackworth. North Cobb Christian is where he goes to school and plays for Coach Jimmy Keene. Didn't really start playing baseball competitively at all till 11. Compared to my buddies, that was late. He said by 12 I was hooked. He had a great thought. I said, hey, next 12 months, big 12 months for you. What do you want to accomplish? He said, I want to be able to look myself in the mirror and right in the eye and know that I gave it all I had with no regrets in my preparation. A lot of calls on August 1st of last year. Visited a ton of schools, then committed to South Carolina. Georgia came in second in the fall. Then the coaching change in the spring. Opened up his recruitment. Went about the process again. And ended up falling in love with Coach Coggin and how he develops hitters at Georgia. Miles and Sarah, his parents. And he's the oldest brother with two younger brothers, Mason and Ellison, 15 and 9. He said he loves watching a couple of 26s a year ahead of him. Martin Shelar, Trevor Condon, both Georgia guys. Both are going to get drafted, both PG alum. Well, that's all for Carson Bruce. And now Hector Cadena out of Laredo, Texas. Laredo United Longhorns, that's his high school. Rudy Saldivar, his head coach. Coach Witt, Coach Barron with the Wildcatters, his coaches. He's a Texas A&M commit. Great-grandfather played professional baseball in the Mexican League. Other family relatives with some minor league experience. He said baseball's always been around my entire life. They let him start playing at 4, Hector. Had 15 Division I offers, then he narrowed it down to 5, and then Texas A&M grabbed his heart. Hector and Claudia, his parents. Derek Jeter, Bobby Witt, his favorite players to watch. All district, all city, all state. First team, all state his sophomore year and junior year.
You said you want a water? Water each?
Yeah, we'll bring an arms full.
Hector ran a 6.6960 through 91 during the infield drills from shortstop. Cole Cinnamon from Chesapeake, Virginia, Great Bridge High School. I believe that's where the Upton brothers went to high school. Sean Todd's the current head coach. Richmond Braves. I know Upton's played for the Richmond team as well. This is a long time ago. He's a Clemson commit. 4.0 GPA in the classroom. Jenny and Cade, his family, his mom and his dad. Caden and Cassia, his siblings. Both older. Caden's 18, Cassia's 21. He's a left-handed pitcher who can hit just a little bit too, as you can see. 4 years he's played varsity baseball. That means he was a varsity baseball player in 8th grade. And he had a great year this year at Great Bridge. They won the state championship, one of those unforgettable moments. And the role he was able to play. Meantime, by the way, AP Spanish, Spanish Honor Society, 4.0 in the classroom. And a ring. He's got a ring. They can never take that away. He's got an interesting favorite player, Madison Bumgardner, who's now retired from the sport. I don't know if he's officially retired, but no longer pitches. Had an edge when he played. An amazing early 20s part of his career. So that's Cole Cinnamon. Good to see Lash Henderson again. One of the top players in the United States. We've been seeing Lash for a long time at Perfect Game events and at a high level. He's from Frisco, Texas. Prestonwood Academy, Coach James Valade. You guys have seen what Ryan Valade's done this year. That's James's son. East Coast Sox's travel team, Texas A&M, awaits his arrival. Michael and Tracy, his parents. And his younger brother is Agent Wolf Henderson. Lash, when we get to know him at select festivals, and he's a pretty regular. It's a 3-time select festival athlete. He's been great. He's been a part of the award shows and read off scripts and helped MC and just been a wonderful big personality. Great for the game. All-region team in 26, named by PG, All-State in 25. He said, I got through AP Pre-Calc. He said, that was much harder than baseball. AP Pre-Calc. And I asked him, who inspires him? He said, it's LeBron James. He's more than basketball. The give back to his community is huge. This is a really gifted all-around athlete who we'll be seeing for many years to come. Number 13 outfielder, number 4 player in the state of Texas overall. 6'5", 215 pounds. And he's played in 229 perfect games in his career. Frank Thomas III. Let's watch that pretty left-handed swing. Slight leg kick as you can see the approach. He's at IMG, number 1 first baseman in the country. Got presence. Dad's presence was more like 6'5", 6'6". Frank the Third's is about 6'2". Mom is Megan. By the way, Mom played volleyball and softball. Went to Kentucky. While Dad was busy at Auburn. Got a great glove, Frank Thomas III. Every year he wins that gold glove at IMG. Plays for Coach Mark Nellis with the USA Prime National Team. It's fun watching Dad become so uncomfortable watching son play. Had a really good 17U WWBA. 17 hits in about a week. 17 hits between June 23rd and June 30th. Frank Thomas III had 17 hits and 4 walks. .595 on base percentage. With a couple of home runs. Well, that's a good week, isn't it? 17 hits in a week of baseball games. 95 miles an hour exit velo on that last swing. Excited to watch him grow and develop. Carry on the family name, a unique journey certainly.
What's that? He's got. He went 2. Is supposed to go 1. So you'll go the 4. Yeah. Sorry.
Connor Ray will start things off. He's an Arizonan, Gilbert, Arizona, Corona del Sol High School. There's been a bit of a resurgence. If you think about, logic would dictate, right, that Arizona must have good baseball. Half of Major League Baseball trains there. There's ASU and U of A and Grand Canyon and great junior college baseball. But it feels like of late, over the last decade, there's been a growth in the state of Arizona to where I think many of you think it would be, but it wasn't there, and now it is. And certainly there's a lot of professional touch for 6 months when you have teams that train out there for the 6 weeks when the entire Major League team is there. But again, just another handful of really good players. Connor Ray's one of them. Dave Webb coaches at Corona del Sol. He plays for 5-Star, the 5-Star Mafia black team. And he'll start things off for the gold team. Arkansas commit. 12, 13 years old is when his passion for the game started. Gil Morales coaches that 5-Star black team. He said his recruiting experience was crazy, playing at area code, drive home, starts getting phone calls, midnight happens, takes a visit on a non-football weekend, watches the team scrimmage, is around the players, went with C.J. Wall, who you've seen at this event. He said by the end, Coach Weems, Coach Thompson-Hobbs, and then Coach Van Horn, it was a core memory for me. Connor Ray is certainly really representative of a strong mom, too. Single mom, Erin, who's been so important in his life. Representing Arizona. Good to see him out there. Now Missouri's Cole Chambers and an Oklahoma commit. From Wildwood, Missouri. Cole goes to St. Louis University High School, where he plays for Coach Caleb King. St. Louis Legacy, his travel team. Brian Kessler coaches there. He talks about time when he would pass the time being in his grandmother's house. Grandma would say, get outside. And it was a plastic baseball and a bat. He said it started then. Soccer, baseball, back and forth. But now baseball has really become a passion of his. Wants to start. I mean, hopes to be a starter at OU as a freshman. Wants to win a state championship this year. Chase that Gatorade Player of the Year at St. Louis University High School. Cole Chambers has got some lofty goals this year. Excited to see as he continues to grow. The son of Jody and Blake Chambers and the big brother to Peyton. Lee Holt from Milton, Georgia, Texas earned his commitment. A catcher, presence there certainly. And a right-handed hitter. A slightly open stance. There's a little bit of a hitch you can see in the approach. He's from Rockwall. Coach Barry Rose is high school coach. Curiosity, contact. Those are the ways he started his recruiting. And Texas just earned. I mean, if you're a Texan and Texas is offering you, it's got to be near top of your list. Dalen and Jennifer, his parents. And one of his favorite family traditions is Thanksgiving. They go to their deer lease, they hunt, and they hit. Hunt and hit. I mean, if anything doesn't scream Texas baseball, hunting and hitting, I don't know what does. Seems like you'd run into Chipper Jones at some point out there. Team's MVP this year, district MVP. And Holt, obviously, second team All-State with what he has been able to accomplish. Really advanced hit tool as Lee Holt wraps up his time. Ethan Miller is from Wisconsin. He's a catcher. Miller from Slinger, Wisconsin. Braden Nelson coaches. Brandon Nelson, I should say, coaches at Slinger High School. So Big Ten. He'd love to play in the Big Ten. He's uncommitted. And I think what we've seen with the change in college baseball over the last couple of years, we do see more and more athletes come to this event, which you never saw in the past, that are still uncommitted. That doesn't mean they're not going to be college baseball players. For sure, if you're here, you will be. It's just a matter of maybe being a little bit more deliberate with the transfer portal and a little bit of movement. So a guy like Miller may end up being the winner in that patience. Chris and Nicole, his parents. Feels like mentally he has grown this year, and that's always good news for a catcher. 3.7 GPA in the classroom, so a good student as well. Pierce Henry is from Atlanta, Georgia. Maynard Jackson High School. Top 30 player in the state of Georgia as well. Outfielder, strength, speed, and in fact ran a 6.6 60 already through 90 from the outfield. Dad Pat went to Auburn, Mom Kate went to Iowa. Is that one of the spots maybe he finds? Plays for Coach Des Stiegel at Jackson High School. Plays for that Brave Scout team, Coach Jed Douglas. Really good team. Got a chance to see them play and a lot of their athletes play recently. Really good efforts there by Pierce Henry. Isaiah Snavely is from Fort Wayne, Indiana. He is headed off to Wake Forest. Right around the 100 spot in the rankings. Snyder High School. Josh Klickenbeard is his head coach there. Plays for the Indiana Bulls and the White Sox scout team. Quinn Moore. Christian and Kristen are his parents. Older sister Zella, she's 20. Gideon and Evan, his younger brothers. So while we watch him hit, we'll tell you this. He feels like this year, more than anything, during this, 6-month span, that he's really become a better defender. That's a pretty left-handed swing, about 92 miles an hour off the bat there. A couple of times he's been first-team All-Conference. And an honor roll student all 3 years through high school, first 3 years of high school. Jake Turner is a TCU commit, one of the best players in the country. And he's a Vegas guy. And just look at the presence. You could just taking up that entire batter's box there, Turner, with those quick hands. He whips him through the zone. JT Vegas Centennial High School. Chris Martinez, the head coach there. Wow factor, Blue Jays scout team. Goal, by the way, 4.5 GPA. Wants to graduate with a 4.5 GPA. Corey Seager's his favorite player to watch play. And Jake has really been aggressive in taking on a lot of sports. Tennis, football, basketball, soccer, and baseball. All-American for perfect game, top 10 ranked player. 4.3 GPA in the classroom. That wraps around for Jake Turner. Jagger Wilson is an Oklahoma commit. He's from Seneca, Missouri. Seneca High School. Plays for the Ghost National Scout Team. Justin Carter, Kyle Loria, an OU commit, as we said. Shortstop, pitcher as well. Wants to hang right around the top 10 in his graduating class. That's where he is now. He's inside the top 10 amongst all students. So I want to show more appreciation this year to my mom and dad for all they've done to help me achieve my goals. Great story. He commits to Oklahoma, and I'll tell it quickly because we're about to get to talk about Chubb. But he hadn't heard on August 1st, went to a camp August 10th, and ended up committing to Oklahoma later on. Philip and Misha Wilson, his parents. Harry Chubb Jones Jr., a talent through and through. And a pleasure to watch a lot at a lot of perfect game events as we've seen through the years. He's from Douglasville, Georgia. Eli Autry at McEachern High School is the head coach. Performance Brewer scout team, Nico Moran coaching there. Said about 9 years old is when I started to love the game. Said I learned the game was bigger than what's on the field. It gives me friends, and he said a lifetime worth of friends and coaches that I'll always cherish. Wants to be the Gatorade Player of the Year this year, two-way Player of the Year, and someday a broadcaster. He said, I want to get my degree in sports communications, become a sports broadcaster, and also host camps where kids who aren't in the best position financially can get a glove and a bat and tips on life and baseball. How about those goals for one of the top players in the country, Chubb Jones Jr.? Austin Keitlinger. Keitlinger from Northport, Alabama, goes to Northside High School. Eric and Aaron, his parents. Indiana commit. Staff, campus, atmosphere. Great facilities, he said, at IU. This is a big Yankees fan. Alabama guy going to IU, Yankees fan since he was 3. Three times All-State baseball. National Honor Society, National Technical Honor Society, Phi Theta Kappa Honor Society. Said I've watched games sitting on the couch by my dad since I was 3. He'd always play when I asked him, and I owe him a ton. Keitlinger is done. And out of Jesuit in Sacramento, left-handed pitcher who will grab the bat as well, Parker Lip. Would love to be his high school team MVP this year. Wants to hit 8 home runs as a hitter. Lawrence and Tony, his parents. Large family. Holidays are at his house. We host Thanksgiving. We host Easter. And they have a place they can slip away to at Lake Tahoe. Oh, Parker Lip, I'm jealous. That sounds fun. Loves Logan Webb. From that part of the world, don't blame him. He said we train at the same facility in the offseason. I'm able to watch his process, how it translates into the game. So I learn about the intent of preparation from Logan Webb. What a gift to be able to work out and train in that same spot. This is a 4.7 weighted GPA student. Parker Lip. And number 20 on that gold jersey, Luke Young. Corey Warner, his coach at P27 Academy. Uncommitted. Here's some choices he likes. Ole Miss, Clemson, North Carolina, South Carolina, and Coastal Carolina. 95-mile-an-hour exit velocity a moment ago. Michael and Margie, his parents. And there are 7 Youngs between 7 and 22 years old. Luke! How about that family? Ella Brett, Sophie, Josie, Bo, Natalie, and Luke. He said one of my favorite family traditions, as Luke wraps up, football on Thanksgiving. You've got enough people to play right there with your family. Matthew Hernandez, Fort Worth, Texas. He's a right-handed pitcher, but he'll take advantage of a chance to swing the bat. Hernandez, when you take a peek at the rankings, the number 7 right-handed pitcher in the state of Texas. And he's had his at-bats at PG events. Career 362 on base. He's had 105 at-bats. He's homered a couple of times. Eli Dreyer, another pitcher who will take a swing of the bat as well. He's from Brookfield, Wisconsin. That's west of Milwaukee. Goes to Wisconsin Lutheran. Coach Steve Kargas there. Plays for the Dirtbags national team. And I'll tell you where Dreyer's looking to play ball. He is an uncommitted athlete. Illinois, Liberty, and Grand Canyon are some of his dream or desirable schools. Good student. That makes it easy to recruit him. A 3.95 GPA. Has fun on the personal side, the family side, with his dad and his brothers playing church league softball. Joel and Shannon, his parents, Noah and Abe, his brothers. And he's a Brewers fan, and he is a Miz fan. First team all-conference. Grady Nelson's a Midwestern man as well. He's going to Ole Miss. He's from Warsaw, Indiana. Warsaw Community High School, plays for Coach Quinn Moore of the Indiana Bulls travel team. He said, my brother was 6, I was 4. My brother was playing T-ball, I was too young. I wouldn't sit still. They finally let me play. That's when it started for me. Would love to be an all-state competitor this year. Zach and Amy, his parents. And Connor Griffin, one of his heroes already. Work ethic. And then Bryce Harper, Kyle Schwarber above that. There's a pretty left-handed swing. I can see why he likes both of them. A couple of times, really solid football journeys. 2 times all-conference as a football player. And an all-state football player as well. From Oconomowoc, Wisconsin, going to Louisville. Cooper Shafkin. GRB Sticks, his travel team. Kim and Todd, his parents. When he was younger, Ricky Weeks. You folks remember him, Brewer? Ricky Weeks? That's who we love to watch. Played a couple of sports. He's played football. He's played baseball. McSonia, Wisconsin. Oconomowoc, right in that same area. Number 31 is Carson Richter in that gold jersey. From Newbury Park, California. Going to play for Tracy Smith at Michigan. Tana and Kent, his parents. And like this generation, more so than even a half decade or a decade before, he loves college baseball. He said, I love the World Series. I love the college athletes. It's not that I'm not diving into the pro game, but I start with college. See why they become future pros. See how they play the game. Big college baseball fan. He was his team's MVP this year. First team all-league. A real tooled-up outfielder, can drive the ball all over the field and stir things up on the base pads as well. Richter ran a 6.5 60, bettering by almost 0.2 of a second his previous PG best. So the dude's 6'5", and he ran a 6'5". Yeesh. And 93 from the outfield as well. Athletic. Lorenzo Davis now. Another California man. This one from Los Angeles, California. St. Bernard High School. Excited to see where Lorenzo Davis ends up playing. He's an uncommitted athlete. Top 80 first baseman in the country. This is His 11th PG event. What did he do so far? He threw 88 from the outfield. Look at that 6'3" size. Ran a 6'7" 60. Vic Butler's his head coach at St. Bernard. Dad is Jerome. Mom is Angela. Has played for the MLB Breakthrough Series group, MLB Breakthrough Series team. MLB develops as well. And one of the people that really impacts that league and coaching, former Major League manager Jerry Emanuel. He's related to Jerry. So fun to see Lorenzo swing it. Excited to see where he might end up. And we're not done yet. We've got one more group. We'll walk you through the gold athletes as they swing the bat. The Perfect Game National Showcase. Darren Sutton, glad you're hanging out with us.
Hey, am I good? I can't run. Thank you. So it's pretty much like the workshop, production workshop pitch session.
Baylor Denny from Queen Creek, Arizona, and Oklahoma commit. We'll begin our final group of hitters. Castile High School, where Dad Matt is his head coach. He's for the Cincinnati Spikes coach Ryan Arrington. State championship under his belt already. Dad, a legendary coach. 4.3 in the classroom, really good student. Christy is his mom. All-state, couple of years in a row for State 48. State champions a couple of times already. So Denny, good to see him here. Baylor, excited to see where he continues to grow his game. Luke Gladchuk is from Aledo, Texas. And he's a top 100 player, and he's a Texas commit. Texas always was his dream school. The minute his phone rang August 1st, and it was them. It was a no-doubt decision, he said. Top of the class campus, best conference, best facilities, and I want to play for Schloss and the entire staff. John and Lisa, his parents. Yeah, Luke, a special player. Back-to-back state championships, 5A state championships at Aledo. Arizona represented again.
Jace Harrell, he's going to UC Santa Barbara. Highly ranked player, 145 overall in the rankings. Coach Daniel Vandervalk for Jace Harrell, his coach. He said, I went to a club team camp in Santa Barbara. The coaches gave me a tour. They offered me when the tour was over. Had a meeting with the head coach a few weeks later, talked to my family, and took the first offer I ever received. Well, that's a great program at UC Santa Barbara. Jamie and brother, his parents. Jameer, Julian, Jonah, his older brothers, all three older. Speed has improved a ton, and here today, too, it's been ticking down to 6'6", 6'5". And for Jace, just continued to work on speed. Switch hitter, who can motor. Drake Hopp is from Argyle, Texas, and he is an LSU commit. Liberty Christian School, Canes national team for Jeff Petty. 3 times All-State player in Texas. You remember Rockies hitter, really good player, Brad Hopp? That's Dad. Kim is mom. Sis is Avery. The number 1 outfielder in Texas. Boy, that's heady stuff if that's where you're at.
Huh?
And that's exactly where he is ranked. Got a really, really good arm, too. He showed it earlier today. Boy, look at that Exafilo. He just put 108 on the board. 108 for Hopp. He threw 96, by the way, from the outfield. Drake Hopp, Exafilo, batting practice, 108. Broder Katke now. Gacke from Bloomfield Hills, Michigan. Brother Rice High School coach Bob Riker there. Headed to Vanderbilt. Wants to win Jupiter with that Tiger Scout team. Wants to win a state championship at Brother Rice. Wants to make the 18U national team. By the way, when it came down to his college choices, this young athlete that we've known for a long time, he went to Texas A&M and Virginia and Vanderbilt. But he said, Coach Corbin is the one who, and his leadership style appealed to me the most. Josh and Adrian Kaki, his parents. Tito, who is 7, and Henry, who is 15, his siblings. I asked Broder what gives you joy, and here's what he said. Joy is seeing my brother Theo, my sweet swinging left-handed hitting brother. He tanks in wiffle ball. Beautiful swing. And then catching bass with Henry and my family in our cottage in the summer and beating my Uncle Matty in poppers and spades. I love what defines joy for these different young men. El Segundo, California, Stanford commit Chase Mattoon. Mattoon at El Segundo High School. Billy Traber, who used to be a professional pitcher, the head coach there. Roland And Desiree. Mom, by the way, played volleyball at UC Santa Barbara. And his great-grandfather played in the Brooklyn Dodgers organization back in the 40s. Fun family ties. And his sis, who's a couple years younger, Sienna's an excellent beach volleyball player.
He was trying to see if he said Nelly.
Lars Nootbaar also grew up in El Segundo, and that's one of his favorites to watch play. Local player, someone he knows well. Catcher Tyson Moore, the pride of Minnesota. Top 50 player in the country. Buffalo High School, Coach Mike Bielke. FDB national team for Coach Nelly. He said about 14U is when I fell in love with baseball. That's the year my name went on the map. Just a kid from Minnesota back then. Now I'm nationally ranked, and it's humbling. Corey and Tanya, his parents, actually played varsity baseball in 7th grade. He's been an MVP for his high school team. He's been a PG MVP at events. Been a part of USA Baseball. Heck of a long jumper, by the way, when he was in middle school, and a MVP when he's in middle school, and even the first year of high school of football, playing football. Really good catcher. Excited to see the future. And to see what becomes of Moore if he's not drafted, if he heads off to Minnesota. Really strong arm, great baseball IQ, great work ethic. Tyson Moore. Jose Partida. The gifted left-handed pitcher who will swing it, who is committed to play for Willie Bloomquist at Arizona State, who is a top 50 player in the country. Select Festival athlete in 23. High school all-star last year. Number 3 left-handed pitcher in the country. Stacked baseball, his travel team. Got a chance to go to Jupiter last year with the San Diego show. Gary Remiker, the head coach at Cathedral Catholic. Jose's mom is Claudia, graphic designer. Dad, Jose, the construction industry. And he gets a chance to play for Coach Mike Sweeney, who helped with that stack team, who's part of the Royals' history and part of the Royals scout team as well. Jacksonville, Florida is committed to go to Maryland. His name is Landis Pickett. Bishop Snyder High School, Zach Osbeck coaches there. Really good student, by the way, in the running and hopes to just go ahead and grab it. He wants to be his school's valedictorian. He's mid-4s in the GPA right now. Jeremy, Melissa, his parents, they must be proud of that. Who does he love? How about George Kirby? Loves watching him pitch. Chris Sanchez. And he said, by the way, they're also on my fantasy team. So I play them, and then I learn from them. When he pitches on the mound, he's 92, four-seamer, sinker, slider, curve, changeup. All pitches kind of distinctive, so we will see him pitch here in just a bit. Beckett Shimpa is from Maple Grove, Minnesota, and Beckett is a Stanford commit. Jeff Peterson is high school coach at Maple Grove Senior. And he plays for the Icemen and Specs National. Love Justin Kaminsky and the work that he does up there. Two-way player and a good one. Very athletic, has held on to that athleticism. His parents are Bob and Amber, and his younger brother is Gus. Last 2 years, he's been an all-conference competitor, and again, a Stanford commit with 12 AP courses already completed. 12. Zoen Watson is from San Diego, East Lake High School, and an LSU commit. Been reading about Zoen, been communicating with Zoen, and excited to see him play. Brian Kane runs the San Diego show. That's where he plays his travel ball. Went to an LSU camp back in January of 23. It's been his dream school after that. And he got that verbal in there, one of the last to go in at 13. EJ and Maravik, his parents. He said, I love my diverse background, by the way, which is half Filipino and African American. He said every family event is surrounded by traditional food and culture. Zoen Watson. East Lake High School Defensive Player of the Year last couple of years. Dad played college football at Colorado State. Jake Churchman, catcher, TNXL Academy. Originally from Corona, now lives in De Leon Springs, Florida. His love affair with this game started like 9 or 10 years old. And by the way, has a passion not only in the classroom, but wants to learn to fly. Dad is David, his mom is Tracy, and it's just them. He's an only child. Loves college baseball, loves the energy of the sport. And he's been a 4.0 Churchman his entire life. Lubin Rincon is a Texas commit. Big, tall, rangy shortstop. And a top 50 player in the country. Caballo, his nickname. Goes to the Bennett School, Coach Kevin Witt. He's for the Wildcatters, same coach. Lubin is dad, Luzvani is mom. Really good discipline at the plate, really good patience. Even at a younger age, we've seen Lubin slow the game down.
Where are you going? Third. Third? All right.
Maxwell Stewart. From San Diego, California, Max Stewart. Cathedral Catholic. Plays for John Pano, CBA. So here's what he shared, school, like dream schools, because he's uncommitted. UCLA, Mizzou, San Diego State, Washington, Utah, and Notre Dame. And this guy who's loved this game since 6 years old. Going to make a decision here sometime soon. Mom is Sarah, dad is Nick. And his older sister's Bella. She's 20. He loves Pete Crow Armstrong, who was at the National Showcase what feels like yesterday. Maybe 2019, is that right? When it was at Chase Field. I'll never forget the hype surrounding PCA when he came as the #1 player in the land. And we got to see him go to work. Alessio Casasanta. Talented Canadian from St. Maximilian Colby High School in Aurora, Ontario. Casasanta. Coach Jason Rutherford, his travel coach for the Ontario Cobras. And it was 11 years ago that he fell in love with the game because of guys named Bautista, Encarnacion, and Donaldson. The 2015 Blue Jays, and he was in and loved this sport and went to work. Dante and Uldos are his parents. And Luis Barland, one of his favorite players, along with Juan Soto as well. Up to speed, did really well. Had a chance to play in Netherlands with Team Italy, so he's been able to represent the 15U Italian national team, albeit a Canadian citizen, because of his heritage. That's amazing. So Casasanta, excited to see where his journeys take him and where he ends up committing. JJ's turn. Gilbert, Arizona, the Texas commit. JJ Utash, Williamsfield High School coach Randall Clifford. Josh and Courtney, his parents. Jaylee and Jalissa, his older sisters. And younger brothers, Jared, who's 15 years old. And JJ likes another tall hitter who happens to be left-handed and has learned a lot watching Freddie Freeman hit. Freddie, for any tall hitter, is just, you learn, right? You learn getting those limbs extended, how you handle things. And so JJ's time is over. Excited to see, with all those skills, one of the top players out there, top 40, top 38 as a matter of fact. Fisher Howell from Mississippi is a Mississippi commit, an Ole Miss, I should say Mississippi State. Headed to Starkville. #1 shortstop in the state, #5 player overall, wow factor his travel team, switch hitter, by the way. Just past 17 years old. 98 miles an hour exit velocity that time. Hey, by the way, he ran a 6.860. And threw 80 across the infield. 98 miles an hour exit velocity just a moment ago. Had a really good week at the 17U WWBA that Fisher Howell had a 529 on base. Devlin Daniel, another Mississippi State commit. Pride of Cincinnati. Number 2 player overall in the state of Ohio. Dad Carey played college baseball in Indiana and at Cincinnati. Mom Deidre, really good athlete when younger, went to Cincinnati after playing high school soccer, volleyball, softball, so athletic family for sure. Cincinnati Spikes, Coach Joe Kiesling, his travel team. Devlin Daniel. Daniel really flexed from the outfield. If you weren't with us earlier, through 96 miles an hour. Big metrics during that time. Ran a 6.660. And the final swing of this day's batting practice is Howie Donoho, Chillicothe High School, Wheeling, Missouri. Pitcher by trade, the number 6 right-handed pitcher in the state of Missouri. So we'll see him take the mound. He did, which is not bad for a big guy and an athlete. Run a 6.960, not bad for a pitcher. Had a really big outing on the mound at the 17 UWWBA last week. 6 2/3 innings, 1 earned run, 7 strikeouts for the Royals scout team. By the way, we've got a ball game for you, too. Excited about that here in a bit. And we want to thank all the athletes, all the time they took to introduce themselves, as we can continue to explain who they are. As that'll wrap up all the skills and drills, day 1 of Perfect Games National Showcase. Here in a bit, we've got our first of 2 games today. Have them both for you. Black team, Columbia Blue team, teams 1 and teams 2. My name's Darren Sutton. Really glad you're with us at Perfect Games 2026 National Showcase. The very best players in the 2027 class here in Miami, Florida.
Exactly, pretty self-explanatory. Can hang it up or something, or I got a clipboard. Yeah. I usually map it out. I usually tell the guys to do it.
Hey,
You already did
gentlemen,
your showcase.
do we know which team's the home team for the
We're
first game?
visitors, so home team will be Columbia.
You want to talk parenting, or I'll let you choose since I came in real late on this one. You want to talk parenting or coaching first, or your journey at IU as a college baseball player? You pick where you want to go.
Well, the journey at IU is probably the shortest one. That might be the quickest journey because that was, that baseball career was short lived. But I'm fine with whatever way direction you guys want to go. I am fine with it.
Okay, so Jeff, he's underplaying it a little bit. I've heard really good things about his work for Bob Morgan, what he did as a player. I see a 305 career average. I see 20 home runs. I see a lot of wins there. What do you cherish most about your time? And it's years back as we all get older. That doesn't mean it doesn't disappear from your mind. What do you cherish most about your time as a college baseball player?
I think by far we won a Big Ten championship my junior year and got to go to the NCAA tournament for the first time in a long time at the school back in 1996. And that by far was the highlight of my career there. Just obviously the friendships and the teammates that you were there with and going through that. But the experience of when you win at a high level, obviously I don't think there's anything that beats that regardless of what you're doing individually. And so when we, that's what we talk about. We all talk about the 1996 year that we won a Big Ten and that we got to play in the NCAA tournament. And we played against Wichita State, who was #1 team in the country at that time. I'm aging myself or dating myself, but Casey Blake was at third base and Darren Looper was their closer and out there, and they beat us 3-1. Then we were fortunate enough to beat the Delaware. And then we played Rice, and Rice had Lance Berkman. Lance Berkman homered both sides of the plate against us and was 5 for 6. The only time he got out, he popped up to our catcher, and I think when our catcher caught it, drove him about 3 feet down into the ground. But and Matt Anderson, who was a first-round pick, was started against us that game. So it was a quick NCAA tournament for us because we go 1-2. But to answer your question, that experience to do that with your teammates and be able to win a championship and get to participate in the NCAA tournament at a school like Indiana that hadn't done it in a long time was by far the highlight.
Your father obviously played well, a generation before you there, and a teacher, a coach. Your mom, a teacher. When did you know? You were wise enough, as I understand it correctly, to take on an internship with Butch Carter. You knew Chris Carter, the famed Chris Carter, but you took on an internship with an NBA team. When did you have any inkling at all that you think I might want to get into this coaching thing?
I think that I always wanted to be a coach because, like you said, my dad was a coach. He coached us growing up, and back in the day, when there was not this specialization in sports that you see now for kids, you'd play all three. And my dad actually coached all three at the high school level: basketball, football, baseball. He wasn't a head coach in all of them, but and so we just went whatever with him to practice. He'd take us all the time. Whatever he was coaching, that's what we were playing. So I knew that I wanted to be in athletics. Found out, like I had mentioned, after my career at Indiana, that it wasn't probably going to be as a player in the professional as we all probably hoped to be growing up. So I went with Tracy Smith, who you know well, to Miami of Ohio to do my grad school, was finished there. At that time, Tracy didn't have any openings on his staff, and Butch Carter happened to be visiting our family in Middletown, Ohio. He was just named the head coach of the Toronto Raptors, and he said, "Would you like to come up and intern with me?" And I said, "Butch, I've been hitting baseballs the last 4 or 5 years." And he said, "It's not about that. We'll teach you the X's and O's. It's about dealing with people and work ethic and all that type of thing." And I figured I would be in Toronto for 1 year. I was fortunate. I was there for 15, and this is my 28th year now in the NBA, and been very, very lucky. Had a lot of people look out for me, and just the relationships. And again, I've just been fortunate. I really have. And so that's how that journey went. And to go from hitting baseballs to coaching basketball it seems crazy, and it is, but I just, again, very, very fortunate.
You were speaking about specializing in sports nowadays, and that's something that's prevalent right now in the amateur space. What is your thought process on that?
On the specialization, I'm sorry?
Yeah, athletes specializing in one sport and not playing multiple sports growing up. And that happening more and more.
It's funny because I'm torn because I think that, the just being able to play all three growing up in Middletown, Ohio, where there was the biggest thing, sounds crazy, but just the weather, the change in weather. And I say that because when I was living in Michigan, when Dante was growing up, Dante played all three sports, my son. And then when we moved out to Sacramento out here, when I was coaching, you could play baseball year round. And so it's twofold. One, we made sure that he played basketball, soccer, and baseball just to get the different aspects of that and just the different type, just so he doesn't get the burnout and things that they all talk about. And then when he got to be about 9 or 10, he still played basketball, but he would still hit every night and do his baseball thing because we were big fans of doing multiple things, whether it's dance or band or whatever, just extracurriculars. And but what you find is, and I go back to the weather, they were playing baseball out here 365 days in California. And what you find is if you're not still doing baseball every day, even if you're doing those other things, you just get left behind. I mean, it stinks, but it's factual. Like if a kid is hitting every single day, now I'm not saying as a pitcher you're going out and you're throwing for 12 straight months, but as a hitter and just collecting at bats and swinging, it really is beneficial. But I think it's tough. And why I say I'm torn is because I love multi-sport athletes. But if you're trying to go where a lot of these kids want to go, and you're talking at the elite level, where where the guys that Darren's around every day and the guys that you're coaching, Jeff, then you can't put a bat down for 4 or 6 months and forget about it and anticipate or try to catch up with those that have been doing it year round. So it's tough.
Yeah, I tend to agree with your answer, and a lot of people scare away from that answer. They jump right in and they say, "Oh, it's just so important that you play basketball and you play football and you play baseball." And you don't get a lot of guys come on this show or in general say you shouldn't put that bat down for long. You need to be swinging that thing as much as you can. And clearly, what Dante did worked. It's an interesting perspective for sure.
Yeah, it's interesting too.
And to that point,
jump back in. Go ahead. Sorry to interrupt. Please, Micah.
No, you're not at all. I was just going to say, but you're exactly right. And it's not like, again, I mean, during basketball season, basketball practice, but he'd come home and he'd go out, and it's not like we're full out putting the tarps out, L screens, going up to the field and hitting balls. I mean, it's just, even if it's a bucket of balls in the cage, in your garage, hitting off of a tee and doing some front toss and some flips, or even taking 50 dry cuts in a mirror. It's just making sure that you're staying sharp. You are, and you can still play basketball. You can still play soccer. And I think the good thing is that you see now, especially football. The easiest one to me is football, sit out basketball, or play soccer, and then you have the basketball season to get ramped up for your baseball. I think it's difficult for those guys, and it takes special athletes to be able to play all three at a super high level. I think, and I know I'm going back, but I know like guys like the Joe Mauers and even the Kyler Murrays that you see, that those guys are elite and very, very special, and there's those few that can do it. But for the guys that are on the verge, I think that, again, I hate to say it, but if you're trying to do what you want to do and play at a Division I level, high level college, and even beyond that, if you're fortunate, then you can't just not do something for 6-8 months.
It's interesting, Micah. I'm curious. How much do you think? And I didn't dive into this. I regret that I did with Dante when he was younger. But tying to your career, I learned what I could learn from my father's career as a Hall of Fame pitcher. Maybe more about broadcasting in the end than I learned about playing, because I didn't have those skills to play at a high level. How much do you think your career, things you were able to share, stories with elite athletes, how much do you think there was a little bit of sponge from Dante? Different sport, but you know what? Great practices are great practices. How much do you think Dante listened and learned from your job being around those athletes?
I think a ton. And I think the one thing that's helped him more than any is he would see how even guys that, even at the professional level, and we've all been around it, you guys have all been around it too, there's still people at the professional level that set themselves apart. Like that, I mean, there's still those tiers of really good players, and then why are those really good players good players? How do they carry themselves? What do? They do more work, when people are not watching, or they get extra stuff in. So he's able to sit and watch all that. He's a bit of a quiet kid, so he would absorb that. I think the other and the biggest thing for him, and you guys could probably attest to this too, is just being in NBA locker rooms and even Division I high athletic locker rooms as a young kid, or being around the Canes national team that Jeff's sons are privy to. Like when you're around elite players that are doing things that you want to do, whether you, like you said, Darren, basketball, football, or baseball, they're professionals. And just so he's never in awe. There's not a moment, there's not a stage, there is no time where, and that I could say that if Dante gets into any moment on a field, he's fine. And the other thing I will say is with athletics, you're always moving around. Your dads, I moved Dante 7 times, and his sister Mia and my wife Melissa, God bless her, I've drugged them all over the country. And they got to immerse themselves, and they got to make new friends. They got to be part of a team. And so all of that helps us a ton. And I think that the few of us, or the few of them that are able to be entitled to that, or have that opportunity, you can't help but to help you down the stretch. And like I said, Darren, there's not a locker room that you're uncomfortable in. There's Jeff, all the great athletes that you've coached, the great athlete, the levels that you've played at, like you're not uncomfortable. And so that is half of it, in my opinion. There's no performance anxiety, if you will.
This could be any team. So I want to ask you more on the mental side of it. And I want to ask you as a post-50 guy. I know, what was it, a year or two ago that Anthony Edwards dedicated his 50-plus point game to you right around your 50th birthday. That's quite a tip of the cap. But it's us post-50 guys. Here where I'm going. You'll know where I'm going quickly. To interview for a high-level job like you did with the Knicks. To prepare. To understand what they want. To understand who you are and maybe how it fits. I'm envious. And here's what I mean by that. When we go through our lives and you get, like, people talk about your mind being next level, how to coordinate, substitutions late, how to call the timeout, how to foul, when not to foul. Like, your mind is praised at such a high level. But having that interview is out of all of our comfort level. How much did you enjoy being uncomfortable and going through that process? Because once all of us get post-50, we don't get as many chances like that.
Yeah, I think that's a great question. I think that early in my career, I used to think that it was all about X's and O's and how can I get this guy a shot or what kind of scheme can you run up. But but having now getting older, and to your point, when you talk about my mind, and I appreciate the compliment. A lot of that is just because of trial and error or just learning every day from, I've been around, 13 different head coaches and taken something from all of them. And then just, there's no one creating their own things anymore. It's just, when have you seen work and that type of thing and repeating that. But to answer your question, early on, I thought it was X's and O's. And then you find out it's more about people. And the other thing is not only the players and relationships there, because playing 82 games, playing 162 in baseball, how can you get them to compete at a high level on a Tuesday night in the middle of winter when you're on a back-to-back or wherever it may be, and just saying, hey, look, I need your best tonight, and that type of thing. And so motivating, and if they know you care about them and they know that you're going to put them in a position to be successful, then they're going to play. The other thing with that is relationship with the front office, knowing what they're trying to do, being on the same page with them. Like, for example, Detroit. I interviewed with Detroit. I know that Detroit, they hadn't made the playoffs in a while. So it's about young kids developing, teaching them how to win, and building a culture. Okay, well, New York, I go interview for that job. They were in the Eastern Conference Finals. So the next level for them is the finals. So they're ready to win. So now, in my whole presentation to them was like hidden value or trying to just show where, with the group that they have, you're talking about a possession or two a game. And then you're talking in the playoffs, 1 or 2 wins to put you over the top. So how can you provide that to them? Is that, different combinations of players playing Karl Anthony Towns? I don't want to get too much in the details, but okay, do you want to play him at the 4? Do you want to play him at the 5? Do you just those types? I don't want to bore people with that, but that's the different mindset. So when you go for these jobs, knowing what's going on, and I think the other thing that I found out being older, it's helped me, is trying to control the interview. And what I mean by that is having a presentation. Like with the Knicks, it was a 7-hour sit-down interview, and I had a presentation of 40 or 50 slides, and I just said, hey, are you cool if I just walk you through my thoughts on all of this, and you jump in? And they really seemed to enjoy that. I don't know enjoy it, but they were, I think, appreciative, and I tried to make sure I hit on everything from here's how 8 all the way 12 months, what we're looking to do, player development, the meetings, what it's going to look like, what practice going to look like, interactions with front office, the personnel, player development, what's that going to look like? How are you going to travel, your strength conditioning, your off-season so there's so many things that you put in, and I think when you can put that all on a slide and not just kind of teach or talk to those points, that really helps. And that's what I've learned being older, to your point. And as we get older, we appreciate these opportunities a lot more. And the last thing I'll say about that is Joe Ingles gives me a hard time. He's like, oh, you can't get a job. I said, well, I'm like Australia. I can get on the podium in the Olympics. I just can't win the gold yet, So, so he appreciated that. But I've been very fortunate, especially the last few years. And again, that goes back to because the Minnesota Timberwolves have been to the Western Conference Finals the last 2 years. I'm pretty much, you ask anybody, you ask Tracy Smith, who's known me forever, I'm the same person. But winning helps you get those opportunities for sure. And that's not lost on me.
Absolutely, it does. I'm going to go in a completely different direction. That's the kind of the beauty of this show. As a coach in the travel industry, I've always felt like perfect game events, it makes players better. And I think one of the reasons why is because, and there's many reasons, but that gets kids out of their areas, their regions, and then they go play other players from all over the country. And I don't feel like there's anyone else that does it at the level that they do. Now that your son played in a ton of those events growing up, and excelled, what do you feel like Perfect Game did for your son in his amateur career?
I mean, it's crazy because again, just so everybody knows, I'm not perfect game. It's you and I worked. Excuse me, Dante played for you, so this answer is going to sound like I am promoting public game and perfect game and all that, but it was unbelievable. If it wasn't for perfect game, let alone Dante's commitment to Mississippi State, he is not a first round draft pick because even to this day, he was in Michigan. And in Michigan, you might have an arm or two, but and Michigan is looked on as not a high caliber baseball. But because of perfect game, because of the opportunities he had with the Canes to go play every single weekend in the summer, and now they're week long tournaments, but to go down to Atlanta, to go to East Cobb, to play in Hoover, have the opportunity to play at the Perfect Game All-American. If it's not for perfect game, Dante is in college somewhere, and he's probably in college at maybe Michigan or Michigan State if he had not done perfect game. And I tell people all the time that, go play against the best, play with the best. And what's the beauty about baseball and perfect game is, just like with the Canes, all these kids come from all over the country and can meet. Because it's not like basketball where we're running plays. It's not like football where you have to have plays and the offensive lineman has to do this and do that. No, it's just baseball. And a lot within baseball is one-on-one. It's a hitter, pitcher, and so you can get away with it in baseball. But anybody that has an opportunity, if you are serious about being and playing at the next level, perfect game gives you the perfect opportunity. Because the other thing is, if you're playing the Canes National, and I think about this, Coach Petty, we're down in Atlanta, and we're over at the Lightning High School, right? And the team that's literally a high school team essentially, but we've got a big kid on the bump that's throwing that is uncommitted, and there were every single SEC head coach in the stands. There's umpteen amount of major league scouts. There's other college coaches watching that kid. But if that's somebody from that Lightning team who's not even there, a kid goes up that no one knows about, and all of a sudden knocks three or hits that kid, just hits three, has three really good at-bats, does something that catches somebody's eye, that's an opportunity for him, not even having to be on the Canes National or these other big-time teams, but just by participating in a perfect game tournament and having an opportunity to play 6 and 7 games a week against other high-caliber teams. If you are good, that's what's great now about perfect game. You will be found, and there will be an opportunity for you to play college baseball. And we're not even talking about professional baseball. That's a whole nother level, and that's great. But if you can play beyond high school, that's phenomenal. And perfect game allows you the opportunity to do that.
It means a lot coming from you for sure. And I appreciate the answer for sure.
Yeah, it's a thoughtful
Dick?
answer. I know I took a lot of our time. We're going to have our next guest come in. I had the tech issue, but I can't leave without doing two things. And even if our guests come in, we'll ask him to wait. Here's a text I write to Tracy Smith. For our casual viewers, head coach, Michigan, but has been an amazing coach for many, many years. In 2013, took Indiana to the College World Series, built amazing prospects out here at ASU, and probably should be here. Pandemic hit, wasn't treated real fairly when everything came back through. He's really great at Michigan. I say, hey, happy Thanksgiving. I'm interviewing Mike Nori today, and I'd welcome any thoughts or memories you may have of him. Thank you very much. That was at 02. Took him 41 minutes to think about this, or he may have other things to do. He says, and I quote, ask him about being my assistant and quitting on me twice to take NBA jobs. That's the first thing he said. Number 2, he says his brother played for me. He says his dad coached with me 3 times. He said Micah could never lay off the high fastball, but he was a heck of a college hitter. Your thoughts on Tracy Smith's thoughts?
Well, first of all, I did leave twice. First one was his fault. He did not have a job for me at Miami of Ohio once my gradship. And then I went with him at Indiana. And now, mind you, this was before NIL, probably before the internet with all that recruiting. And I would be going down to Evansville, Indiana, a guy telling me his left-hander's throwing 87. I'd go down there, and the numbers were flipped. He's throwing 78. So all those times you go watching that, and you're like, are you kidding me? And then my wife, you have to be, at this time, and that's why Tracy's the best. We were the strength coaches. We were the proctors for the 4-hour study halls. We were the coaches. You had to shift your because they didn't have their indoor facilities. you could practice at 7 at night because softball had it early or football had it early. And my wife said, Micah, I see you less as a college baseball coach than I did as an NBA coach for about a quarter of the money. God, now I know the money now is great, and Tracy's making big bucks, but back then, at $35,000 was my wife was like, Micah. And so, yeah, so that one I apologize for him. The first one's him. Second one, as far as, yes, my dad coached with him forever. My brother played for him. My brother set the Miami of Ohio, I think, record. He had 106 hits. I was probably the worst one by far. Dante committed to play for him at Arizona State. And if you ask, because even when he went to Michigan, he said, you're not going to send Dante. And like I told my dad makes very clear, the speed and the talent skipped a generation. It went from my dad's claims that it skipped my brother and I and went to Dante. And no, the Smith family's been unbelievable. And to your point, Darren, about Arizona State, I think if COVID did not hit, they had the number one team in the country pretty much. And they had Torkelson, the number one pick, and then coming out of that. But Tracy, I tell you, as far as building a program, I know he did it at Miami of Ohio. He did it at Indiana, Arizona State. He was on his way there and now back at Michigan. But as good as it is when it comes to a college baseball and running a program, and he's always been very, very good to my family, and we will always hold him in high, high esteem for sure.
I have one more for you, and since I have you here, there's no way I don't take advantage of this, and maybe this is just a me thing, so for all our viewers, I apologize. Again, I'll bring our viewers up to speed. Micah is known as one of the best interviews, period, when you're heading into the locker room or at the end of the quarter. NBA sideline, you go to him. I need you to use the word mistletoe in your answer, please. The word mistletoe is the one I want you to get in. I'm the sideline reporter. I look way worse than anyone that interviews you. I understand that. But I'm the sideline reporter. Get the word mistletoe in. Your team closed out on a 10-0 run, but you played very little defense the entire first half. You're still down 15. You didn't shoot it well, didn't play much defense, except for you woke up heading into the locker room with a nice little 10-0 run. So my first question to you is, tell me about what you saw with your team out there in the first half.
Well, obviously we struggled defensively very, very much. We were lucky in closing at the last few minutes to close on a 10-0 run. But if we're trying to get to the party and catch the hot girl underneath the mistletoe for a catch, we better start off this third quarter with a little bit more of a run.
Yes! That's all I wanted to do. That's the only reason I want that. This is what excited me more than anything.
Oh, Lord.
Petty, you got any more? Jump in. That's all I needed. This made
I
my
don't
day.
have
This
any
made
more.
my holiday
Me and-
season.
I don't have any more. Me and him, we did a little side interview for 20 minutes when you were late.
I
so
know.
we caught up well. We did
See?
well. So
See,
I'm
here's
so
the thing,
glad.
Micah. I got to let you know, Micah. I bust his chops. I'm one of the, like, everyone dotes on Jeff. They love him, and I do too. But I kind of, once we turn the red light on this thing, I don't as much. So he owes me this one now. Being the 8, 10, 12, 15 minutes late I was, yes, he owes me.
Before I go, I'd be remiss. Number one, thank you, Coach Petty, for what you did with Dante for the Canes. I mean, unbelievable. Thank you for taking him, helping him develop into the player he is, the kid he is. And Darren, I'd be remiss if I did not thank you, because I know that you were the one talking about the perfect game, All-American stuff on that interview. So both of you, when I was talking to my wife, just how much both of you and be able to tie this all together. I was so excited to be a part of it. What you guys are doing is great. And again, the Nori family, both of you will always have a special place just for what you both have done and how you've impacted Dante's life, which has in turn impacted ours. So again, thank you very much.
Oh, man. You're the man.
Yeah, that's why we do it. That's why that right there, I'll be honest with you. I mean, I'm glad I get paid, Micah, but it's why I do what I do. The thoughts from the parents and in a world where everything seems to be short-term attention span theater, I think there's plenty of room for some deeper things. So I appreciate your thoughts.
Thank you guys for having me.
Game number 1 from Perfect Games National Showcase 2026 here in Miami, Florida. Vinny Servino, Darren Sutton, and you. Thanks for being with us. We always say, Vinny, that the games are about the the pitchers, and they're set up for the pitchers. I understand that because there aren't pitcher drills. But the games are also for the hitters because BP is very different than hitting in a game.
Oh, 100%. It's about, we see these workouts in the morning. We see players putting up these big numbers, these gaudy numbers, both in terms of velocity, exit velocity, 60 times, and then we see how those skills and showcase tools translate to game performance.
What stood out for you this morning just seeing this crop on this stage for the first time? And I know it's going to evolve as we go. And I understand a lot of those are just metrics, but big picture, the class of 27, what were some things that popped for you this morning?
Yeah, I think the shortstops have a chance to be a pretty good class. A couple highly ranked guys that were in this first group of workouts. Like Lubin Rincon, Connor Ray, among some others. Lots of top 100 ranked guys here at this event, and Malachi Butler as well. I mean, his shortstop round was fantastic.
Cole Cinnamon is on the mound, and we have been enjoying his work. He was someone that was a part of the All-Star game last year and took part in some of the drills through this time. Left-handed pitcher, and Blake Ragsdale is his foe, the Chicagoland athlete who famously homered at the 14U National Showcase. Ragsdale will play second and short in this game today.
Yeah, Ragsdale took a really good round of infield earlier this morning. Obviously played on that FTB Phillies team that made it to the Final Four at 17U World Wood Bat last week.
Goals from Chesapeake, Virginia, left-hander on the mound. Great Bridge High School. Sean Todd's his coach there. Jenny and Cade, his parents. Dips over the outside corner. Breaking ball, 78 miles an hour. 1-2 the count. Boy, it's so fast and furious. I'm sure you guys are scribbling, writing, taking notes, communicating with one another. It's almost as if a game is a game. You and I love this game, but it's almost as if, wait, we can kind of ease our way through this.
Yeah, it definitely does. I don't want to say slow down a little bit.
The drills are crazy.
The drills are nuts. Yeah, the efficiency that we operate with is pretty impressive, and a lot of our tournament or showcase ops people, shouts out to our Jason Gurst, Kurt Gardners, Kenny Gardners. They make this thing flow.
We talked about how Cinnamon has had the opportunity to pitch in big games. Great Bridge was a state champion this year. He's played varsity baseball going back to 8th grade. So far, the fastball, 87, 88 miles an hour from this left-hander. A good dive under the swing and a miss that time, one away.
Yeah, really good breaking ball there from Cinnamon. He's a guy we saw last week over at the 17U World Wood Bat. Was up to 92 in that appearance. Obviously has really, really impressive left-handed power as well.
Malachi Butler. Georgia Tech commit. He's from just outside of Atlanta in Powder Springs. Goes back to that breaking ball. 1-0 the count to Malachi Butler. Plays for the East Cobb Astros travel team. Malachi talks about playing baseball since he was 3 years old. Michael, his dad, Michael Jr., is his older brother. Pretty good fastball that misses just inside, 88 miles an hour. Cut fastball.
Yeah, Malachi is one of the more impressive shortstops in this year's class. Ranked 23rd nationally currently. Took arguably the best infield round of the day.
And what does that mean? What all are you looking at? Because I know the first thing isn't the metrics. No offense to the arm, but what does that mean when you say the best round?
I mean, he looked the most like a professional shortstop out there. The footwork, the athleticism, the actions, everything comes really, really easy to him over at shortstop. what you're looking for, guys that you can project out to be a shortstop on a field like this at the big league level one day. And he fits that description.
3.8 GPA in the classroom. Gap-to-gap hitter. He's aware when he scouts himself. He says, I'm a plus defender. Runner takes off, by the way. There are no walks in these showcase games, so you will see runners come on, runners jump in and play for those that are part of it. So as Butler hits, Ragsdale, who struck out, said, I'll run. I would have wanted to run. So you don't walk, and then you see all fastballs after ball 4. That fastball's, 88, 89 miles an hour so far.
We just saw 7 straight balls. That must have something. 7 straight? Oh, that's 6 straight. 4 and 3.
Good pitch over the outside corner that time, 88. A lot of, they're calling it a cutter in-house with the metrics machines here in a big league stadium. I just think it has a lot of run, a lot of glove side run, Vinny.
Yeah, it's the scoreboard can be a little misleading because they auto generates those names, the pitch types and everything.
Sure.
Just based on the shape, but yeah, Cinnamon's just kind of living on that outside corner right now. I think that's also a little bit part of it, just yanking the arm across, but trying to get back into this count.
Works from the third base side of the rubber. And let his defenders do the work. That one 89 miles an hour. Back to the screen it goes. And C.J. Wall, he'll catch in this game. He's on deck. I enjoyed, by the way, meeting the Yormack brothers during the drills. My goodness, one of them's on the black team, and we'll see him. The other one will pitch. Runner moves up to third. Good looking fastball that time. Laid on it, popped it foul. And just trying to find the strike zone. His high school coach, Sean Todd, Great Bridge High School. We told you that's where Justin Upton, the Upton brothers, went to Great Bridge High School. Couple of runners out there and another one into the dirt. Runners on second and third. Walters out there pinch running. Jet Walters. Skips away, far enough away for a run to score. And though we don't really tightly keep score, we point out when a run scores.
Blake, come back.
A chance for Blake to trot around the track. And another runner out there.
He was ready to go right back to first base.
Tyler Gluding is running.
I think it was Ryan Yormack down there like, no, back to first. You got to run again, Blake.
On the ground, gobbled up from the second base side. Nice scoop at first base, too, by the way. Very nice play over there made by the second baseman, covering quite a bit of ground. It's Antonio Chavez making the play. And the dig, by the way, was the sure-handed Frank Thomas III. Soft hands. We always, I don't ever want to take first baseman for granted. C.J. Wall digs in. Runner on the way to third has swiped it. Gluding swipes the bag.
It's funny from a scouting perspective, first base is not like the sexiest position, but from an operations perspective, first base and catcher, very, very important positions.
Oh, my gosh. It's crazy, and I think I was probably closed-minded to that or maybe just ignorant to it when I was younger. And then when I was around it at the highest level for a little bit calling games and worked with a first baseman, an old first baseman, Mark Grace, and then saw the difference that it could make.
Mm-hmm.
Like a young infielder trying to gain confidence in his throw, understanding that I'll just get it close and my first baseman's going to help me. I love watching first base.
It's very much a craft, very much a skill, and one that you said, like you said, Sud, can really help a lot of the other infielders.
Oh, it's such a beautiful position. C.J. Wall is the batter, by the way. He's from Statesboro, Georgia. Goes to Georgia Premier Academy. Gene Reynolds is the coach there. Really good student, 4.0 GPA. Jason and Krista, his parents. He's been lucky enough, just based on family reasons, to travel the world. He's been to 11 countries, 3 continents. Arkansas commit catcher. Well, he is right on top of the plate. And so you pitch him in. A little breaking ball that starts at the kneecaps and dips over the inside corner. Strike 3.
Yeah, really good front door breaking ball there from Cinnamon, who was able to land that pitch effectively when he was throwing it. Wall, like you said, right on top of the plate, did show that big power and BP as well.
Right, we're rolling. We'll play 10. We'll play a couple of games of 10, by the way. And Yormak's going to hop out on the mound and go to work. The right-handed pitcher, Derek Yormak. From Merrick, New York, John F. Kennedy High School. Mike Gaddis is the head coach there. Goes national, his travel team, and he's a Vanderbilt commit. Benny, ever been to this ballpark before this event?
I was here once 10 years ago when I was an intern.
Okay.
Because I was interning in Fort Myers. And me and the other interns drove over one day because we wanted to see Jose Fernandez pitch.
Wow. And
it
you
was
did?
Awesome. Yeah.
You did? Oh, my
He
goodness.
threw like 8 shutout innings that day. It was awesome.
What an unforgettable memory that is. Holy smokes. So tell me what you guys are saying about the Yormak brothers, because you know me, like you guys know them all. I come here, and I'm lucky enough to be a part of this with you guys, and a lot of it's reading in for me. I'm catching up, right? You've been knowing a long, long time. I'm kind of top shelf guy only. These two brothers intrigue me. Obviously they're highly ranked, but tell me about them.
Yeah, they were very kind of similar players. I think they've kind of gone down different paths now. Derek being more of a pitcher, Ryan being more of a position player. Derek should be up to right around, I saw him up to 95 in West Palm a couple weeks ago. It's a power fastball, power aggressive approach. And Ryan has got big right-handed power.
All right, let's watch him work. Excited to see what kind of stuff he has on the mound. Chase Austin is his first foe, an Oregon State commit. As he takes the first pitch, it drops in there. A little breaking ball over the outside corner for strike 1. Austin will play right, center, and left field in today's game. Back-to-back breaking balls. That one hit on a line, out to center field. Dive and a roll, and a fine play made out there. Austin has base hit taken away. That's Jet Walters diving and knocking it down.
Yeah, Walters was awesome during workouts. Twitchy, athletic, ran a 6.4. Took a really strong round of BP, and now showing that defensive skill here with a diving catch. Really nice play.
One of the names, by the way, I've known for a long time is this name, the man hitting, Max Hemingway. Puyallup, Washington, IMG Academy, Tennessee commit. He was a commit before the rules changed, so he's been a commit for a long, long time. How's he grown and evolved?
Max had a really good spring from a power perspective. You know, he's obviously we've seen him since he was 14, 13. But the ability to kind of hit for power and hit for power at both sides of the field is something that has really elevated his game. Like, the hit tool's always been there. He's always been one of the best defenders in the class at shortstop, and now he's just continuing to get better and better.
And one of those players where the skills and the game looks easy for him as that breaking ball misses away. Fastball's already touched 93 miles an hour for the big fella on the mound. Couple of 93s to Max Hemingway to start him off before the breaking ball. That one fastball dots the inside corner. A little bit of arm side run. Good looking pitch. Oh, that's a changeup. That's why. That's why it had that movement. And it was 87, not 93. Boy, that's a pretty pitch. Changeup followed by a fastball again at 93. And this doesn't look like a raw pitcher. Looks like a young man with a plan.
Yeah, he's got a plan. You look at the way the body moves, the arm moves, and the delivery. Like, he's going to throw really hard one day.
Wow, what a hammer that is. That's strike 3 against one of the top hitters in the country.
Yeah, really good curveball there. Just got it just below the zone. And good sequencing there, too, mixing fastballs, changeups, breaking balls. Really impressive.
Playing for CBA, Robert Villa III. Middle infielder. He'll play second initially, play some short later in this game. A couple of quick outs in the inning. New York's Derek Yormack. Last pitch, a changeup. Yormack, by the way, the Vanderbilt commit. Howard and Ellen, parents. Pretty fastball that time.
Yeah, I don't mean to step on your toes here, but I'm pretty sure they're like super high academic too.
Yeah, no, you're not stepping on anybody's toes. It's a team effort. Grab the rope, baby. Let's go.
Because they were committed to Duke before that staff left, and then obviously Vanderbilt, a high academic institution as well.
Yeah, I ran into in my research, Vin, some pretty darn good students in this first wave. The Yormacks are one. To back up what you're saying, this man on the mound has taken already 6 AP classes. So you're not even in your senior year, and you have 6 AP classes, 4.0 GPA, and a really great pitcher, but creative writer as well. So that part's been fun. And to me, if you know that, then my point is you're not doing these biographical things that I'm doing. But if you know that, then that means people talk about how good they are in the classroom.
Oh, yeah.
Beautiful pitch. Dots the outside corner. Folks, that's pitching. That's a mature arm, and that's talent. Send him on one side. Yormack on the other. Fastball up to 94 miles an hour. And that last strike, 393. We played one. Couple of runs on the board. Glad to have you with us.
Yeah.
Hey, did you see Slider? Oh, the last pitch was really good. Or was it just like
2-0 the score. We've put one inning. And what happens in these events is the pitchers will throw 2. Yeah, unless, the pitch count gets high. But that's even managed, right, Vinny? You guys will never let an inning get out of control. And you'll also make sure at least 3 batters bat in an inning. There's a little bit of design to these games, correct?
100%. And, it's obviously in constant communication with the players as well, right? Typically what we're shooting for is primary pitchers are going to go 2 innings. Secondary pitchers are going to throw 1. And obviously, a lot of it depends on workload, whether or not, when did they throw recently, that sort of stuff. And so we kind of got to build the plan as we fly it a little bit.
Yeah.
But definitely usually works out. But always need arms.
Well, the interesting thing, I watch you guys see the players play, and a lot of times, not a lot of times, but on occasion when a player has a tough first frame, I would imagine you guys get excited because, they'll maybe face 5 hitters and you guys will just turn it over, right? You'll turn it over. You're not out there to ring a pitcher out, but if he has a tough frame, I'm always guessing you guys are excited to see that next frame and see how they bounce back, right?
Yeah, 100%. Especially for a guy like Cinnamon who really just had one. The Malachi Butler at bat just went long.
Yeah.
But a guy that we've seen, a lot in the past of, and a guy that we've seen dominate in the past too. So I expect he'll have a pretty impressive inning here.
Well, he starts it with strike 1. Here's the other Yormack, by the way. So we told you there are 2 Yormacks. This is Ryan. He too a Vanderbilt commit. He's a slugger. Aggressive swing, comes up empty that time. A little bit of life to that fastball, 0-2.
Yeah, and the power comes really easy for Ryan. Big, strong kid. Is able to really hit the ball to all fields for power.
That was a pretty breaking ball, trying to get it down under that swing. One and two the count. Good take there. That one misses down and in. Another great student, 4.0 GPA. Pete Alonso is his guy. Loves watching Pete Alonso slug it. He's a New Yorker. He said, I miss him on the Mets. Comes up empty that time. Just went right at him. Good two-strike fastball, 88 miles an hour.
Yeah, good sequence there from Cinnamon. Fastball early. Try to tempt him on a couple breaking balls, then go back with the heat inside corner.
Parker Robinson, interesting player. Loved watching him through all the drills and the athletic skills. Third baseman, shortstop in this game. As he flips that one off to the right side.
Yeah, some real bat speed and power from Robinson in batting practice today. Good size, right-handed hitter.
Indiana native. Top tier his travel team, OU commit. Baseballer since he was 3 years old. He'd tag along with his brother and bother his brother enough to where parents finally got him into the team and got him playing as he comes up empty that time. 86 miles an hour and a good-looking pitch. James and Carla, his parents. He likes another Indiana native who's in the big leagues. He loves watching Colson Montgomery. That one skips in there. Did that get him? That might have got a piece of it.
Yeah, looks like it.
Oh, he's not going anywhere. You guys don't have hit batters or walks. Might send a runner out there. Yeah, he's uncomfortable. It squared him up a little bit. Man, it seems like just yesterday, Colson Montgomery was at all our stuff. C.J. Wall's going to run for the hit batter. Couple of state champions during his journey at Lake Central High School in Indiana. The fastball misses in. Way in and off the plate. What tickles your fancy about Robinson when you watch him play?
Yeah, I think the offensive upside is pretty significant here. 6'4", 205. I think he picked a good idol to watch play in Colson Montgomery. As you remember, Colson was another big shortstop.
Yeah.
6'4", 6'5". Obviously, those guys that are going to be, Parker's going to be really big and really strong one day, but he's got the athleticism to stick at the position, So
he took a class this past year, advanced accounting. Why, I don't know. Like, why you take that on. Taken it for 2 years, earned all A's as he hits that one hard down the line but foul. But he did make an announcement after getting the A's and grinding down. I'm a father of an accountant and a husband to an accountant, by the way. God bless accountants. We all need them. But he said, I did determine through all this journey that I could pass it, and this is not a career choice for me. I don't want to be an accountant someday.
It's just as important to figure out what you don't like as much as it is what you like.
Oh, my gosh. I love that. I love when these athletes storytell just a little bit, and Robinson very good at that. He can run, too. I always marvel at the 6'4", 6'5" guy that can run a similar time to their height.
Yeah. Yeah, really impressive.
Flips that one off the end of the bat. Just spoils it down and away. You're kind of peak, too, for these young players learning how to deal with velocity. Every single week, I mean, you talk to these athletes all the time when you scout them, Vinny. As that pitch is up and away. But the one question I ask a lot of them, especially like when they're maybe a year or two younger than this, is how have you learned to deal with velocity? Because it's more prevalent than it's ever been. It's amazing how they learn.
Yeah, 100%. It's, we have these conversations a lot. When you get towards the 17U summer, it's when everything gets a degree harder, right? It gets harder as you go up in each age group. But at 17, you level on. Now it's everybody's best of the best. Everybody's, throwing upper 80s usually at least. Everybody's out there competing. A lot of these players get more polished as they continue to play, and it becomes an adjustment. And the cream rises to that crop.
He's putting a heck of an at bat. First of all, he's taking all the balls, and then he fights off a pitch that time. Nearly picked up a couple of RBIs, Parker Robinson did, as Cole continues to grind through it. Yeah, fastball still 86 to 88. He's ticked up to an 89 during this time. That pitch down and in. Also love watching these athletes as they get older now and have them learn how to time manage. It's just different. Bouncing ball, third base side, slips on through. Down the left field line it goes toward the corner. Couple of runs will score. We get to see Parker Robinson run. Takes a big aggressive turn at second. Well, it was a long at bat again. He had to wait through a couple of walks. He was hit by a pitch, but there he stands out at second base.
Yeah, just a good at bat there from Robinson. Finally gets a fastball that he can handle in the lower part of the zone. Doesn't do too much. Doesn't try to do too much with it. Keep it fair down the third base line. Takes that tough hop, and he's standing on second.
Hayes McGinnis, Arkansas commit. Georgia man out of Noonan, Georgia. Goes to Noonan High School, plays for the East Cobb Astros. And sees the count even up at 1-1. Michael and Monique, his parents. Big baseball family. A couple of brothers that went to Georgia State only to transfer to bigger schools. Brother Michael, not that Georgia State's not a big school, but maybe transfer to a Power 4. How's that? Michael is now at North Carolina. Wills is now at Arkansas. Both starting at Georgia State. Flipped out to left field, tied him up that time. Sounded like it might have broke his bat. Second out of the inning. That's got to be invaluable, by the way, as they'll turn this over now. Faced enough batters. We've seen the left-hander go to work. And we put an inning and a half in the books. The black team right now has more runs than the other team. You know, you look back at Derek Yormack and you remind yourself, that's right, he was a Select Festival athlete. Pride of Merrick, New York, back in 2023, played at the 14U Select Festival. That was about as sparkling of an inning as you could post, right, to open this this set of games that we have all week?
Yeah, it was a really impressive first inning. Showed all three pitches. Pounded strikes, looked to hit a plan and sequenced well. And the beauty about the National Showcase is that the second inning doesn't usually get easier.
He's touched 94. Gosh, he was just coming off throwing, or 95. Through 95 in early June. So he has put some big numbers up in front of you guys, you know, with you guys watching. Here's Frank Thomas. Frank jumps ahead in the count, 1-0. Showed him a changeup out of the gates. All right, I want a scout's perspective on a name we know well, but he's just the younger name that we know well. Tell me about Frank.
Yeah, Frank's a guy that he's continued to get better and better as he's continued to progress. has really kind of blossomed into a really impressive hitter. Handles all kinds of pitches, all kinds of pitch speeds, and just he rakes, man. He just continues to hit and get his barrel into the spot.
A pretty good take on that breaking ball. Try to throw that one. Back foot. How about that 3-0 breaking ball? So to put a runner out there, he'll get all fastballs now, get some giddy up he'll have to deal with. I pitched 92 miles an hour away. Another one 92 miles an hour. Just rears back and zips it right by him.
Yeah, fastball only count, but you can tell that Yormack still placed that right where he wanted to over the outer edge. Just because you know a heater's coming doesn't mean you can hit it.
I did it again, 93 miles an hour. Good late life. That's a pretty good arm side run headed toward the other batter's box. Thomas, one hop, only play with the runner on the move is to first. Off the bag he goes, but turns around and pops the tag down nice and easily. Frank hit it hard. Yormack dances around the bag at first, help out his brother. You got brother at first, brother on the mound. Joe Mendozona. He'll catch the last couple of innings of this game. TCU commit, Oregon native. Takes a breaking ball for strike one.
Mendozona was really good last week in Atlanta. Just a big, powerful left-handed swing. Combine that with his defensive abilities behind the plate. He's a really, really good-looking prospect.
Well, he sees two tough pitches in a row, two really good breaking balls.
Yeah, Yormack's not giving in here at all.
We told you when he was taking batting practice, Mendozona's goal is I want to climb inside top 35 of the rankings. He actually set his sights on that. He'd love to be a PG All-American if he can earn the right. Talked about Sarloos and Delora, the coaching staff, how they recruited him, how things really got fast after he heard from them on August 1st after the area code games. Claudian and Joe, his parents, were excited that he made that choice. A couple of schools, I'm guessing, one's green, one's black and orange, that were disappointed to let this man slip out of Oregon, though. He's a pretty good player. 94 miles an hour that time. Beautiful breaking ball. That's strike three. Well, he threw him three excellent breaking balls.
Yeah, and that last one was just landed perfectly on the outer half. Little backdoor breaking ball there. Mendozona just didn't really have a chance on it.
Yikes. Number one player in the state of New York on the mound working right now. Devin Downs, LSU commit, Louisiana man. He takes a fastball right down Broadway for strike one. Number one shortstop in the state of Louisiana picks on a breaking ball and fouls it off. That one hung out over the plate. Downs 18 and a half years old, so maybe a little bit older for this class.
Yeah, and he's got good tools too. He ran a 6.5. He's been up to 92, 93 on the mound before.
Yeah, that's crazy. It's crazy how talented he is as a two-way player. We've seen him at 4 dozen perfect game events. It's a fun little shot right there. Almost looks like we're coming from the skies above. Love that camera. Fastball blew it right by him at 94 miles an hour. It's big stuff, Vinny. This is exciting. What a great way to start watching Derek Yormark pitch.
Yeah, really impressive stuff there from Derek. 3 pitches in complete control. No really too stressful at-bats, and some at-bats that he was in charge of from the first pitch.
Number 1 player in the state of New York. You're hanging out with us at Perfect Games National Showcase. The very best players in the nation in the class of 27.
The changeup was good. It was just a little low. The lefty, you see him, it was just a little low. But it looked a lot better. Like arm speed looked more fastball.
So that's Logan Duran, and he is from Hawaii, Waiakea High School, where Chris Honda's his head coach. He's an Arkansas commit. Well, there's a nice little tie there. I feel like there's 2 or 3 great players that go from Hawaii to Arkansas every year. Plays for Baum Northwest and also Big Island Wood Bat Company. What do we know about him, Vinny?
Yeah, Duran's a big athlete with a big arm. Been up to 93, 94 at our events last summer. 6'4", 170 pounds, so lots of projection there. And you can kind of you see the athletic frame, the projectable frame. There's lots of upside here and lots of arm speed.
He's got some goals athletically this year. He wants to hit upper 90s. He wants to put on weight. Wants to increase his exit velo. He really fell in love. He talks about playing baseball at about 13. He said that's when I started to play and actually take off a little bit. He was really heavy into motocross. So made the change. Motocross got kind of bumped to the side by baseball. Way to go, baseball. Way to go, baseball. Griffin Boson, he'll play all over the field today, left and right and first base, left-handed bat. Jumps ahead in the count 1-0. First pitch 90 miles an hour to Griffin. .92 miles an hour is low. Griffin, Tampa Jesuit. Miguel Menendez just wins there and produces draft picks and college players. He also plays for Jeff Petty's Canes national team. Griffin is a Duke commit. Jumps ahead in the count 3-0.
Another state title this year for the Jesuit boys, I believe.
Crazy.
Boson was a big piece of that offensively.
I feel like at different levels, Stoneman Douglas and Jesuit win every year, different parts of the state, obviously. One down here in South Florida, which, if you think about it, that's crazy. This is a large state with a lot of sports.
Mm-hmm.
Drives that one to left field. Toward the wall it goes. Off the base of the wall. Opposite field power, explosive bat for Griffin Boson. Wow.
Yeah, it took full advantage of an elevated heater there and just crushed it the other way off the wall. Boson, like I mentioned, had a really strong spring this year, really good with the bat. Like it looks like a player that's going to hit for some significant power, and you can tell with a 98 exit opposite field double.
Wow, that's crazy. What a beautiful swing. Driving the baseball. Brew Milner will catch 3 innings in this game. And Brew, who is a Georgia Tech commit from Tallahassee, Alabama. A couple of college teammates a million years ago that were both from Tallahassee, Alabama.
Yeah, Brew had a monster round of batting practice. He's playing Pepper with that Amaranth Bank sign out there in the left center.
There's enough nooks and crannies and different colors and vistas at this ballpark. It's impressive to find different parts, different sponsors to knock it off of. Like that one. It's a high fly ball to left field to the warning track on the wall. Gone! Brew Milner hits the National Showcase's first home run of 2026. Vinny, the big day continues.
101, 389 on that swing, and, you know, he just felt so comfortable going out to the left center gap during batting practice, he figured why not just do it in game. Power really showing up for Brew Milner today.
It is so difficult and so rare and so unique to homer at this event because you're facing the very best that a pitcher has.
Yeah, 100%. These pitchers know they're only going 2 innings at max, so they're letting it rip, but Brew's saying that's how we do it offensively too. We let it rip.
Man, Brew Milner. Tell me that wasn't fun, folks. Aiden Pack hits now. How about Tallahassee, Alabama standing up and cheering? And we mentioned Georgia Tech commit. Brent and Natalie's son has homered. 2-0 the count, Aiden Pack, a Georgia commit. Those a 2-0 breaking ball, gets a swing and a miss. 2-1. You have a ball off the wall, Vinny, to the opposite field and a homer that follows it?
We got some juice.
Well, that's a flex, right? I mean, you guys put this event together. You scout these players throughout their time. They earn the right to be invited here. This is where major leaguers play. This is not where high school players play. And you have back-to-back hitters in the first couple of innings of Game 1 that shrink the ballpark? That's pretty impressive.
Yeah, that's...
Down the line, we've got another base runner in Aiden Pack. He takes an aggressive turn. It settles into the corner. Aiden stops about halfway with a big aggressive turn. So the hits keep on coming. Aiden Pack comfortable in the box as well.
Yeah, that was an upper 80s exit that just got down into the corner. Good job by Pack. Pack's a guy that has some real two-way ability. We've seen him up to 92, 93 on the mound before as well.
We meet Wesley Mooring now. He'll play second. He'll play left. He'll play third in this game as well. Mooring, a Southern Miss commit from Dallas, Georgia, North Paulding High School. Plays for the East Cobb Astros. 90-mile-an-hour fastball. Dots the outside corner that time.
Yeah, good pitch there from Duran. He's kind of been sitting right around 90 miles an hour. I believe he's been up to 92.
Mooring, his why was Southern Miss. He talked about how welcome they made me feel. Tradition, brotherhood, makes me want to work hard to be part of their history and part of their story, he said. Culture, and feeling like he's the right fit at Southern Miss. It's interesting in our world of Power 4 programs, Southern Miss, schools like Southern Miss, Coastal Carolina, Grand Canyon would like to build that kind of a reputation. But those are schools that kind of hang above the mid-major title. You know, they're schools that are expected to play deep into the postseason every year. Southern Miss is a school you're stunned if they're not at least to supers every year.
Yeah, I mean, they've hosted the last 2 years, too. It's an awesome ballpark to be at, an awesome presence there.
Big aggressive swing, rolls it to the third base side. Boy, your world and everyone's baseball world could get very interesting if, in fact, suddenly high school players just all go to college.
Yeah, I mean, it'll get interesting, but I don't know. I don't feel like that's too likely to happen.
I don't either. Breaking ball, a good one. That's strike 3. Really good pitch. It seems like a lot. That seems pretty aggressive.
It's two sides that are in the proposal phase, so everyone's
Sure.
throwing proposals out, and we got to see what the actual CBA will look like when it, they agree on something. So, but would be an influx for the college game, that's for sure.
Good breaking ball, gets a swing and a miss. The first pitch, Jose Dubrant is the hitter. P27 Academy, Greenville, South Carolina. Now, he was committed to the College of Charleston, but now Dubrant is open. He's decommitted and is open for the best place to play. Comes right at him that time. A little zip on that curve ball. Bottom falls out. That's strike 3. Dubrant goes down on strikes. Stunning inning, though. I mean, big power, driving the ball to left. Boson goes opposite field, off the wall. Brew Milner, Tallahassee, Alabama, goes over the wall.
Some offensive fireworks down here at Marlins Park.
Love it. Luke Samples gets the call. He'll work a couple of innings. Now this outfielders, or I should say pitcher, infielder, is from Durham, North Carolina. Number 4 overall player in the state. Vinny, the number 1 right-handed pitcher in the state, and a massive 6 feet 7 inches tall.
Yeah, big 6'7" righty. We saw him this spring up to 94. The way he moves for a 6'7" guy is pretty impressive. He's fluid down the mound. The arm speed really stands out. He's going to be a guy who throws really hard down the line.
Wake Forest commit. Talks about falling in love with baseball when he was younger, and at that time was living in Pennsylvania with his stepdad. He said, I'd listen to Orioles games on the back porch, and I fell in love with the sport. Oh, Dad grew up in Pennsylvania, that's why. And so that's his love for baseball. That was the beginnings of it. The Orioles, Dad, listening to the game. And I always marvel about the ability of these men that are getting so tall to remain athletic, to repeat their mechanics. He's at C.E. Jordan High School. He plays at the 8A level. Would love to win a state championship this year. Excited to see him pitch. Molly, his mom. Brent is his stepdad. Harper, his older sister, goes to North Carolina, Chapel Hill. And Evans, his stepbrother, who's just 11. He said, one thing I want to do this year is get even better at being a brother. Be a good older brother and model for my younger brother, Evan. All right, here we go. Go to work, and we love Lash Henderson. Been watching his game for many, many years. Lash, the Texas A&M commit from Frisco, Texas, leads it off. And he deals with a fastball right under his hands that he swings right through. Had some jump at the plate.
Yeah, that ball's getting a lot of riding life, it looks like, at the top of the zone. Lash had a really impressive BP round 2.
Brew Milner, by the way, is catching now. He of the home run. So in the prospect world, this is a famous name. Anytime I have it locked into my head, and I feel like I've been a part of all the select festivals, and he's at all of them, how is he evolving now that he becomes a man?
Yeah, I mean, it's very obvious to see that strength that he has during BP. I think he hit 7 out of 10 balls over 100 miles an hour. And you look at just like the 6'5" frame, the way he can run, the way he can throw, and the power. Like it's a really, really exciting profile.
Fastball reared back and blew it right by him, 91 miles an hour. And again, it's lively when it gets to the plate.
Yeah, lots of run on that pitch. Just kind of boring in on the hands of a right-handed hitter. Certainly not a comfortable at bat either, just given that slot.
Carson Bruce, outfielder from Powder Springs, Georgia. Georgia commit. Bruce has played the last couple of innings in left field. He'll move to right field middle of the game, and he'll close out the game playing center field. Good take on a breaking ball down. Yeah, fastball's been up to 91. You talk about the sink and the life to it. It's got it. Yeah, look at that one there. That one disappeared into the other batter's box.
Yeah, 21 inches of horizontal break.
Whoa.
Ball's just moving right along that horizontal axis.
Tried to get him a chase away that time. Bruce, the number 5 overall outfielder in the state. The state of Georgia, of course, as we talked about earlier. Ran a 6.660 earlier today. As that one grabs just a piece of the inside corner. Breaking ball that just grabbed the black. Bruce also threw 90 from the outfield during the outfield drills. Right down the middle. Belt tie breaking ball. That's strike 3. A little slider there.
Yeah, a little backdoor piece there. 81 miles an hour, a little short break to it, but sneaks right back in over that outer edge. Freezes up a left-handed hitter well.
Anderson Lambert, Laurel, Maryland. An Alabama commit. Anderson pops that first one foul. 6'7", big right-hander. Samples working on the mound. Lambert at McDonough High School. Zach Rowe is head coach. Way inside. I shared a story during BP. Anderson shared his love for baseball came, Vinny, when he was very young, and he was one of usually the only African Americans on the team, he said. And he said a lot of his friends didn't play baseball or didn't care for baseball. And he said, yeah, they give me a hard time. Why baseball? He said, that made me want to work 10 times harder. And here are his words. They don't say anything anymore. They just respect all that I've accomplished. First of all, I appreciate him sharing that with us. I think that's cool. What a unique perspective. He wanted to pave his own road.
Yeah, super impressive. And, you know, Anderson is a kid we've been able to see for a long time now, and one that continues to get better and kind of pave that road for himself on the field as well.
He plays to represent his cousin Lewis, who sadly passed away. He'd love to chase a roster spot at the PG All-American and maybe hear his name get called in the draft if possible. Ayana and Miguel, both great track athletes at Georgetown as parents. When you ask Anderson about who he enjoys, it's Junior Caminero. A lot of energy.
I was going to say, hard not to.
He loves him. He said it reminds him of his late cousin who he tries to honor. He said the way he plays and goes about his business. hustling, gritty athlete. What are we seeing from samples so far, Scout's eyes? What are we seeing?
Yeah, there's lots of projection here. It's a deceptive at bat, especially for right-handed hitters, kind of like we talked about. That fastball, that two-seam fastball is going to run right in on the hands here. And he's trying to tunnel the breaking ball. He did so last at bat when he struck out Bruce, and just trying to find that consistent release point given the arm angle and the arm action and everything. It's tougher than you might think, especially for a 6'7" kid.
Interestingly enough, Vinny, as this inning goes on, like he's grabbing a few more miles an hour, too. He's gotten up to 93, kind of started, again, it's not dramatic, but he started 90, 91 with life. Now he's grabbing 93. Right back to the screen it goes. That one just center cut. Luke Samples from Durham, North Carolina. He's a South Charlotte Panther guy, too, playing for Coach Van Hurley. Line drive, base hit into right center field. Toward the alley it goes. That will roll all the way to the wall. Look at Lambert fly. A run comes around to score. Lambert touches second into third with the slide. It's 3 bases for Anderson Lambert.
Yeah, what an impressive at-bat there from Lambert. Fouls off some tough pitches and then gets one he can handle, 93 exit velocity to the right center field gap. A guy that's continued to improve year after year.
Homers are amazing, like they are. We already talked about it. I mean, just to see a ball driven over the wall like Brew Milner did. But it's so much fun to watch a triple. A ball hit on a line, triple digits, into the corner it goes. Like, that is such a fun baseball play. As Hector Cadena will try and plate him, looking at a breaking ball for strike one. Hector from Laredo, Texas. Takes 91 and fouls it off. Hector and Claudia, his parents.
Cadena's got some bad intentions in the box. Big bat speed, big power. Ability to go out of the ballpark as he showed during batting practice.
As high school's offensive player of the year, back-to-back years. And it's funny, I throw that out there, but you think back on when all of you played high school, whether it's baseball or softball. And when I say back-to-back offensive player of the year, that means sophomore and junior. He's not even a senior yet.
Mm-hmm.
It means you're the best hitter on the team your sophomore year.
That's why it's the national showcase.
No, it's so true. Good fastball. There's that life that we talked about. Boy, that got to the plate and just hit a whole new gear at 91 miles an hour. But some fun athleticism on this inning. Got a triple, got a run on the board. 2026 perfect game national showcase here at the home of the Marlins in South Florida in Miami.
Face this guy. You facing? Nah. You're facing. Where's Jet?
726 players have participated in Perfect Games National Showcase and have gone on to the major leagues. And more than 6,000 college commitments during its 24 years of history, more than 3,000 players drafted. But it is amazing. It just seems like, what was it, the 23 National Showcase, I believe, that Connor Griffin was there working. It's crazy how quickly some of these athletes can find their talent and get there. I think we've all, as Logan Duran, the Hawaiian, goes back to work, I think we've all stood in awe. It's funny. We say we're not surprised because Connor was just different, but we're all in awe still, right, at what he's doing?
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Not surprised, but still impressed.
Yeah, it's funny. I mean, you see the game different than I, so you saw the skills as a scout and someone who understands it. I knew the human. You knew the human, too. It's just exceptional, though. He's so comfortable and doing big things. This is Jet Walters hitting. He's at Tampa's Berkeley Prep. 5-star Mafia, his travel team. So Jed has on his profile here, Vin, Harvard, board uncommitted. Do we know which? 10th ranked outfielder in the state of Florida. As he fouls that one off.
He committed to Harvard 4 days ago.
Okay, that's amazing.
Yeah, some of the information on the board and everything gets submitted a little bit ahead of time, obviously, for preparation stuff. So,
of course, that makes sense. That's just exciting. Man, he ran a 6.4.
Uh-huh.
Is it a rule that if your name is Jet, you have to be fast?
I think so.
We see him run up the line that time. And that one slips right on by, so he is on. We'll see him run the bases.
Yeah, hard grounder there from Walters. Like I mentioned earlier, though, the workout was really impressive from him, kind of in all facets. Then we saw that diving catch the other inning. So, should be fun on the bases here.
Gunnar Falcon caught a couple of innings early. Will catch in the 7th and the 8th inning as well. From Winston, Georgia, Kennesaw State commit. Jackson Schilling is the catcher working behind the plate.
Pretty much if you're closer to the ground or the water, higher elevation. Actually, I bet Illinois isn't crazy because Chicago is a beast.
Middle infield, Devin Downs and Robert Villa playing right up the middle. Downs at short. Good breaking ball that time, right under the swing plane. Gunnar plays his travel ball for Ajay Vulameri, artillery team, a true national team.
He said the All-American games in Philly. Let's go.
Gunnar hit a home run the first night of the 17U World of Bat in Atlanta last week. Definitely a lot to like from both sides of the plate. Catcher with that kind of profile, that power profile.
That one with the runner on the move pops in and out of the catcher's mitt that time. So it's interesting, Vinny. That's why I talked about it. I was just sitting up here alone theorizing during the drills. You can do something big at an event like that, or at a Sunshine, which is a regional showcase, and kind of earn yourself a dark horse invite, right? Kind of a wild card invite, if you will.
Yeah, 100%. You know, but kind of showing out, standing out of the Sunshine that you belong at an invite-only showcase like this, a national level event like this, is something that a lot of these guys have taken the path of.
That's why when you mentioned that homer, I'm thinking, okay, did word travel and you guys, start talking about let's get him there. Let's see him in a setting like this as he flies out to right field that time. Tyler Gludig has played right field first couple of innings. Will play left and center before this night is over. Stands right up on the chalk. I mean, right on the plate. As he comes up empty that time. Gooding from Aurora, Illinois. And an Oklahoma commit. Bob and Evelyn, his parents. Older sis is a junior and plays soccer at Fairfield. She's a goalkeeper.
I can see that.
Big jump runner takes off to third. He'll go in standing up.
He put him back on. He put him back on.
His cleats are shinier than his cleats.
Shinier than what? I know. That shit's kind of crazy. Wear that shit.
Especially at a showcase, bro.
You getting asked to what? Yeah, exactly.
Over the top of that one. And again, bunch a run into the other batter's box. 2-2 the count.
Yeah, good two-seamer there from Duran. He's obviously pitching better in the box score this inning, but really mixing that fastball, breaking ball well.
That breaking ball kicked off the back corner of the plate and skips to the backstop. Unofficially, this game will be played 10 innings. Is that possible? Yes, 9 innings?
Usually 10. Sometimes we get some bonus pitchers at the end, but I don't think that's in the plan for this one.
Yeah, 10 is the plan. A couple of 10-inning games this afternoon into this evening. That one is flipped high and foul. Vinny, when was your first ever, do you recall your first national showcase? What year that would be?
Yeah, it was the 2017 National Showcase was my first ever PG
Was
National.
that a JetBlue?
That was the last one we did at JetBlue.
Okay, that was warm. I remember that.
It's a lot of tarp pulls, which thankfully we don't have to do when there's a dome.
Rolled out toward third, vacuuming it up and zipping it on across the diamond to the left side. That looks like Colton Hadfield. That's a nice little play over there at third base. That may have been Cadena, actually. Either way, yeah, that's Hector over there. Hector with a really nice play. That's a good, strong arm, too.
I was going to say, Gluten was moving down the line.
I know.
He almost beat that out. 6'5" runner.
Elias Gandy. Or Elias, I should say. As that breaking ball bounces in there. So that was the last one outdoors. We moved it indoors going forward.
Yeah, that was the 2018 grad class.
So my first was 2014. Metrodome.
I was going to say, that was Metrodome, wasn't it?
Yes,
Yeah.
Metrodome.
Yeah, a lot of our guys tell war stories about the Metrodome in a positive manner, of course.
It was a fun place, fun yard, good players. I mean, good memories there. I mean, I called big league games there too, which was always fun and adventurous.
Oh, yeah.
But little teeny tiny, almost like a submarine-like broadcast booth set up where you had a tiny space to look out. That's the last time, Vinny, that I grabbed the rope and said, I'll do all the showcase. I'll sit up here and do all of it. So it's been 12 years. I look at about 15, 20 years older than those 12 years ago. But I'm ready. Into the dirt it goes. Gandy from Atlanta, Georgia, by the way, really good football player. That has to be mentioned. He's always open. When he catches the football, he can run, he can move. game-changing player at Westlake High School. Elias. So his nickname, Waffle House, because he's always open.
Oh.
Thought I'd share that with you.
I didn't know where you were going with that at first. I thought he just maybe really liked Waffle House.
No, always open.
That's good.
That's a pretty good one, I think.
Yeah.
I haven't been to Waffle House in a minute. Rolls that one foul. So he's uncommitted. And some of the schools he threw out here himself, which was just the other day, June 30th, that was just the other day. FIU, Kennesaw State, Georgia Tech, and Southern, some of the schools he's interested in.
Okay. Wants to stay in the Southeast, sounds like.
Eric is his dad. Sinetra is his mom, as he fouls that one off at home plate. And he loves watching Vaughn Lackey play. I'm telling you what, college baseball over the last 5 years has exploded, and its players individually have gotten a bigger following by this group. This age follows college baseball a ton.
Oh, yeah. It's that age group of guys that came just before you. You know, the 17U players that all the 14U players right now are watching at home on the stream.
His football game, by the way, Region 2 6A, second team, wide receiver, honorable mention, all-state. As he pops that one up, we'll do it again. Prides himself in contact, doesn't swing and miss much. Where does he play defensively? He kind of shares it. I can play just about anywhere you need me. Where does he play for you?
He kind of plays all over. He's almost like a Swiss Army knife.
Okay.
You know, like
So he was
need a
true
second
to
baseman,
himself then.
third baseman, left fielder, whatever it might be.
Lifts that one center field on a line. That one run down out there. Good couple of first steps. Case makes the play. Case Yashko, the center fielder, hauls that one in. Bottom half of inning 4 in a minute. All 6 feet 7 inches of him warming up out on the mound. Big right-hander Samples in his second inning of work. Luke Samples from Durham, North Carolina. Excited about competing in the ACC. Talks about his commitment to Wake Forest. He said, I knew they were a prestigious program known for producing talented players to get drafted. Knew I wanted to be close to home. As soon as I heard from the coaches at Wake, I knew I needed to lock down a time to get to campus as soon as possible.
There you go.
Once I got on campus early September, I knew that's where I wanted to be. Felt like my second home. Another baseball Hefner out there. Titus Hefner. Finding his place to play, Cedar Hill, Texas. An uncommitted athlete. One of the good baseball men. Dad Dan, the coach at Dallas Baptist. Always loved being around him.
Yeah, Titus took a good round of BP too. Sprayed lots of line drives all over. He's going to be a good player at the next level.
Opens up a little bit early and hits that one hard. Catcher, third baseman, positionally. Top 20 catcher in the state of Texas, as far as the rankings are concerned. Ran a 6.9 60 earlier today, 88 from short. 1.95 pop time during the catching drills.
Yeah, you see there, a lot of the times this might be the first time pitching to each other for a battery mate combination back there, so just getting some clarity on the signs.
Kind of ran off and left that curveball behind. It never got there. Hefner was good in Georgia last week at the WWBA as he rolls that one out towards short. Vacuumed up, zipped on across, and in time for the out. Malachi Butler playing short.
Just makes it look really easy out there sometimes.
Yeah, you were talking about that. Case Yashko just made his first defensive move in this game out there in center field. Case from Clifton, Georgia. South Charlotte Panthers competitor. He finds center field that time. Line drive, picked on a breaking ball, put it right back where it came from.
Yeah, Case had himself a nice week over down in Georgia last week at the WWBA. Strong at the point of contact. Just good swing on a good breaking ball there.
Colton Hatfield. He'll pitch the final inning of this game. A couple of innings at short. He'll play some third as well. UCLA commit, Valley Christian Schools, California man. Pokes that one right field, down off the end of the bat. Back under it to make the play in right field. Put that one away is Aiden Pack. So it's interesting when you see Hatfield here, Vinny, and you see he's been to plenty of perfect game events, and he's ranked 159 among shortstops. But he's also committed to go to UCLA, which develops really good players.
Yeah.
So there's a reason he's here.
Oh yeah, 100%. It's the rankings are very, very fluid. The rankings change a lot. Players get a lot better, and those typically tend to reflect the rankings sometimes.
So it's interesting. You guys had a massive tournament in Georgia last week, the 17U WWBA. Now you have this event, and again, to take us into July 4th, July 5th. When will you guys maybe reset and re-rank?
I think the rankings will typically be some point near the end of July.
Okay.
I think it's typically when we kind of
watch
reset
it play a little
everything.
more then.
Yeah. We'll get obviously all this baseball in here, the national, a couple other big events for the 17U age group as the summer kind of closes out and then heads in August.
Little mishap on the middle of the diamond. It gets right by and slips on through Samples. And then unable to make any play out there, so Jackson Schilling will take it. Some uncomfortable contact leads to an uncomfortable play. But everybody's okay. We don't like collisions. The only thing that samples will tell you is, I got to make that play. And here's Landon twos. Floridian goes to Westminster Christian down here as a Mercer commit. Takes a breaking ball outside that time. Top 100 player in the state of Florida. Ran a 6.9 60 earlier today. Threw 89 across the infield. Six hits and 8 RBIs last week, including a homer at the 17U WWBA. Playing for MCA Alpha. You can see that MCA logo on the helmet. .92 miles an hour that time. Big 6'7" right-hander, couple of bases occupied behind him. Little roller. Vacuumed up. Good range. Nice play over there at second base. Blake Ragsdale goes all that distance. And they'll turn it over, wrap it up. Quick thoughts on what you saw with Luke Samples as he pitched in this event.
Yeah, it looks like a guy who's going to throw really hard down the line. Obviously, there's a plan there. Showed the 4 pitches, showed the upside. The arm really works, and we're excited to keep following him.
Yeah, 6'7". I mean, my goodness. More and more velocity is going to come.
Mally, find a way to get me up there, which means you have to get a hit. You're getting fourth this year? Yeah, fourth. I'll try and get a hit for you. Please. I'm going to still back. Can you run? Well, I can't run. Hey, when we're 15, you should be me? I just never stole. Yeah, you got to stick with me.
Meet John Braden Morrissey. Nickname Batman. He's from Deerfield Beach, Florida. Elevate Baseball Academy coach Todd Moser and plays for the Franklin Scout team coach Brandon Williams. He's uncommitted at this point and has some interesting choices. Florida Gulf Coast, FIU, North Florida, Jacksonville, Tulane. His goals in the upcoming 12 months: hit a ERA under 1 in high school, top 95 before he graduates, and to commit to a really good baseball school. Grow in his faith as a person and find a school that feels like home. John and Kim, his parents, and as like a lot of his colleagues, is a big college baseball fan. Feels like he's grown a lot mentally with his baseball IQ, dealing with failure. He feels like it's been a very good year for him to mature that way. This is John Braden Morrissey. And he'll go to work in the top half of inning number 5. Titus Seifner's his catcher. The speedy Lucas Waite will lead things off. Waite, pitcher, center fielder. Waite ran that crazy, I believe it was a 6-1-2? 6-2-2, sorry about that. 6-2-2-60 earlier today. Lucas from San Diego, California, Patrick Henry High School. Plays for John Pano's CBA Marucci team. Yeah, 622, that's a real number. Best number we've seen. Early stages, there'll be several waves of athletes come through. As he fouls that one off to the right side. Waite, the son of Allison and James. Morrissey, breaking ball out over the plate, rolled out toward third. And at third, the play is made. Zipped on across the diamond, and in time for the out. Colton Hatfield playing third, and a nice play.
Yeah, and at least you got to see Waite run to first base there.
Crazy. 6-2-2, Vinny. 6-2-2.
Incredibly impressive.
One hopper right back to the mound. We see Blake Ragsdale as the lineup spins back to the top. Ready to field his position, and a nice play made in the middle of the diamond by Braden Morrissey.
Yeah, Morrissey pitching with some tempo here. You see he gets that ball back after the third around. He's ready to go.
Pops a changeup in there for strike one. A changeup followed by a fastball at 88. Make it look like it has even more giddy up. He's dealing with the talented Malachi Butler, one of the best bats in the land. I was telling Vinny, the viewers, that this pitcher is still trying to make his decision. He's got some options, some ideas, but you can really help yourself by just coming out here and doing what he's doing, being athletic, throwing strikes.
Oh, yeah. He's 6'3". He gets down the mound well. Looks like he's getting a good bit of extension.
Morrissey from Boca Raton, Florida. As that one is up and away. And he's been up to 92. Heavy boring action, arm side, slider, low 70, softer shape. Splitter. He'll throw a splitter as well. Maybe that's what we saw that they called a changeup.
Who faced him?
Wow, he gave a great scouting report, Vinny. Just mirroring the things you said. 8 feet of extension.
There you go.
Almost 8 feet of extension.
Almost, yeah.
Causing the ball to appear faster, he says. Those are his words. And by the way, he says, my fastball's also been up to 26 induced vertical break.
That sounds like a really high number, but it definitely has that riding carry at the top of the zone.
That is a high number, but give me a number that's like, wow. I mean, are we talking about like 20, 18, 17?
Yeah, right around like 20 inches, even like 17, 18, 19 inches. Like you could tell that that's a pretty good vert fastball, and one that's going to play better at the top of the zone.
I love it. I love his scouting report. I love that he took the time. He knows, know thyself. It's funny, I was lucky enough last week to talk to Freddie Freeman. and interview him for these events and do some stuff, some features. And, you know, he's a PG alum, PG All-American, and a million years ago, respectfully, Freddie, and came to this event too. But that was something he talked about, you know, what separates the good players in his mind from great players and the players that are good for a long, long time. Hit hard out towards second. Played right out front. Good, clean inning by Morrissey. Really, really good stuff out there. Used his second baseman, Devin Downs, right behind him. Anyway, to finish the thought, it kind of reminds me of listening to Morrissey. He said, the thing I can say is you have to know yourself and your skills. He said, I am a base hit over the shortstop's head. Now, I know he's got 500 doubles and hundreds of major league homers. He said, but when I stop being base hit over the shortstop's head, that's when I'm not as good as I am. And I love that that's who I am. I lean into that's who I am. And it's interesting listening to these young athletes and see, you watch them to see how maybe connected they are to their strengths and their weaknesses.
Yeah, 100%. You know, it's you got to play within your own strengths and weaknesses, and having a good understanding of the player that you are, not only the player that you are, but the player that you want to be or might end up being, is also something that's important. Self-awareness, very important.
And all these players have strengths. They all do. They're not here if they don't have strengths and skills that are special. Yeah, good, nice little inning. So who do we have, Hal? We got a new arm, waiting on our arm. Parker, is that correct? All right, here we go. Grayson Parker. Left-handed pitcher Grayson Parker. He is he's our new pitcher, as we talked about.
Have y'all not gotten anything to eat?
I think this inning snuck up on him. G. Parker's out of Mandeville, Louisiana. Brady Benoit is his coach at Mandeville High School, and he is an Ole Miss commit. What do you have for me on Grayson Parker, Vinny?
Yeah, Parker's an athlete on the mound. Took a strong round of BP, obviously, kind of showed that athleticism, how it translates. He'll be probably in the low 90s, 90, 91, 93 range. Probably grab a little bit higher. Got a good feel for a slider. He's an athletic right-handed pitcher who's he's had some big-time performances this summer.
Yeah, this ought to be fun. If you're a good athlete, you can repeat those mechanics he talked about. You know, on his perfect day, his fastball can, you know, get up and live in the low to mid-90s on his perfect day. Slider, curveball, changeup. High school team hit .345 with 9 home runs this year. And he can also run. So here we go, bottom half of inning number 5. Jaden Cerna leads things off. Catcher, first baseman at this event. Norco, California, UC Santa Barbara commit. Play it on a backhand, very smoothly out there at short. Malachi Butler staying for, oh, check that, not Malachi, it's Parker. Parker Robinson has stepped in for Malachi. Parker was playing third last inning, and Parker Robinson makes the play.
Yeah, just confident in the backhand there, picks the ball cleanly. Made it look routine. When, as we know, backhands are never routine.
Yeah, and I feel like Malachi's moved over next to him. He's playing third base. That curveball never got there. Cole Cinnamon, who opened this game on the mound. 52nd ranked player in the land. Clemson commit.
Couple big hacks there by Cinnamon. Trying to put one out in the seats in right field. He has the power to do so.
Unafraid to get after it. And a good-looking pitch, too, there. Change-up, 85. That was a really, really solid pitch.
Yeah, that changeup just faded down and away. Perfect location, perfect execution. Barker sold it with the arm speed. He looks good right now. Sitting right at 92, 93. Changeup, slider, both working.
Antonio Chavez, second baseman, shortstop in this game.
It's like a near true vert fastball there. No horizontal, 21 inches of induced vertical.
Yeah, you're free and easy, and then you try to do more and get less, unfortunately. I've seen it.
Fastball's getting some explosive carry up in the zone.
And he induces another ground ball. Easy chance, turned into an out that time. Nice play made by Gandy as he gobbles that one up and throws in time for the out. Well, that's good stuff. That's Grayson Parker good stuff, my friend.
1, 2, 3, loose, easy, 91, 93 fastball, changeup for strikes, slider for strikes. Kind of how you draw it up for a pitching prospect, if you're a right-handed pitching prospect.
Braden Morrissey's second inning of work for Columbia Blue. He topped out at 88 last inning. Fastball lived 86 to 88. Prior to that for Columbia Blue, Logan Duran topped out at 92. 87 and 92 is where he lived. Cole Cinnamon was 89 top fastball, 86 to 89. And for the black team, Yormack, top fastball, 94. Samples, top fastball, 93. And Grayson last inning, topping out at 93 miles an hour. Got to have you hanging out with us today. This is such a fun event. Getting to see these players play, work, flex. CJ Wall leads it off right on top of the plate. He takes a fastball a little bit high, and we're up and running in the sixth inning. Christopher Wall, his given name.
I was going to say CJ was down in up in a 2-0 advantage count there, and he likes to take big swings, which he did there. Just missed that fastball. He could put it to the seats if he gets one into a charge.
Oh, a nice little comebacker. Good pitch there to even it up at 2-2. CJ, Arkansas commit, has really looked up to Ryder Helfrich, PG All-American, who also works at Arkansas. Said I watch him a lot. I've learned a lot from him. His big lifelong heroes, Bryce Harper, but he's zeroed in on a college player who, he's looking to walk in his footsteps soon. Not a bad idea. You're committed to someplace. Somebody plays a position that's yours or similar. Watch how he does things.
Oh, yeah. Ryder's a good example of that, too.
All fastballs to Wall. That fastball, strike 3. Nice job sticking that pitch behind the plate and keeping it right there. Hefner back there doing a nice job presenting that pitch. Big Ryan Yormack now. Pops it up. Left side. Easy chance over there and into the glove. That one goes. Hector Cadena playing third this inning. And Parker Robinson hits. And he's hitter-ish. Man, he liked the looks of that one when he gets in the box. The Oklahoma commit.
Yeah, 28 inches of vert on that fastball from Morrissey. The scouting report looking pretty spot on.
All right, so he gave you 20. I like that.
Yeah.
I like that.
26 might need a recalibration on the machine he's using, but 20 is a really good fastball.
Bounces a breaking ball in there. Again, this athlete here, as we're watching him pitch, we're talking about Braden Morrissey is, still making his decision, making his commitment. No better place to, quote-unquote, continue to try out for colleges than in front of the...
And that's something obviously it's at the 17U level, a lot of these athletes are committed. A lot of them have their future homes kind of already picked out, as Robinson grounded out there. But I can tell you right now, Darren, probably every school in the country has this on in their office right now, listening to our beautiful voices being serenaded, wishing they were here.
I did hear from one of your old colleagues in a text, Brian Sikowski.
Ah. Rich, storied history of former PG colleagues succeeding at the next level.
So, yes, you're right. Things seem to be even a little bit more fluid in college these days than commitments were a decade ago, let's say.
Well, it's the one thing I hear consistently from coaches is that it's almost between the NIL and the portal and everything like that, it's just become the relationships matter so much. Because even if you're recruiting a guy in high school and you don't get him to commit to your school, you could be recruiting him again a year later, 2 years later, 3 years later, And it's these coaches that have the relationship with the players when they enter the portal, that's going to be an early call. And so maintaining those relationships, even years later in some cases, is instrumental to a lot of these teams, these schools, I should say.
So this is fun. We watched Grayson Parker go back to work. If you happen to have stepped away for a diet soda, he was really good. I mean, Vinny nailed the description. Athletic for the Ole Miss commit. Really athletic. It's almost like a shortstop pitching. And I mean that in the most positive way, obviously. But everything moves at the plate. He's got good. The changeup is really pretty, too. And because he's so athletic and can tunnel and sell the pitch, it's even prettier.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oregon State commit Chase Austin is his first foe. Young man from Portland, Oregon. Beaverton High School. There's that zip on the fastball. 93 miles an hour for strike one. Austin ready to go. Let's get it. Let's do it. This is fun. Let's battle. He deals with a battling fastball that pops the outside corner. 0-2 the count very quickly. You're in the bottom half of inning number 6.
94 in that last one, too.
C.J. Wall catching went out and got that one in a beautiful way. And that'll do it. There's that changeup. Goodness.
Yeah, lots of fading action there. 0 IVB, 18 horizontal break on that, so that ball's just falling off the plate to a left-handed hitter. Really, really good pitch and tunneled it super well there.
This is a fun matchup here. 2 really elite players in Max Hemingway and talented Grayson Parker. Got an Ole Miss commit and a Tennessee commit. And you've got strike 1 with a changeup.
Yeah, left that changeup up a little bit, but still able to grab the outside corner.
94 miles an hour on that last pitch. 94. 21 inches, by the way. Vertical break. Kind of spun a slider right in on the hands of Hemingway. Boy, Max is getting his best, isn't he? This is fun. Loads up that back leg. Those knees drive toward one another. Inside corner, that's strike 3. Short little breaking ball got him.
Yeah, elevated slider there, but still enough to grab the upper inside corners. Uncomfortable location for any left-handed hitter. Parker's pitching really well right now.
Robert Villa III. Phoenix's Liberty High School. Just filling up the strike zone. 93 miles an hour with jump at the plate.
Yeah, kind of living on that top rail with the vert fastball.
Just below the knees at 94 miles an hour. Alabama commit. Why, you ask? He says Rob Vaughn is the GOAT. Rob Vaughn and the coaching staff made me feel at home. I love Rob Vaughn.
Yeah, good dude.
And a good pitch. Nice little slider wraps around the outside corner. A fun little clinic. Lifted, left field. Great approach. Drives it toward the track, and it's down and up against the wall. Give Villa credit. He let the power on the mound create the power for him, let a pitch travel deep into his stance, and crush that ball to left. Pretty swing.
Yeah, have that changeup in the whole way and just let it travel, like you said. Able to still hit it 96 miles an hour to the opposite field. Really, really impressive two-strike swing there from Villa. A really good piece of hitting.
96, huh?
Yeah.
Wow, that's outstanding. Frank Thomas takes a pitch just off the plate, 93 miles an hour.
Especially on a swing like that, when you don't get your A swing off, you're trying to just kind of fight with 2 strikes. It's still hit at 96 is super impressive.
C.J. Wall, the battery mate, trying to get Grayson Parker, get the plane landed. It has been a fun journey to watch. He's got a runner out there, though. Way out front of that one. Kind of cheated just a bit, 91 miles an hour. That's a 2-0 hack. Jailbreak hack. I don't blame him. Just got a piece of it. 2 balls and 2 strikes to count. about a 2-1 slider in a perfect spot? I mean, a perfect spot.
Yeah, I don't think Frank was expecting that one.
This is so advanced, Grayson Parker, for me anyway.
Yeah, it's rare to see high school pitchers not only with this kind of command but this kind of sequencing. Especially in a situation kind of like I brought up earlier that this might be Parker's first time throwing to CJ Wall. They might not really know each other, so the communication there is key.
I don't know if I'm allowed to say this, but it's kind of fun to see catchers with their fingers calling pitches.
Yeah, no, 100%. It's about it's a throwback, right?
Yes. Yes. I watch a lot of Major League Baseball. I'm a massive fan of the sport at that level. And the one thing I will laugh about is, devices aren't working. They're calling time. They're shaking that small device in the air. And I will think to myself, for the rest of the inning, you just could put down signals. You could. All fastballs at this point. Issued his first walk. Maybe fading a little bit. He's been a high-energy pitcher. Command maybe betraying him just a touch.
Yeah, first time he's been working out of the stretch in this outing after Villa's double.
Good point by you. Good point. That makes a lot of sense. Velocity ticking down just a little bit as well. But that may be a byproduct of the stretch. Frank Thomas III. Auburn commit.
I was going to say Frank's working a good at-bat here, too.
Boy, good-looking pitch. Just a little bit below the knees. Couple of runners out there for the Columbia Blue squad. Thomas lines that one into center field, but it hangs up nicely. Right into the glove it goes. Wait out there runs it down. He of the 6'2", 260 earlier today. Grayson Parker. I know we've talked about him a lot, but let's put it all in a bundle. What'd you see?
Yeah, 3 pitches, strikes, athleticism. There's a ton to like here. The fastball gets good carry. On the top rail, gets a lot of swing and miss. The changeup's tunneled super well. The slider's a good pitch when he gets on top of it. In the low 80s, kind of an ideal starter kit of kind of how you'd craft a high school righty, how you want a high school righty to look, especially one that you think is going to continue to blossom and develop into a guy at the next level.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy advance. The one pitch that kept standing out to me was that short. It almost had the feel of a cutter, like short slider. But having the ability to throw it glove side to a left-handed hitter, like that feels way advanced.
That's super advanced, yeah.
That feels, to have the confidence to do it and then to be able to execute it. I mean, if he threw, I don't know, let's say he threw 7 of those, 6 out of 7 were right where he wanted them.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, the ability to kind of land the off-speed pitches specifically in the zones that he wanted to.
All right, we've got a new arm to introduce you to. He's an uncommitted athlete from St. Mary, Florida. Jack Rouch takes the rock and he rolls, goes to work.
Thank you.
A pitcher's number and number 20. Glen St. Mary, Florida, his home. 5-Star Mafia, his travel team, 17-plus years old. Bishop John Snyder High School. Yeah, about 12.5 PG events. So not this crazy travel ball history, but he pitched pretty well. 7 total innings at the 17U WWBA. Struck out 5, gave up just 1 earned run. Earlier in the summer, you guys saw him, Vinny, at an event down in West Palm Beach, get up to 92 miles an hour.
Yeah, Rouch has got a good arm. It's quality stuff. He, like you said, he'll be up to right around 91, 92 miles an hour. Got the full 4-pitch mix. Definitely looks the part of an arm that'll find a home at the next level. A guy we've seen a handful of times already this summer between the World would bat in the UBC.
Brian and Sarah, his parents, both of them North Florida alum. Dad, a baseball player when younger. Mom, really good volleyball player.
I was gonna say Bishop Snyder had some. They had some arms this year too. So.
Well, and this is one of them, and here he goes. Ties up right in on the hands, Hayes McGinnis. Yeesh. That's a tough way to start things. 91 on your knuckles, strike one.
Yeah, tone setter pitch.
Yeah, my goodness.
Good.
McGinnis in Arkansas commit out of Noonan, Georgia. Plays for Coach Mark Gilmore at Noonan High School. And he was the 5A Player of the Year last year. First team All-State this year. That'll pop over the outside corner. Top half of inning number 7.
No, we're not. Yeah, 62, but there's 12 teams. There's 12 teams of 30. 12 teams of 30 plus players. 12 teams, and each team has at least 30 players.
Looks like it's our friend Joe Mendozona catching behind the plate. Maybe. That's who it looks like.
Down, attaboy.
Dumped into center field. Hayes has himself a base hit. Perfectly placed between the infield and outfield, finding that turf out there. So a base runner.
Yeah, just good defensive hack there from McGinnis. Trying to protect the plate there and gets enough on it to find grass.
Now we're still talking about what these two hitters did back-to-back a couple of innings ago. Griffin Boson and Brew Miller. Griffin hit a ball the other way. Boy, that is a deep curveball there. Good-looking pitch. Snapdragon at the plate, 0-1 the count. Anyway, Griffin hit a ball the other way off the wall. Opposite field, off the wall. Impressive. He fights that one off, 90 miles an hour.
I was going to say he's right on that one, too. But you saw the big curveball first pitch to Boson there. Rouch showed a slider before. So curveball takes a little off. It gets a little bit more vertical depth on it. Sitting right around 89, 91 with the heater. Haven't seen the changeup yet, but he's got it in there. 4-pitch mix.
I want the curveball again, Vinny. I like the curveball. I'm just telling you.
Big Uncle Johnny guy.
1-2 the count. Runner at first. Yeah, overthrew it. Ran off and left that one behind. That was what I wanted, but just didn't get it there.
Uncle Charlie, I should say. That's what they call it, not Uncle Johnny.
I'm fine with either one.
That was an Adam Wainwright thing, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
He called it Uncle Charlie.
Mm-hmm. My father had one of those kind of curveballs. Uncle Charlie, double overhanded yellow hammer, he would call it sometimes.
That's a good one.
That Burt Blyleven, Don Sutton, Adam Wainwright kind of curveball. Griffin with that big power the other way, takes that fastball high. 89 miles an hour.
Impressive from Bosa. Obviously, we saw the double early on in the game, but to get down 0-2 and then spit on curveballs and sliders and really mix in a couple foul balls and work this count back to a walk now, where you're still down 0-2, but now you know the heater's coming.
The Duke commit takes up and away. Why Duke? He said exceptional academics along with playing baseball in the ACC. He said, Coach Moose, walking me through the dorms, past all the classroom buildings, and saying, Castles, Hogwarts, okay, let's go see the baseball facility.
Coach Moose.
He said, that made me smile. Betsy and Brian are Griffin's parents. Jack, older brother. Duncan, his younger brother. Well, he is hitterish, isn't he?
Mm-hmm. He really looks the part. He had an awesome fall last fall. Carried that right over into the spring this year over at Jesuit. Really looks the part and good blend of power and hit. It's a fun profile.
He is not about to open up that strike zone as he takes up high. He's making Rauch work. Good take. He had an interesting metamorphosis where he really grew, talking about Boson in high school this year. He said, I grew the most in being able to trust the next guy. During high school, I didn't feel like I had to do everything because I knew the rest of the lineup was more capable of doing their jobs too, equal to me or better. Inside corner, that's strike 3. Just a little bit of arm side run. Good battle. That was fun.
Yeah, and just good location there from Rauch. Not a whole lot you can do with that pitch. But like you said, Boson definitely showed the hitterish traits there all at bat.
I like that thought he shared. You know, I would guess as Brew Milner, let's pause because he crushed the ball into the bullpen last time up. As he takes, I like that thought about being mature enough to tell yourself, okay, look, you don't have to do everything. And there are players that are maybe better than you on certain days on this team.
And I don't even know if it's necessarily about having to do everything or not, but I think it definitely ties into some plate discipline stuff.
Picked on a breaking ball, lines it into left field, deep enough to plate a run. Runners advance, one comes on down all the way to third. Having a good day, Brew Milner. He homers, then in his second at bat, it's a laser beam to left field.
I was going to say, when you're having a good day, you're having a good day. 2 hits there for Milner. Takes a breaking ball, doesn't try to do too much, just pulls that into left field.
It ain't that hard to get a hit, clearly. That kid just got to it.
And now Aiden Pack. Pack also reached his first time up. He's 1 for 1. He's got a double. Brew Milner. Remember that name. That's a name to talk about gameplay at least so far. Pair of hits. 4 RBIs because he had a 3-run homer. And hit 2 baseballs really hard. Jack Rauch has been up to 91, his top fastball. And pretty pitch over the outside corner. 1-2 the count.
Yeah, just nice little 2-seamer there. He clearly feels comfortable moving that fastball around to both halves of the plate.
Deuces a swing and a miss that time. Comes right back. That one, a lot more of the plate center cut.
Yeah, that one before just grabbed kind of the down and out corner. That one gets more of the plate. Had a little late arm side towards the inner half of the plate, but a good pitch nonetheless, able to get it by Pack.
Wesley Mooring struck out in his first plate appearance. Southern Miss commit. Nickname? The Silent Assassin. To me, all that means is you're an introvert who can hit.
It's right there.
I was going to say, all due respect to Wesley Mooring, but that doesn't. Waffle House is still the #1 nickname of this broadcast.
That's
so far.
fair. That's fair. Good off-speed pitch, swing and a miss. That one had him way out front. 1-2 the count.
Yeah, Rauch has thrown 2 different breaking balls, kind of blending at some points, but that one definitely had more sweeping action to it.
Inside corner, that's strike 3 with a fastball. Good arm side run, locked him up. So Rout settles down. A couple of strikeouts to get his team back in the dugout. And a really, really good day for some big bats out there. At the very top of the list, Brew Milner. Remember that name. Allow us to introduce you to Louisiana man Cam Ganji. Cameron, given name from Hammond, Louisiana. St. Thomas Aquinas High School down below in the center of the diamond. He'll go to work on the mound. At St. Thomas Aquinas, his head coach is Boomer Nunez. Dodgers 17U scout team. Tyler Naquin, his travel coach. And he is an Oklahoma commit. Dad is Michael. Mom is Jennifer. He's got a couple of sisters, Ava and Kayla, both older. He was an all-state performer this year. That's a lot of human beings. 6'6", 225, Vinny.
Yeah, I got to see Cameron pitch on day 1 of 17U over at Mount Perrin Christian School is where I believe I was. He was up to 90, showed 3 pitches, low 80s changeup, 74, 77 on the curveball. Like you said, 6'6", and he moves pretty well for that frame. I'm gonna predict he throws a touch harder today.
Okay.
So he's gonna get grab a 91 or 92.
It's Jojo Mendozona time, and he's in the hole. 0-1 the count. First pitch right off the right arm rifle at 90 miles an hour.
Yeah, big swing there from Mendozona.
Struck out first time up, Joe did. Back of the box up against the plate he stands. And that off-speed pitch never got there, and that one is high. It's a swing and a miss that time. 1-2 the count. Pretty changeup. That fluttered to the plate like a butterfly.
Yeah, lots of fading action there. 19 inches of horizontal, and that changeup just ran off the plate. No chance Mendozona would be able to get on that.
And as you talk about sequencing, buried a fastball right at him, popped up behind home plate. And a nice job going to get that one. I think that's Gunnar. Yeah, Gunnar fucking went and hauled that one in. Kind of made it look easy.
I was going to say,
held onto the mask, the one-handed grab.
He held the mask in his right hand the whole time. He didn't get rid of the mask. Normally on those pop-ups, the catchers just yeet it out of the way pretty quickly, but good play.
Here's Devin Downs. Nice little slider that he fouled off that time. Good location, down and away. Struck out first at bat. Line drive center field. It's a base hit. Boy, you've got to get your hands in close to your body quickly. And it's a hustle double. Along with that, you've got to be strong. He really flexed a couple of bases for Devin Downs.
Really impressive swing there from Devin. Just the ability to create that space over the inside and get your hands through the ball and out, then the barrel out. On a breaking ball that was inside off the plate, just really good swing.
Legendary Lash Henderson, the Texas A&M commit. That one dives down and away. Yeah, Blake Ragsdale's out there playing short. Malachi Butler's playing second. Ryan Yormack's been playing first since the dawn of time. But you don't have as many first basemen, so he's playing his 7th inning over there at first. Hayes McGinnis is playing third defensively. Lash takes outside. Coach James Villade at Prestonwood Christian Academy, guiding Lash at his prep journey. He and Coach Early really clicked together for the Texas A&M commitment. As that one's flipped into the seats.
That one was out, without a doubt. We need to get this.
Missed some time this year, didn't play most of his junior season, Lash. He said, if anything, I've had the opportunity to work on my mental game. He said, my size has carried me since the beginning. Now I'm working on matching the mental with the physical. As that bag is swiped. A little bit of wisdom in that answer. The other thing he pulled off, by the way, this year was getting through APP calculus, which he said was harder than baseball.
Oh, boy. I believe that.
Pretty pitch. Knee high. I mean, a perfect pitcher's pitch over the outside corner. Cam Ganji, the Louisiana native, started that one in the left-handed hitter's batter's box. And elevates and gets a swing and a foul back that time. Lash takes strike 3. Another pitch, beautiful on the black.
Yeah, Ganji living right around 88, 90 right now. Getting 18, 19, 20 inches of induced vertical break on the fastball. Doing a nice job throwing his strikes with the heater. Only showed the one changeup so far, but it was a good one to Mendozona for the swing and miss. So we'd be interested to see if he starts throwing it here.
Carson Bruce, left-handed batter, pops that one third base side. They just run out of room over there. It's up against the screen. North Cobb Christian from Ackworth, Georgia. The Georgia commit. Just spins that one around at home plate. Got a small piece of it. He was originally a South Carolina commit. Georgia came in second place. Then there were coaching changes. Then suddenly Georgia came in first place. There's your relationship piece.
Gotta
that you
keep
just
your
talked
relationships.
About. On the move. Pretty throw there. Really pretty throw, uncorking a long distance throw.
I was going to say, I thought that was a pretty tag too by Ragsdale.
Connor Falcon working behind the plate.
He tried it. He's laughing. I think he might have missed it. Throw was just a little bit too much on the second base side.
That South Carolina to Georgia tale is such a good one when you think about Carson Bruce here. And you know, if you have either coarse words or you're frustrated and it doesn't work out and you don't land the player, then the player, again, a coaching change changes his mind. and he doesn't remember how you handled it, and it's a negative experience. As that one's lifted again, another chance. How much space is there? There's enough. There is enough space over there. Hayes McGinnis, I've got that one. Give me a shot at it, and he makes the play. We played 7 innings. We're having a lot of fun, some flexing going on the field, some talented athletes, some great moments. It's never a surprise. This is the 2026 National Showcase from Miami, Florida.
Let's 10 run their ass and go home.
Same guy? Yeah.
Zach Osbeck is the talented coach at Bishop John Snyder High School, John J. Snyder High School, and one of his athletes is this man. And as Vinny said, a lot of depth of talent in the Florida-based school, and 5-star Mafia travel ball player goes back to work. Mr. Dubront, his first foe. Jose, the uncommitted athlete, chance to do great things here with a lot of people watching. He takes outside. Venezuelan ties. We think about Venezuela when we think about his homeland, Jose, and his family ties and all that they've been through, and the athletes here in the States that have done their best to honor their countrymen and women. But Jose will tell you, back when I was younger and in Venezuela, that's when I fell in love with baseball. I was 5. My dad would take me to a club where I started hitting, and I never, ever, ever missed a day. The coaches would get excited. That motivated me. I fell in love with the game as he rolls that one foul. What's your $5 scouting report on Jose Dubront?
It's a good offensive package. He's physical. Has the ability to impact the baseball at the pull side and a really good feel to hit. It's a guy who's going to be a middle of the lineup contributor at the next level.
Crouch misses high with that one. He said summertime has been good for his bat. He feels like defense has grown kind of throughout the last 10 months. He said, but I'm hitting. I feel really confident. I made some adjustments as he gets out in front of that breaking ball and rolls out. That time, ground ball out to short. Robert Villa, the third, is playing short.
Yeah, good hands there from Villa to come in and get it, throw it on the run.
Jets' turn. Jet Walters. He's been out there active. Doesn't have a hit, but he's pinch ran a bunch. Got a couple of stolen bases, 3 as a matter of fact. Couple of runs scored. He's going to see if he can add a hit to the resume now. Berkeley Prep, Tampa, Florida. Making his decision on where he'd like to play. Beautiful pitch. Dots the black of home plate, and that's strike 3.
Yeah, just really well executed out at half fastball there. Good sequence. Go down and away with the breaking ball, and then up and away with the heater. Froze jet.
Well, that's a game-high 4 strikeouts for Jack. Yormak had 4 in his first 2 innings. Jack Rouch has 4. That's a high water mark for any pitcher today in their 2 innings of work. He zips one over the inside corner. Nice little comebacker changeup, just mid-70s. Good-looking pitch.
Yeah, there was the changeup we had talked about before. The full 4-pitch mix for Rouch.
One and one the count on Gunnar. Kennesaw State commit. That last pitch, that curveball. Been looking forward to seeing that one again. Couple of strikes on the batter, couple of outs in the inning.
69 miles an hour on that curveball.
Come on.
Perfect. Perfect velo bend.
He goes back to the fastball and sails it high.
Yeah, probably trying to overthrow that one just a touch. Could be the last pitch you throw of the outing.
Kind of a hesitation, a protective swing that time on a changeup. Tried to stay back as long as he could. Did Gunnar. Gunnar, the 9th-ranked catcher in the state of Georgia, and this the class of 27. And by the way, this is a switch-hitting catcher.
Mm-hmm. Yep, that's right.
Lives to spoil a pitch. One more time, 2-2 the count. Cam Ganji on the other end. Good touch and feel. Big guy from Louisiana. Jack Roush, 4 strikeouts so far. He's got a couple of runs he's allowed. High pop. Tied him up nicely. A little sinking line drive out there to short. Well, he made his pitches. And again, that second inning, we always talk about if you're not perfect in your first inning, what do you do in that second inning? That was a nice second inning.
Yeah, 4 pitches, strikes, the ability to miss bats, like you mentioned, 4 strikeouts in 2 innings. Good-looking arm there for Rouch. He'll be a good get for somebody here in the near future.
Yep. Who's calling me? Hey, it's the guy with the pink.
Hey, Gunner, you need it?
Is it thundering?
Guys, can we just lock in like we did in the earlier inning?
Hey, hit after Gandy.
Even though Paul Skeens had a brief stop in the state of Louisiana, Louisianans claim him, and you know they do. And this Louisiana native from Hammond, Louisiana, claims Paul Skeens is his favorite pitcher for sure. He said, I love watching any sort of college baseball, but I enjoy watching Paul Skeens. I've also learned that you're going to fail at every level you play in. Skeens hasn't done much of that. But again, how fun to be a Louisiana man and to play the game of baseball, to be an athlete who's committed to a place like Oklahoma. And we're talking about Cameron Ganji, who is working on the mound. St. Thomas Aquinas and an OU commit. So Anderson Lambert, let's remind ourselves about this speed. We watched Anderson hit a triple in his first at bat. As he hacks, he was on that breaking ball. He liked the looks. He picked up the spin, you could sense. 0-1 the count.
Yeah, he definitely had that the whole way in. And before that triple, it was a long at-bat from Anderson. Lots of good swings.
Boy, another dialed-in swing, just missed it. Saw the spin, but fouled it off. Ganji thinking, that's fine, announcer man up top. You can say all that you want, but I'm ahead now 0-2.
Yeah, and I'm no pitching coach, but I wouldn't call a breaker here.
He's throwing back-to-back sliders. He threw a fastball, straightened him up. And it felt like he straightened him up, and it's mainly because this is a fearless man right on top of the plate. That one actually was over the plate. There's your breaking ball. Best one yet. Bottom disappears. Wow, what a pitch.
Yeah, good one there. Through the first two kind of in the strike zone, Lambert was on time with both of them. Gets that breaking ball again and just buries it down and away. Good location from Ganji.
Headed to Texas A&M, Hector Cadena. Line drive, left field, base hit. Jumped all over, ambushed that first one. 97 miles an hour off the bat.
Another breaking ball there from Ganji, too, and Cadena was on it. Like we mentioned before, the BP was really good this morning. Kind of has those, we call violent intentions in the box.
Mm-hmm.
And you saw that there, 97 off the bat. Real loud barrel.
Titus Hefner will hit. He gets after it, pops the first one foul, and we'll do it again. 0-1 the count.
They're swinging right now. Three
Yes.
straight hitters, first pitch swinging.
Hefner wears that Styx Prospects uniform, travel ball team. Over the top of that one there is a good-looking changeup.
Yeah, it's only the second one he's thrown. That's two changeups, 2 swings and misses. Would not be surprised if we try to double up here and go to a third.
Takes a walk off the back of the mound. It's almost as if something crawled into his head and he wanted to just empty that head and go back to work because he had good momentum going. Just wanted to think for a sec. Now he's ready to go. Against Titus Hefner, Ganji deals it, swings right through that one. It was the changeup he was thinking about in his mind.
Again, not a pitching coach, but maybe keep throwing the one that gets swings and misses.
Ooh, that's a really special pitch too, Vinny. I mean, just the size you have, you can get enough velocity. In this case, his top fastball is 90. Really good command, repeatable delivery. Came right after him that time with a fastball. It's lifted foul. Case Yashko, the South Charlotte Panthers star and the uncommitted athlete. 0-1 the count. Case singled first at bat. It takes off. Throw down from the knees. It slips on by into shallow center field. And he'll stick right there. Cadena with a stolen base. Hey, we'll do this one more time right after this. So if you're scouting, if you're a fan of the future of the game, hang with us. 2 more full rosters, a whole bunch of new arms and pitchers to get to know. The gold team, the gray team. Hey, and Vinny wanted me to remind you that if you're watching like on your laptop, okay, let's just say you're watching on your laptop, you can go to your smart TV and get the Perfect Game TV app. So why don't you go ahead and do that now? And then you can watch like on your frame TV, your projector television. You can watch like 70 inches. And that's strike 3, by the way. Really good stuff for the big fella Ganji. Thoughts? $5 scouting report?
Not hard to see that being a collegiate starter at the next level. 3 pitches, strikes. Knows how to sequence, knows how to mix. Easy to see the velocity coming a little bit later down the line. A lot to like.
Yeah, really confident. Really confident, too. Nice little slider. You talked about the best one was one he threw early in this inning with 2 strikes. Good looking changeup, enough fastball. Pride of Louisiana. And again, get that Perfect Game TV app. You can put it on all your devices. Most importantly, especially when you go to an Airbnb, make sure you leave it behind on the smart TV that you use. You like that, don't you, Vin? It'll get us some more viewers.
There we go.
Hey, we're moving along. We're going to go to the 9th. We got a 10-inning game, so let's hang out at the National Showcase.
Welcome to Miami.
All right, let's play. Let's play the 9th inning. Let's meet Devin Downs, the pitcher. We've seen Devin Downs offensively. We've seen him try out a lot of his talented skills, but now, Vinny, we see the right-hander pitch, and I'm kind of looking forward to it.
Yeah, he should be up to right around 93, 94 with the heater. He was 92 across during drills earlier today. It's kind of a bulldog out there, like a power fastball, power approach.
And a power swing. Luding drives it to the right center field corner, and he is on the move. He touches first. Intentions of heading all the way to third. Beautiful turn, stand-up triple. 3 bases for Tyler, the Oklahoma commit out of Aurora, Illinois.
Yeah, 100 miles an hour off the bat on that one. Just handled an elevated fastball, pulled it in the gap, didn't try to do too much. Came off hot.
Elias takes his turn now. And he takes a fastball just off the plate outside. Gandy opened the game playing left field, played a really good second base. Now this, in all likelihood, is final opportunity in this game to swing the bat. He'll have another game tomorrow.
I was last. Third to last, second to last. Okay. That's all I need to know, guys. Not after this person, after him. Freaking meanie, fancy.
Let that shoulder betray him just a little bit, open up a little bit early. And a good-looking off-speed pitch that fooled him as well.
Yeah, good breaking ball located low there. Able to get the chase.
Fights off the pitch in, 89 miles an hour.
Head on a swivel down there, gentlemen.
Westlake High School. And the Westlake High School student sends the runner on home as that one skips to the bass stop. But just to finish the thought, too, about why Westlake, for him, it's just been the great fit. He's really flourished there for Kelsey White as head coach. By the way, when you think about Westlake High School, too, let's remind everyone that there's a really good alum that plays in the big leagues that he looks up to, Lawrence Butler.
Oh, yeah.
The Oakland Athletics. One of the fun faces of the game, a really talented athlete. Gandy, it's about competing. He loves competing. Loves competing ping pong, loves golfing. Football, we've talked about that. This is the famous Waffle House. As he hits that one foul.
Nickname of the broadcast thus far. Waffle House, always open. Shouts out to Tyler Jennings. Gandy also worked a long at-bat, his first at-bat. I believe he walked. Has some good foul-offs, as he's doing now.
And a base hit to left field. Boy, you walked us through the at-bat, Vinny. Good first to third turn, grabbing an extra base as well. Beautiful base running. But just tip of the cap to that at-bat.
Yeah, works his way back. The swings and misses at the second pitch on the breaking ball low and out of the zone. Adjusts to that. Reads in and is able to work the count to a walk to get a fastball only and pulls that single in the left. Just a nice job all the way around.
Lucas Waite's turn. A lot of murmuring and talking about Lucas Waite, who's the number 17th ranked right-handed pitcher in the country. Number 3 ranked right-handed pitcher in California. As Gandy takes off. And that pitcher ran a 6.2 260 today. I know he's not just a pitcher, obviously.
No, of course. He's one of the many two-way players we'll see out here. Just is always interesting. Have that kind of that speed and dynamicism on the mound.
Yeah, he threw 93 from the outfield. He went 3 innings against top-tier Roos at the 17U WWBA. Struck out 5.
When he was up to 96 as well.
Come on, really? Runner on the move, beautiful throw, but slips right on through. And a run will score. Kind of trying to go over there and grab that baseball, make the play. Unable to do so. Coming over from shortstop. I think that's Chavez, Antonio Chavez, if I'm not mistaken.
Shout out to our scoreboard and producers being able to keep track of the runs because I had no idea it was 11-1. As we said before, with these showcase games, we do our best to keep track of the run total, but the run total is not the goal here.
This is 4. No, this is 3. I'm 4.
Yeah, I think in my, what is this, my 13th, as we've talked about, National Showcase. You know, there have been fun moments where teams will laugh and pull together and want to win a game and have some fun with it.
Yeah, oh yeah.
And there's nothing wrong with that. That's great. It's good fun.
No, yeah.
Figure out a way.
These dudes are competitors. Good, strong hands to fight that one off. Waite earns himself a base hit. Again, you'll see a number of 65 miles an hour, but the thing that stands out to me is being strong enough to fight that off.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, really strong hands. I'm more surprised that bat's still intact. But just so strong at the point of contact, able to keep that get enough on it just to push it past the shortstop.
Hey, is this the pitcher brother getting to hit? I think it is.
That's Derek's time.
All right. Your Mac brothers. This time Derek gets to hit. Brother Ryan's the cleanup hitter on the team. Derek opened the game with 2 hitless innings, struck out 4, and touched 94 miles an hour. There's the ranking, 51st in the land, one of the top players in the country. He and his brother, 2 of the top players in New York. Fun to see that man run. Boy, my goodness, that is just beautiful speed. Downs has been up to 90 miles an hour. 87 to 90 is where he has lived with his fastball. Spins a breaking ball that misses off the plate.
You know, with a lot of these two-way guys, obviously hard for a guy like Downs to be able to kind of run it up to his peak velos. He ran the 60, worked out all day, then played 8 innings. We've seen it a little firmer in the past before, but it's obviously still a talented arm.
That's such a valid point, too. You know, all the things, plus the natural mental stress of performing, of showcasing on this stage. And then at the end of your day, when you may be the most fatigued and or most hungry or most ready to be 17 years old, you're pitching.
Yep.
And let us again pause and marvel at what Shohei Ohtani does. Now, he's got some funds behind him so he can take care of himself and all that, but just remind you, even at this age, just to watch, to do 2 things with that stress, as that one's fly to right field, long run toward the corner. Nice job. Boy, it gets short and shy over there. A long, long run, and that is a fabulous play out there. My goodness. Went a million miles out there to haul that one in way into the corner. That's Yashko. Case.
Yeah, he's had himself a pretty good game. He made a tough catch in center field earlier, too. Obviously, running up against the wall there, had a hit. Good day at the yard for Case.
I love that Case, Yashko. Way to go. All right, Grayson Parker's hitting now. Boy, Grayson Parker was good on the mound. 2 scoreless innings, up to 94 miles an hour. He and the previous hitter, Derek Yormack, the 2 hardest throwers of the day as far as peak velocity so far. Samples through 93. And he's on. Slips right on through a couple of infielders. And that should flip things over. The amount of batters they needed to see has reached its peak. So we move along to the bottom half of inning number 9 here. The Perfect Games 2026 National Showcase.
Bro, he said he was throwing 96. He said he was going to throw 96. The worst thing is it's just cost, bro. It's just cost, bro. Like that's it. Everything's good. Everything's good about it, but it's just like the living out, the cost of living. That's like the cheapest you'll find it too.
Brennan Neal is an Auburn commit. He's from Columbus, Georgia, where he goes to Brookstone High School. Top 100 player in the country right there, dropping on that line. And a talented outfielder. He's got a couple of innings that are expected of him today, so excited to see Brennan Neal go to work. #2 outfielder in the state of Georgia. East Cobb Astros, his travel team. And he's done all the aforementioned things today that Vinny was talking about. Been running around, taking on the 60, in which he ran 6.32, pardon me, through 93 from the outfield, went to short and threw 88 as a shortstop.
Yeah, significant arm talent here for Brennan, and obviously athleticism. He's pitched quite well this summer. Was up to 96 at East Cobb the other day during the World War Bet.
He struck out 4 of the 5 batters he faced. That's crazy.
It's a live arm.
Well, this ought to be fun then.
Fun way to close it out.
And when he did hit, I mean, he only played in 5 games as a hitter. When he did hit at that same event, he had 3 hits, 3 walks, warm little .583 on base percentage at the event through 96, as Vinny said, and then 4 of the 5 batters he faced. He retired all 5, but struck out 4 of the 5. All right, it's Colton Hatfield's turn. Bottom half of inning number 9. Hayden McGinnis is at second. Malachi Butler is at short, and that is strike 1. Boy, nifty little slider right out of the gates for Hatfield to deal with, the UCLA commit.
Really good pitch there.
Goes right back to work again. Little wraparound slider that grabs the inside corner. Hatfield's thinking, where's that 96 I heard about? There's some giddy up. Pops in and out of the catcher's mitt. 94. Brew's back there catching, by the way. Brew Milner, who homered earlier. Another spin doctor into the dirt. Hatfield 0 for 1. Swings right through that one as another slider falls off the table at home plate.
Yeah, that slider's obviously a weapon right now in the low 80s. Doing a good job getting swings and misses on it.
Jackson Schilling singled in his first at bat. There's some giddy up on that fastball. No, that's a changeup. That actually is a little floater, Vinny, that was about 86 miles an hour.
Yeah, right changeup there. Get Schilling right on top of it to dribble it foul.
At this point, if I'm a hitter, I'm thinking, okay, wait a minute. This isn't fair. Where's the fastball I'm ready for? Another slider. 1-1 the count. The lone fastball he's thrown has been 94 miles an hour. Goes right back to the slider, right down the middle. Schilling, Ohio State. He's an Ohio man, goes to Butler High School. And he's an Ohio State commit. Swing and a miss right through that one. Another slider. That's strike 3. Another strikeout.
Yeah, Neil's feeling good out there right now. Throwing the breaking balls, hyping himself up out there.
Landon twos, Floridian, and a Mercer commit. It's that slider to deal with again. Neil Brookstone High School coach. Mathis is high school coach. Dad is 18. Mama's Alyssa. And another slider as he bounces on those tippy toes on the mound.
I mean, that's his 6th swing miss this inning on the slider alone.
One and two the count on Landon twos. Deals a fastball, fly ball center field. 95 miles an hour going in. 86 fluttering on out. Vinny, that's a unique inning. I don't know what else to say. To have the confidence to throw the right-on-right changeup, to throw that secondary pitch, what'd you say, 6 swing and misses?
6 swings and misses on the slider alone, and then, oh, here's 95 at your chest. Hope for the best. Hitting's really hard.
By the way, football star, track star when he was younger, a really good all-around athlete. 10th and final inning here. Perfect Games National Showcase, the very best 27s in the country. Colton Hadfield will throw the final inning. We've been talking about Colton. He's an interesting player for me because rankings not crazy high, but a UCLA commitment, which means he can play baseball. That's it, right? I mean, that's it.
100%. As we've kind of said, the rankings are going to change. Sometimes a lot, sometimes not a lot. There's going to be lots of players who jump up into rankings. We've had plenty of PG All-Americans come in who were ranked 500 or maybe not even ranked at the time of the national showcase, and then we get to see them with our own eyes, and it's, oh wow, this is what this is, or this is the jump this player has taken. Because as we've talked about, it's about development and the timelines these kids are on. It varies from age to age, from age summer to summer, year to year, person to person.
And all you can do is what you can do. It's interesting. I've talked to a lot of major leaguers or high-level college players, or even those that are journeying through the minor leagues, where they don't minimize the rankings. They were honored when they were ranked, but they also learned, some of them came through and maybe went to college ranked 280, 300, 400, and then went to college and evolved even more, and all of a sudden you go from ranked, let's say 300 going into college, to being ranked in the first round when you graduate college, or when you finish your third year of college. So it's a fun part of the entire discussion, and all of them will talk about the compliment it is to even be ranked at all. I mean, older players will think, okay, well, Freddie Freeman, in talking with him last week or 2 weeks ago, talked about, I never took for granted. I was highly thought of. It meant a lot to me. I was trying to have fun, but I was highly ranked, and I never took that for granted. I still knew that I had to make sure I got my scholarship to Fullerton lined up if that's what I was going to do. So it's just interesting.
And a player you mentioned at the top of the show, too, I think at the top of this 2026 draft, you have Rock Chalowski, who was the perfect game All-American, the consensus All-American out of high school, turned down several offers to go pro, and you have Von Lackey on the other side of it, a guy who got immensely better in college, and guys that Lackey was not as highly ranked as a guy as Rock was. So two very different paths, but also the journey's never just one way.
Breaking ball. Extended that corner just a little bit for Blake Ragsdale. Nice little spinner, though. And that's strike 3. Ragsdale Deals with a short little, sharp little breaking ball to finish Vinny's thought when Vaughn Lackey graduated high school. And when he graduated Collins Hill School and did so, by the way, Collins Hill's in Suwanee, Georgia, he was the 256th ranked catcher in the United States in his class, which of course is the class of 2023. And then he went to work developing.
And now he's going to be a top 3 pick. Probably.
I think sometimes we get stuck in a vacuum in what we do. I know I do. You still need to pause and it doesn't get lost on you, I know, because you evaluate talent so well. You're like my secret guru on draft things. But it still is a huge compliment that this guy was the 256th best catcher. There's a lot of catchers that would kill to be considered the 256th best catcher, let alone a high first-round pick.
Mm-hmm.
But he had done good work to get to that point, as that one from Malachi Butler is rolled to the right side. Nice job getting over there, covering the mound. And a nice defensive play, the two of them working together there. Frank Thomas, so smooth.
Yeah, Hatfield working quick here. Loose athletic delivery, 89-90, showing 3 pitches. Got a swing and miss. Got a swing and miss on Ragsdale on the breaking ball first at bat. Changeup showing there to Malachi Butler, the left-handed hitter. Hatfield, another guy kind of like Devin Downs and Brendan Neal, who did the full workout today. So, you know, ran, did drills, took BP. So, not quite the PO lifestyle for these guys.
C.J. Wall, the talented catcher. And the Arkansas commit. What do you got, Vaughn Lackey going, what, 3rd overall? Is that right?
Somewhere around there.
Okay.
He's in play at 1.
In play at 1.
Everyone's in play at 1.
I love that. Hey, Vinny's such a great help to us. I want to share with all of you that stay tuned for the next 2 months, basically. On draft day, we will be in Mississippi at E.J. Booth's home with Jacob Lombard inside his home, with Carson Bowman at his draft party, with Drew Burris, our first ever college player, and our second ever college player, Derek Curiel, and with reclassed catcher and Select Festival alum Will Brick. We will be, and Vinny gives us such great insight, in 6 different places. I'm very excited.
Yeah, that's awesome.
I'm very excited. I get to go to Booth. That's mine.
Nice.
That's mine. So I'm very excited. He goes pretty high, right? We're thinking?
I have to think. Feels like a pretty high pick.
Boy, explosive swing. Just blows right through that baseball. Love that. And a base hit into right field. C.J. Wall, his first hit. He's been out active on the base pads. He's scored a couple of runs, but that was pretty.
Yeah, 101 off the bat there, I mentioned before. CJ going to be a dangerous hitter, especially in an account where he can hunt, because he likes to do damage to the pull side.
And I got to say, what's very exciting is Ryan Yormack. It was interesting, some of our top leaders, they won't be mentioned by name, but they stopped by the broadcast booth and they're like, hey, hold on a second, tell me about these twin brothers from New York. And you immediately brought them up to speed on the Yormack brothers.
Yeah, 2 talented individuals.
Ouch.
Ow.
Ouch, ouch, ouch. Yeah, to finish the thought on Mr. Booth in Mississippi, the family and gathering for that draft day documentary. It's a very, very small gathering. Smallest I've ever been to, meaning like less than 10. So
yeah.
Very understated, very quiet young man, wildly talented. Warm family. I've loved getting to know the family. So anyway, we'll be a lot of places. We're honored to share that content. We are humbled by the families that trust us with that and the representatives. That one has fallen off to the right side.
Yo, he walked me too.
Junior bat?
Absolute dad hack off.
Junior? Junior bat? Daddy got me the senior. I wanted the junior.
Vinny, you'll always be my greatest guru, and get mad props for encouraging me and reminding me that it's okay to go to Braylon Payne's home a couple of years ago in Houston, Texas, and I thank the Paynes for letting us come. When he shocked everyone and was done by an hour and a half into the draft, like the 15th pick. Breaking ball, and that's strike 3, or is it not strike 3? Is it strike 3? Is it strike 2? I think it's strike 3. We'll let you come off the field.
You going out again?
But we didn't know. I mean, we didn't know. Could it go past the first round? And Brewers loved him. And he's playing good baseball, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
I think you need to go out and produce one of these. You do so much scouting. You see so much. Just one time, just to sit in the corner and see someone's dreams come true. I promise, it's pretty cool.
Oh, I have no doubt that it's pretty cool, but unfortunately, you're
working.
It's a busy time of year.
You're working. I know. I know. You're grinding and you're working. All right, one more really unique inning. Brennan Neal. So I think it was 2 fastballs. Vinny knows better than I. Maybe 3. 94, one of them.
3.
95, another one.
Yeah, it was 90, 94, 92, 95.
Okay. So that was the deal. And then a whole bunch of sliders and a couple of strikeouts. So he's back out there again.
And a right changeup.
That's right. Are you joining us for the second game, or are you sending someone in from your cavalry?
I think one of our cavalry will be joining us for the second game. Not quite sure who it will be at the moment. But it will be somebody with insight, and I can say that.
Well, I know all of our viewers, and make sure you let him know. Hit him up on social media, send him a text. Let Vinny know how much you appreciate him giving to this broadcast. We need a catcher out there. We're getting one. We'll play this 10th inning, then we'll prep the field up for another game. Another 10 innings. And by the way, more baseball tomorrow. The busyness of the business just continues on. Schedule rolls out 9 o'clock in the morning, and it's games again. And it's the teams that we're seeing today playing against one another one more time. And we'll have it all for you. You can scout, you can be a fan, you can do whatever you'd like. On the air a little bit before 9 a.m. Eastern tomorrow, teams 1 and 3, then team 2 and 4, and then a brand new set of athletes comes in with the 60, with the outfield throw, with the shortstop, with the first base, and then batting practice. Batting practice till midnight. No? 7:30?
Hopefully not midnight.
9:30? How long does each batting practice group take? You're a veteran. You know this stuff.
I want to say, like, each team probably takes like a half an hour, so probably 2 hours for BP.
So batting practice till 8 o'clock.
Yeah, roughly. I think we got done hour 50 today.
Well, that might be some good news. There might be the ability to have, like, a dinner.
Oh, I don't know about that.
Okay. Oh, sorry. Got a little ahead of myself. I apologize.
What am I going to get, 8 hours of sleep next?
Jaden Cerna checks his swing on that one. There's your fastball, 93 miles an hour. Showing a little giddy up out of the gates. Left-handed bat, slightly open stance. The Santa Barbara commit, UC Santa Barbara. Now we're seeing a bunch of fastballs.
Columbia Blue has a 12-run deficit to make up. Don't think they will get there this inning.
Do a little changeup that fluttered high. Strike. High enough to just grab a part of the strike zone. Brennan Neal fires it. 93 miles an hour, misses up. Three balls and 2 strikes to count on Cerna. And Jaden drives that one into the right field corner. That one goes. It is down, and he is on the move. 90 miles an hour off the bat, but explosive enough. He's got a couple of bases. Jaden Cerna with a double.
Yeah, last pitch that last inning, I should say, those sliders from Brennan Neal were located low and away. That one was left up, and a good job there by Cerna being able to hit that hanging breaking ball 90 miles an hour off the bat into the right field corner.
Call Cinnamon will hit again.
Hey, after the game, when we get cleaned up, we gotta head up. We gotta head up to where you guys at.
How long was that?
What is it?
In total, bro, it was, you have to watch like a 3.5-minute video and then we were just talking. Oh my.
Will change up 86 miles an hour, fluttered foul. Checking to make sure everyone's okay behind home plate. Everyone's good. C.J. Wall's doing the catching this inning. Griffin Bosen's over there at first. Wesley Mooring's at second. Blake Ragsdale's at short. Parker Robinson's at third.
Wall and Neal actually travel ball teammates, so some familiarity there between the two.
I love that mention. That's a cool little wrinkle. Zips a fastball at 92. Pretty pitch. Nice little arm side run there, too. 1-2 the count on Cole. Ouch. He spiked a slider right into his shoe. The Virginia native and the Clemson commit. I can remember standing up next to this young man at the Junior National Showcase. He was big then, 6'5", 230.
Mm-hmm.
Put a runner out there, a couple of runners on, nobody out. So after you hit someone, Vinny, is it all fastballs too?
Yep.
Okay, here we go.
Power on power here.
If you load down just a tick. See, 93. It only ran 9 feet. Boy, Cole is really hobbling. Gets a chase that time. Let her high. And again, some real presence at the plate. That one had that rise ball appearance like you're watching a softball pitcher work.
Yeah, that ball just kept carrying up and out of the zone. Those are always the ones that that they say look the best to hit, those elevated pitches.
Antonio Chavez jumps ahead, 1-0 the count. Full day of action tomorrow, 2 games and drills and skills for 4 more teams. Friday, same thing. In the morning, 2 games, drills and skills for 4 more sets of teams. And then on Saturday, 4 games. Morning, lunch, late afternoon, and night. I don't know if Vinny and I will make dinner that night. I mean, we'll eat dinner, but I don't know if there will be a dinner outing. And that's July 4th. July 5th on Sunday, we wrap up this great event with a pair of games, 8:30 Eastern, noon Eastern. And we send these talented athletes off to continue their busy and challenging summer. Some will go to other events. Some will continue to play PG tournaments with their travel teams. Some will try and earn a spot on a red, white, and blue roster. It's always such a unique summer, such a great challenge for these guys. That's strike 3, and that's a changeup and a dandy.
Yeah, good change up there at 87. Lots of horizontal fade to it. 14 inches, in fact. Neal's really got a lot of confidence in his off-speed pitches.
Oregonian Chase Austin may be his final foe. Let's see. Mr. Neal will sleep well tonight. It's been a busy day. Being a two-way player as he spins the slider in there for strike one.
What'd y'all do after the video?
1-1 the count. Austin planning on a 4.0 in the classroom his senior year, continuing what has been a really good academic journey. Little line drive out to third, and that puts tonight's game, game one, in the books. Impressive efforts from Brennan Neal. Just put a bow on Brennan for me if you don't mind.
Up to 95, 3 pitches for strikes, including advanced confidence in the off-speed pitches, sliders and changeups, both getting swings and misses. Oh, and he runs a 6-3.
He runs
and
a
has power.
6-3, and he has great power. Thank you, Vinny, for being here. We appreciate it, man.
Thank you, Sud. Anytime.
Really, really good stuff. Our long day and rewarding day of great baseball continues. Take about a half-hour break to prep the field, let the athletes get ready. And then it's a couple of teams doing battle again, showing what they can do to all you folks watching out there, the gold, the gray, the best players in the country. Thanks for being with us. We'll pause now on Perfect Game TV and on Perfect Game social media platforms. Glad to have you with us, Vinny and Darren, and the great insights from the Perfect Game National Showcase.
So there are many that look at baseball at the professional, even college level, and think about, man, I heard about that kid when he was in high school. But you see, here at Perfect Game, we know about that kid a long, long time before then. Hi there, folks. My name is Darren Sutton, and certainly glad to have you joining us for a look back while we look forward. The class of 2027, as we preview their high school seasons, we review what they accomplished last year. We couldn't do it without the elite rider and scout, Vinny Servino, who spends time with us now. Vinny, thanks for being with us. We really appreciate it.
Thanks for having me, Darren. You know I love talking about baseball.
I know you do. I know you do. You always get so many of these predictions right, too, which means you see these athletes a ton. So as we share the top 10 with everyone, I know they're all different players. A lot of them play different positions from around the country. But thematically, athletically, as you look at this top 10 class of juniors, what are some of your thoughts?
I think when I look at the top 10 of the 2027 class, what really stands out to me is the upside. Like, you have a lot of really good players that are present in the top 10, but the upside you have for some of these players is pretty significant. You're talking about guys like Chase Fuller at number 1, who you're talking about potentially a guy who hits 30-plus homers at the big league level, or could pitch if he wanted to. You have guys like Jared Grindlinger, who really has never failed at anything he's done on a baseball field when it comes to hitting or pitching. And even a guy like Keenan Bastian, who had the fall that he had to vault himself up to the top 5 and just basically hit a home run at every significant event on the summer circuit. So guys that can do special things that not a lot of people in the country can do.
And I think what is fun, before we get started with the bats, no need to comment, but I just love it from my perspective, is there are a lot of athletes that 3 years ago weren't on this radar and have earned themselves onto this radar. And that's that upside that they're still ticking up and up. So let's get to the bats. You just mentioned him. Chase Fuller, he's the number 1 player in the class, talented infielder, talented pitcher as well. He's from Tallahassee, Florida. Dad, a long and successful career as a professional athlete in the NFL, coaching at the collegiate level as well as Dad, Corey. Lincoln High School, USA Primus travel team. Take it from there.
Yeah, you're talking about a two-way player in Chase Fuller that can really do most of anything on a baseball field. He's improved significantly defensively over his time in high school. And the power just comes so easily. Even balls that he mishits, I've seen him mishit home runs on several occasions. And on the mound, you're talking about a guy who could run it up to, 94, 95, show 3 pitches, and really kind of the upside that I talked about. Like, he doesn't have a ton of innings under his belt, so a guy that can continue to develop if that's the path that he goes down.
Yeah, we'll hold that thought. We'll maybe get into that at the very, very, very end of this show. It's a preview. We're not scrolling ahead because you want to learn about all these athletes. By the way, Dad reached out before he knew I was interviewing son at Junior National Showcase, and had some very pointed questions. I asked for Dad's permission. He said, of course you can have permission. He said, I want you to ask him some tough questions, make him uncomfortable. Not surprising, that football attitude. Fun to see him develop. Number 2 is a young man who's had the opportunity to work at some different events with J.P. Crawford and Jazz Chisholm, and maybe he just plays like them some days. Name is Dylan Seward. You just mentioned him. He plays for the Canes national team. He's from East Vale, California.
Yeah, Seward was the guy that kind of, you mentioned, wasn't kind of near this top 2, top 1 category coming into the summer, and then was unbelievable at the Junior National at East Cobb this summer. Kind of carried that momentum throughout the rest of the year. He's athletic. He's a burner. He can really, really run. He's smooth at shortstop. The left-handed stick it's a really good swing. There's feel for bat to ball, and there's some power to develop too as he continues to fill out. But a guy that definitely left his stamp on this class following a successful summer.
Norco High School, that's in California, obviously near East Vale. 6'2", 60, he was talking about that. He's a Tennessee commit, and now one of your true risers. This is a man, Keenan Bastian, who's committed to go to Florida. He's been to exactly 0 select festivals. So he is an athlete who climbed over the last couple of years, climbed into your watchful eye to a very high rank, first academy, and again, does so many things very, very well. If you go back to early in the year, he was ranked 500th. About May, just before summer started, he was ranked 189. Wow.
Yeah, a guy who really took advantage of his opportunities, Sud. He obviously comes from a baseball family. His brother is at Florida, but really took advantage of the big stage at the summer and fall events, particularly in the fall. After the summer, where he hit the home run at Petco Park in the All-Star game that was way high off the Metal Supply building in left field. And then he goes down to Florida in October, and during the underclass World Championship, he goes yard at, I think, 8:02 a.m. to start off the Saturday slot there at JetBlue. So a guy who has big power, bat speed, athleticism, it's fun to like, but a guy who's really ranked over the past calendar year.
And there you know that the coverage is the proper coverage because the scout was in attendance at 8:02 a.m. That's why Perfect Game, just a little bit better than everybody else. Let's be honest when we cover these athletes. He won't say it, I'll say it. Max Hemingway is next. Now, he goes to IMG, but he's from Puyallup, Washington. Love that part of the world. More and more athletes are being developed from that part of the world. #1 player in the state, Tennessee commit. Little brother played in the Little League World Series. His little brother, William, a really fun family. Tell us about Max.
Max might be the best shortstop defender in the class. When you talk about internal clock, motor, timing, mechanics, everything is fundamental, everything is fluid. He fits that top of the order profile when it comes to taking advantage of his open slots in the field, whether it be line drives the other way, pull the ball into the gap, but the defensive instincts are really stand out to Max.
So 519 on base in 2025 at Perfect Game events. When he was there, did a lot of good things. And next, Finion O'Loughlin. I love him. 23-14 U Select Festival, Jersey City, New Jersey. The #1 player in New Jersey, an Alabama commit, and another Canes national competitor. Tell us about it.
Finn is pretty similar to Keenan Bastian in that he took advantage of all of his opportunities this year. Stood out at the Junior National, at the 16U WWBA, then comes down and does the underclass and goes to Jupiter, playing up in Jupiter, hit a home run playing up in Jupiter. A guy who kind of really stands out for the physicality and kind of the stability of the profile. It's a solid hit tool with power, and there's a good defensive profile there too.
Motor City hit dogs along the way on his journey. He likes when we mentioned Tony Leonard as a coach who believed in him and gave him a chance on that travel team. What Vinny's talking about, by the way, the stop in Jupiter, he got on base a bunch. Not only did he hit a homer, but had a 500 on base in Jupiter, had 6 hits, and that home run. So those are the bats. We're going to get to some great defenders in a minute, but the men who work in front of those great defenders, the arms. This is another guy you mentioned coming on the air with this show. He's from Southern California, Huntington Beach High School. His brother catches at Tennessee and was a PG All-American. Jared Grindlinger, 23 Select Festival athlete where he was the most valuable player. This is one of your top pitchers in the country, and he's a left-handed pitcher.
Yeah, everything about it is an enticing profile. Up to 95, left-handed, does it easy, does it athletically. The breaking ball is good, but he's a legitimate two-way too. I know he likes to talk about his hitting because he's pretty good at it, and I believe if you go back and look at the stats and his limited, however many at-bats it was this summer, I don't think he struck out once over the course of 3 or 4 events. So, like I said at the beginning, a kid who really hasn't failed at this level and is going to continue trying to prove that he can do everything to his capabilities.
At the 16U WWBA, the backup Vince Point had a 640 on base, and that's about a week and a half worth of games. Got up to 94 on the mound. Another man who kind of has done some climbing because he had not attended a Select Festival. He's another left-handed pitcher. His name is Connor Salerno. He's from Indian Trail, North Carolina, a Mississippi State commit, plays for Wow Factor. He too took on Jupiter as a pitcher and played up.
Yeah, when you talk about the top of the class with these pitchers here, anybody can really stake their claim to being the best guy in the class. And Salerno has a super legitimate case as well. Down at Jupiter, he was playing for Wow Factor, and they played, it was actually a late at night game because our guy who was at the field was texting us all excitedly because he was 94, 96 with 3 pitches wherever he wanted. What really stands out about Salerno is just his ability to command his arsenal and the ability to locate and command his pitches. It's super advanced for somebody his age.
Yeah, again, PG Scouts, they're late at night. Vinny's told us late at night, early in the morning, not missing the players, 96 at Jupiter, struck out those 8 innings. And again, what's fun about him, he openly talks about his dad guiding him to checking out video of 80 and 90s baseball and just consumes it like mad. His favorite guy to watch, Connor Salerno, for you older guys like me, Andy Pettit. Loves watching Andy Pettit video and has learned how to pitch from him a lot. Number 11 in the overall rankings is a talented right-handed pitcher, yet he's the top right-handed pitcher in the class. He too, like some other athletes, is coming of age now, was not a Select Festival athlete. He's out of Tampa, Jesuit, where, by the way, Caden Wechter's on that team, a teammate who's a PG All-American. Yikes, there's some arms. His name is Samir Mohammed. You'll tell us about him now, please.
Yeah, we've already been having internal discussions about whether Jesuit has the best rotation in the country because you have Caden Wechter and Wilson Anderson, who are both PG All-Americans, and then you have Samir Mohammed as well. When talking about Mohammed this year, kind of what stood out to me the most is just how much he progressed in terms of his development as a pitcher. He got substantially better over the last 12 months, 18 months even, from a command standpoint and from a pitchability standpoint. His changeup might be the best pitch in the class, bar none. And you're talking about a guy who can really go out there and dominate, and has done so throughout the calendar year.
Yeah, that deep rotation, even left players off of there. He went to Jupiter too, by the way, and did well. The LSU commit through 97 miles an hour, 5 innings, 6 strikeouts. We now paved the way for George Ferguson. He, a couple of years ago, was a 14U Select Festival athlete. Remember it well, Abilene, Texas, a Texas commit. And then had a chance to step into the 16U WWBA, which, again, has like 7,000 teams in it, and was the most valuable pitcher. So I'm sure you guys have been watching Fergie, as Vinny likes to call him, all year long.
Yeah, he really just kind of checks every box for somebody that, if you're building a pitching prospect in a lab, like, yeah, make him big, make him projectable, make him do it easy, make him throw mid-90s, he kind of just checks boxes. But he's super talented. He came out at the Junior National and then really kind of blew everybody's doors away, as he has done for most of his career to this point, and then really followed it up throughout the rest of the summer and fall, and he just has the potential to be a dominant right-handed pitcher in this class.
Number one, by the way, in the classroom, in his entire high school, wants to be the valedictorian, so love those aspirations with the young man and who George Ferguson is. So Grant Sparandio out of Texas is next, and I'm a little bit biased because he's a podcast host. This is a video podcast. What's the difference here? He's a broadcast journalism class guy in his high school. He's from Houston, Texas, does all that great work at Memorial High School. By the way, outside of that, outside of being, taking both our jobs and doing an amazing job, he's an incredible baseball player. We've seen him for a long, long time at PG events, haven't we?
Yeah, he's similar to George Ferguson, a guy that we've seen time and time again, not only continue to show up and dominate, but continue to develop and get better. It was a very good summer for Grant. It's super athletic. It's very fluid. Mid-90s arm talent with good breaking ball. Very good feel, and the arm speed and athleticism here points to a pretty significant upside.
So we got the bats, excellent, the arms, and then the men who really make hay working behind him. Let's talk about, it goes 10 deep, but let's talk about a handful of the finest in the field in the class of 2027. The number one catcher overall in this class is a Puerto Rican athlete. He was a Select Festival athlete a couple of times. He's a Florida State commit. Now, these are metrics at a showcase. I know people get up in arms about that, but it's still incredible. A 1.78 pop, 84 from the crouch, 84 miles an hour. You try that. Crouch down and see how hard you can throw. Well, that's who the talented Daryl Carry-On is. He can catch, he can hit. He's a real special player, isn't he?
Yeah, he just kind of checks every box when you think of like kind of the great Puerto Rican catchers who've come before him. A guy who can catch a throw with anybody in the country. And then the offensive performance that he put on, particularly in the fall this year at some of the World Championships, is pretty impressive.
Frankie Thomas III, focusing on a first baseman. Dad is Frank Thomas, the Hall of Famer. Dad, of course, a really good athlete because he played college football and baseball at Auburn before going on to an unforgettable career. And Frankie, coming of age like some of these other athletes, has not been to a Select Festival, so now is his time to bloom. And maybe more specifically, the now Auburn commit spent it really blooming last summer in front of you guys, didn't he?
Yeah, well, what kind of jumps off the page with Frankie is just the power. The left-handed swing is loose and fluid. There's bat speed. It's a combination of the feel to hit and also what that power is going to look like when he gets big and strong and physically mature.
529 on base percentage at the 16U WWBA. And of course, mom is Megan. Everyone talks about dad, deservedly so, but he's got a super mom as well. What Carter had not special, he's got a super mom. We enjoyed getting to meet her at Junior National. He champions his brother Chase, who works with autism within that home. And for Chase, what he has taught Carter and given him such great perspective and learning about autism and loving his brother. But Carter Hadnot twice has been a Select Festival athlete. He's out of Rialto, California, and has done a lot of great work playing for Major League Baseball's Breakthrough Series team. Carter Hadnot consistently develops year after year, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's just super impressive, both as a kid and a baseball player. But on the field, it's super smooth. He's very, very good at shortstop. The athleticism, the footwork, everything is crisp and sound and fluid. The offensive profile has certainly taken a step forward, I think, too. I think there's more power there than people might have initially thought. But it's a really, really exciting athletic profile.
This is an uncommitted athlete, too, by the way, all you college coaches out there. Now, At the time of the recording, he was an uncommitted athlete. We make that very clear. He's already been on a lot of trips. Outfielder Jordan Griffin, number 7 overall ranked player, plays for Glenn Cucini at Barb High School. And if you know, you know. I'll just leave it at that. That's an incredible program. It's a community-supported situation. It's not just a few government dollars and some big donors. It's community-supported in Lake Charles, Louisiana. And the heartbeat of it all, a guy who's developing with that love all around him, is LSU commit Jordan Griffin.
Yeah, Jordan's an awesome kid. Another one who's great off the field, great on the field. The athleticism really stands out. He can really, really run. Fits that kind of top of the order profile. The bat speed is special at times. The field of hit really stands out. He's just an awesome ball player.
It's a 6'4", 60. He went to Jupiter and played up. Had a 455 on base. Had a 600 on base. Almost there at the 16U. WWBA. And then a guy who can play a lot of places, utility player, Lucas Ferrer. And when you think about Lucas, 23 14U Select Festival, Tampa, Florida, Berkeley Prep is his school, 95 infield velocity, 99 outfield velocity. This has just got a big arm attached to a guy that, you can play, I'm guessing, just about anywhere.
Yeah, I was going to say, Lucas has a hand cannon, and I've seen him pitch sometimes too. It allows him the versatility, and it's not only the arm, but the athleticism and fluidity kind of allows him to play all over the field, whether that's shortstop, third base, center field, right field, however it might be. But there's a lot of good components here that make up a pretty good baseball player.
All right, I'm going to put you to work, and usually you give me these athletes, but I've had more fun in these shows learning what comes off the top of your head and for people to peek inside of your perspective. So as we look ahead, like let's say to the 27 draft, I'm going to have you give me one from the top 20, one kind of in the 20 to 50 range, and one from outside of the top 50 that we may be hearing from. Let's start with a big name that you love to see develop all the way to that 27 draft out of the top 20.
Name I'll go with here is Kyler Message out of IMG Academy. Two-way player, plays for USA Prime, really good building blocks on both sides of the ball. It's a really pretty left-handed swing. You can go get it in the outfield. He really showed out offensively this summer. And on the mound, he's a pretty athletic, fluid, does-it-easy left-handed pitcher who's up to into the low 90s with 3 pitches.
All right, rankings 20 to 50, current rankings. Someone that you're tracking that we should all track for the next couple of years.
I'll go with a little local kid, Graham Houston out of Venice High School. He's, I lives down in my area, so got to see him play a lot this spring. Got to see his older brother who went at the first round last year. Graham checks a ton of boxes. He committed to LSU. He's a really good hit tool. He's smooth at shortstop. He kind of does everything real easy.
And I promise, I don't know what this next name is, but I'm telling you this, you want to be this next name. For the guy who actually told us that Eli Willits would be the #1 pick overall in the draft that no one else knew about in the entire world, Vinny, who are you watching outside of the top 50?
I'll go with Caden McCarthy. You don't see prospects really a ton out of Vermont, but he's a guy who really checks a lot of boxes, a guy who really kind of fills out those indicators when you're talking about prep righties. He's already been up to 95, 96, I think even higher probably in indoor bullpens, but he can really spin the breaking ball too. He's got it up to, I think, around 3,000 RPM, but a power pitcher with power stuff who's really blossoming at the right time.
Exciting. Like I told you, you want to be that guy when Vinny mentions you outside of the top 50. Very good thing. All right, we teased a little bit of a question about Chase Fuller. Here's what I want to do, Vinny, because you forecast like it's nobody's business. 4 years, 8 years, 12 years. And again, these are just fun conversation pieces. But when you look at, a young man who's maybe mid-college or 2-3 years into the minor leagues, down the road, and then even further down the road when he's almost 30 years old, how do you see Chase Fuller developing, the #1 player in the class?
It's a super interesting question because obviously, when it comes to pro potential and career development, everyone's different. But like you said, in 4 years, he's either going to be probably coming out of Florida State or he'll be a couple years into pro ball. But I do think he's going to be a really rare hitter in that it's going to be some big power numbers when you're talking about a guy who can hit 30+ homers at the big league level potentially. That's kind of the path I think Chase's career might go down. Ask me today versus 18 months from now. But you're talking about a guy who can be a legitimate power hitter at the big league level, kind of, and compete with anybody else.
Come on, Vinny. We appreciate your insights, man. We always learn so much. You get it right a lot. You are quite the soothsayer. Thank you for your insights and your hard work as a scout, my friend.
Of course. Thanks for having me, Darren.
Excellent stuff. By the way, all the classes are covered, freshmen all the way up to seniors. So if you didn't see the class you were hoping to see, go check it out. Find it on Perfect Game TV. Hit that QR code because it's live broadcasts all throughout the year of PG's big events. It's brand new documentaries, weekly shows covering college baseball and even softball of the best players in the country. On behalf of Vinny, my name is Darren, and now you know better, the class of 27.
Go ahead.
So an evening of amazing baseball continues. We welcome you back to Perfect Games National Showcase. National Scouting Coordinator Tyler Henniger is with us now. My name is Darren Sutton. Thanks for being with us. And again, these are a couple of really talented teams with some unique athletes, gray, gold, and that's kind of not the most important part. This is the most important part. You can see some of these talented athletes you'll get to see, from Harold to Hop to Broder Katke, who's such a regular at events for Perfect Game through the years. Tyson Moore, the great catcher out of Minnesota. We'll see him work in this game. Jose Partida with a bat in his hands also earlier, but hops up on the mound and does very good work. And for Team Gray, some of the other players on down, though, those will be playing. Dylan Seward, we will not actually see him here, unfortunately, but he's special. He's really, really special, a talented player, number one in the class, all the way down to the bottom of the players. You like JJ, right? JJ's someone UTAS that interests you, doesn't he?
Yeah, big fan of JJ. You know, he's strong, physical. He's also a great athlete, can play center field, so he's a fun one to watch.
That's Team Gray. Those are some of the names going on down, and then the Gold Squad. And away we go for the Gold Squad. And again, glad to have you hanging out with us for all this. A left-handed arm to start things off. And Mr. Lopez will take the rock, and he will roll. Excited to see him pitch. Look, this is a pitcher we've known through the years who he is. We've understood, and now you get a chance as you get older to pitch at a game like this. Genis Lopez Jr. at P27 Academy, Oklahoma State. Coach Holliday has found him. He is committed to Oklahoma State, ranked inside right around that 250 mark in the country. What do we know about this talented left-hander?
Yeah, you know, he's a good athlete on the mound, gets down with some good intent. The fastball should work in the upper 80s, kind of creep into that low 90s. He'll pair it with a good breaking ball with some good depth to it that can get hitters to swing and miss.
Genis Lopez Jr. He goes by Junior Lopez, given name as we talked about Genis. Simpsonville, South Carolina. Plays his travel ball for the East Cobb Astros. Coach Baldwin there. And kind of since 5 years old, he can remember the plastic baseball bat and the ball. He fell in love with the sport. Friends and family members, he'd ask them to play, they'd play, and here he is. Now they're not playing with him, they're watching him play. Whether they're watching him now or watching him in high school. Dad is Genis, mom is Lisalat Rijo, and again, he has two younger siblings. Sebastian is 11, and Christine is 5. This is a good one. Lopez is first. Luke Gladchuck leads it off, the talented athlete who will play all over the field. He'll play center field, left field, and right field. Left-on-left matchup. Let's play game 2 as Luke takes a pitch that's just a little bit high, a breaking ball at 77 miles an hour. And Tyler, game 2, we're rolling, man. We're ready.
Let's do it. There's that fastball showing good riding life. You'll see it creeping to upper or low 90s like it did right there, up to 91.
Luke from Aledo, Texas, takes a strike. Plays at Aledo High School. Coach Chad Berry, Jason Kidd select his travel team, and a Texas commit, a future Texas Longhorn. Hits that one on one hop to the right side. Gobbled up out there by the second baseman, Jagger Wilson, who turns it into an out. One away as we get started here in the first. Jace Harrell's a middle infielder. He'll also play some third in today's game.
Been off to a strong start this summer. Let's see if he can continue that this week.
I got to ask you about him. You've got to tell me. You're an Arizona man. This is an Arizona guy. He's a UC Santa Barbara commit, Chandler High School. You've seen him a bunch, I bet.
Yeah, he's a fun one. You know, one of those guys that's still kind of growing into his body, but already showing some tools. Showed a little bit of power this summer. That should only continue to grow as he fills out that frame. You know, good hitter, good athlete on the diamond. So he's a fun one with big-time upside. Plenty to tap into still.
He talks about his younger days when he used to only play football. And he said, Dad put me in baseball, and I loved it. And I tried it, and he asked me to try it. And I realized how talented I was as he takes a strike, talking about his dad, Jamie. And didn't know. I mean, really didn't know. He went to a club camp out at UCSB. Coaches gave him a tour, then offered him when he was at that camp. As he swings through that one, goes down on strikes that time. That's a nice-looking slider, and that's strike three.
Yeah, that's that breaking ball that's going to miss some bats. It's got good depth on it. Pairs well off that heater. Be definitely tough on hitters.
And now another left-on-left matchup, and it's Lubin Rincon. Rincon, another Texas commit. He's from Pearland, Texas. Good size and presence for a shortstop. 6'3", about 185 pounds. He's at the Bennett School in Pearland, Texas. Kevin Witt is his coach. Kevin Witt's also his travel coach with the Wildcatters group. Baseball since he was 3. Made him feel close to his family. Everybody played. Dad is Lubin. Mom is Luz Vani. A good zip on that fastball. Good quick arm at 91 miles an hour over the outside corner.
Yeah, tough one for these lefty hitters to face right out the gate here.
Didn't want to, and so he didn't. He's talked about his evolution of his plate discipline, his patience, been able to slow the game down. This is the age, right? I mean, if you can't slow the game down now and you're playing in an event like this, you might get left behind.
Yeah, for sure. With all the top arms here, it can definitely speed up on you. So being able to slow things down, having a plan at the plate is very important.
Boy, that's just not fair. That 3-1 slider that started behind his back. What are we talking about, Tyler?
Not one to be in the box. It's not a fun at bat right there.
Another one. That time a fastball follows it up. So you go slider and then fastball at 88 miles an hour. Three and two the count.
Hey, base runner.
Went back to that breaking ball and a good take.
There's that advanced approach we're seeing right there.
So a runner on, and that's ball 4. That one driven towards center field. Rincon puts it on a ride to center field. Up and over off the wall. Great attempt out there, unable to make the play. Utash couldn't hold on. Touching third, he's looking for 4. And inside the park, home run, he's got it.
There we go, showing both the athleticism and the power right there all in one.
Well, that was fun. That ball crushed to center field.
That's the fun part about Rincon, you know, kind of showing that power and still kind of tapping into it.
And so now Broder Kadke. We've seen Broder for many years. We've enjoyed watching him work. Kaki from Michigan. Goes to Brother Rice High School in Bloomfield Hills. Vanderbilt commit. Bob Riker, his coach. And one skips into the dirt, gobbled up. Jake Churchman, by the way, is his battery mate working behind the plate. Kaki wants to chase a championship at Jupiter, wants to lead Brother Rice to a championship, wants to wear a USA national team uniform this summer as well. One of the top players in the country, inside the top 50 in the rankings. As that one dives low. Firm slider, spiked it in there. Kaki Select Festival alumni. Been 91 a couple of times this inning from the mound. Lopez Jr. deals it. Bouncing ball, and it's a foul ball.
Going to that slider again, doing a nice job of keeping hitters off balance with it, mixing it in all counts.
Golden Gray Jr., the left-hander. Junior Lopez, and that one's high. These games about the pitchers, but for you scouts, it's important to see the hitters too against live pitching.
Yeah, you know, you want to see how they do against different type of pitch types, different type of counts and scenarios that they get put in. So it's good to see it for the hitter standpoint as well.
That breaking ball drops over the outside corner. That's strike three. A couple of runs on the board, though, for the Gray squad. We're just getting started. Junior Lopez working on the bunt. We'll get to see the Gold swing the bat. Connor Ray will lead things off in a moment.
You were pitching in the third, 3-4? Okay, I'm catching. Good at that.
Meet Gabriel Norman. He's from Melbourne, Florida. Another left-handed arm and a top 150 inside of the rankings overall. He is committed to go to Florida State University. We've got some really gifted lefties to start things. This is kind of fun looking at the other side of the mound here.
Yeah, he's another one. Big riding fastball. He'll pair that with a big bending breaking ball. He also will go to a changeup that he'll use against right-handed hitters. So tough AB for batters from both sides of the plate. He'll mix pitches with a lot of interesting traits to all of his pitches.
Jason Arnold is high school coach at Merritt Island. Plays for USA Prime National Team, Tiger Scout Team. Early memories revolve around baseball. Fell in love with it then as soon as he could walk. Used to watch Red Sox games with his dad growing up, one of his favorite teams, certainly. And of course, he has a family with a wonderful Cuban heritage, and that ties to baseball, that ties to his love of the game as well. Let's do this with Connor Ray. Two really talented players. As the changeup starts him off, swing and a miss, strike one. Ray, an Arkansas commit, and another player that I'm guessing you're familiar with. He's an Arizona guy from Gilbert, goes to Corona del Sol High School. What have we seen with Connor?
Yeah, he's another fun one out in Arizona. You know, good athlete. He'll show it on the infield. Can probably stick it short. He put a good round of BP together earlier today. Controls the barrel well. And can generate some sneaky power despite being a little undersized. So he's another fun one out in the desert.
That's a nice little breaking ball he threw there just a moment ago.
Yeah,
David and
that big
Jennifer,
man.
his parents, my apologies. Didn't mean to interrupt you. Talking about Gabriel on the mound. Swings right through that one. Zips over the outside at 89 miles an hour. That's strike 3. Well located.
Yeah, and big time riding life to that thing. Over 23 inches of induced vertical break. So that thing's getting on hitters and getting above the barrel. So that's a tough one.
Isaiah Snavely, he'll play third, he'll play short in this game. Snavely playing for the White Sox scout team. He's an Indiana guy. R. Nelson Snyder High School is a Wake Forest commit. And again, just another in the long line of big shortstops. He's 6'3", 200 pounds.
Yeah, another one that put a good round of BP together earlier today, kind of showing some impact to the pull side. So look for him to catch the barrel out front and see if he can drive something here.
Give him a breaking ball first pitch. Next pitch to follow up, dives down and in. Back-to-back sliders from Norman. David and Jennifer, Norman's mom and dad. And again, that strong Cuban family tradition. He loves watching big left-handed veteran Aroldis Chapman. As that one zips right on by at 89 miles an hour. Back in 2025, Norman had Tommy John surgery. He said, this year I focused on making my comeback, getting healthy, pitching again at a high level. I've developed a better speed for my off-speed pitches, and my mind has grown going through it. Fastball, beautiful command, outside corner, 90 on the black. That's strike 3.
Yeah, showing off the pitch ability, locating, mixing speeds, doing a great job early on here.
Jake Turner will man the outfield here for the next couple of innings. He'll play right, center, and left, and then close out the game as the game center fielder. Turner, one of the top players in the land. Not many better. He's inside the top 10 in the rankings. He's a TCU commit. He is a Vegas guy.
Yeah, he's a fun one to watch. Both sides of the ball, two-way guy at the plate, big-time power that he shows off pretty consistently.
Wow factor, his travel team. As Turner takes high. You're talking about Norman on the mound, the good things he's accomplished on the mound. That's one thing, but in the classroom, he's a 4.3 GPA. He's National Honor Society. He's Spanish National Honor Society as well. And Norman's done one more thing that I always find interesting. If you can balance high-level sports and this being dual enrollment, which means he's already a college student. He's taking some college courses. I doff my cap to that. That's tough.
Yeah, that's impressive, that's for sure.
Talked about that 14 to 15 month process coming back from the Tommy John surgery. Breaking ball is popped foul off to the left side. So something tells me, Tyler, and you can educate me on this, that like we're looking at 90 from the left side. He's got size and presence. There may be more velocity coming then as he gets stronger and healthier, yes?
Yeah, for sure. I think there's definitely more coming, but even at the current velocity I think it has good life to it. It's things riding through the zone. And then you pair that, like you said, he's developed his off-speed well. So, like, that slider's moving well, that changeup's thrown well. So, a lot of projectability here that should interest a lot of people.
I asked him, what gives you joy? And Norman said, Chapman's stare down after striking out hitters in big situations. That gives me joy.
That's always fun.
Pretty good pitch, just missed the outside corner. Well, I love, as that's a walk, we'll put a runner on first. Now fastballs only the rest of the way. I love young athletes, and not all of them are, and if you're not, that's okay. But I love young athletes that are fans of the sport, that will sit and watch the sport. Not everybody does. We live in a short attention span world now more so than ever. But some of these younger athletes still will sit and watch games, and they're going to learn if they do it.
Yeah, that's a good part about sitting and watching. Every day you'll see something new. You'll learn something different, pick up different things from different players.
Well, he just shattered a bat as that one's foul. That's frustrating. Jake Turner will go find a new piece of lumber. Well, it's frustrating for an obvious reason. I'll pass that along. This isn't the big leagues. So that's Jake's bat that Jake's family invested in. That's why that's frustrating. It's not the big leagues where there's a whole box of them waiting on it.
Yeah, that one broke pretty good all the way down the barrel.
This tough left-on-left matchup continues. Trickles far enough away, the runner will take off and move on. Harry's running out there. Harry Chubbs Jones Jr. had a really good 60, one of the top 60s. So why not? When you get a chance to get out there and run, pinch run.
Oh yeah, he was impressive this morning, that's for sure.
There's this like lore and story, as that one is high, about pinch runners at the National Showcase, and Chubb is smart to jump out there. There's a story that years and years ago, I guess it would be, my math would tell me 2010 or 2009, forgetting when Francisco Lindor would have been at the National Showcase, that he was smart enough, and obviously a future multimillionaire all-star major leaguer, MVP caliber player, but to know that if every time there's a chance to pinch run, I pinch run, at some point it's going to look like I was on base a bunch. Every time someone looks out. Now, he played well, but according to the stories and how he lived it out, he pinch ran a ton and hit well and looked like he never was not on base.
Exactly. Another guy that did that, Slade Caldwell, a couple years ago, same thing. Every single opportunity it seemed like he was on the bases.
Nice play on a backhand, sliding on over there. Gobbled up, turned into an out by Baylor Denny. Tyler and I, glad you're with us at Perfect Games National Showcase. We'll see you in a bit. Junior Lopez, or Genis Lopez Jr. in his second inning of work, the Oklahoma State commit. His first inning of work, topping out at 91 miles an hour. 89 to 91 is where he lived, and that one slapped into left field. J.J. Utash always turning heads out of Williams Field High School in Gilbert, Arizona, the Texas commit, with a base hit.
Jumping on the first pitch right there. Love to see it.
So JJ on, Tyson Moore next. Such an affinity for this player and the way he goes about his business. One of the best catchers in the country. Swings right through that one. We're talking about Utash, too, how talented he is. son of Josh and Courtney. He's got a couple of sisters and a brother at home, one younger brother. More through talent, but stayed real loyal to Minnesota. I'm sure he has had other options and loves where he's from. Wants to get in there, play in the Big Ten, play for Minnesota. And that's a win for them. As Tyson that time goes down, loses the battle. Junior comes up with a big pitch for strike 3.
Another fastball there. Not overwhelming in velocity, but the life on it just gets above the barrel and explodes through the zone.
Meet Zoan Watson. He's an LSU commit who's from San Diego, California. Plays for Brian Cain's San Diego show team. He chops that one out to third, backing up. Fielding chest high, zipping it on across the diamond in time for the out that time. Cooper Shifton makes the play. 2 outs in the inning. Fisher Howell's a Mississippi State commit. He's from his home state of Mississippi. Plays for the Wow Factor team, Petal, Mississippi. That first pitch is high. 1-0 the count. Howell, right-handed bat, right on top of the plate. Good looking pitch. Nips the outside corner. Fisher, the number 1 shortstop in the state and the number 5 player overall. Breaking ball and a pretty one for a strike. Greg Howell, Heather Reed, his mom, or his dad and his mom. Both alums of Southern Miss. Mom, good softball player. Dad, professional golfer. Overthrew that fastball a bit. Fisher's high school coach, Connor Douglas. Late reaction on a high breaking ball. Got away with one there, but he'll take it. So Junior Lopez puts a couple of innings in the book, so I'll ask you right away, Tyler. What'd you see? What'd you think?
Yeah, I think he did a great job mixing pitches. That fastball really impressed me. You know, there's more velo to tap into there, but it plays well at where it's at now. That curveball, he showed the ability to land it and miss some bats, so good outing overall for him.
So we'll move along to the bottom half of inning number 2. Perfect Games 2026 National Showcase. Future of the sport, the future of the 27 draft.
There you go.
Well, Gabriel Norman stuff really played in that first inning, even though it was 90 miles an hour on the high side. Really good glove side command of his fastball. Hitting spots where he needed to, as we told you. Recovery that took him about almost a year and a half to come back from Tommy John surgery. And he made it clear to us that I'm better mentally. I'm taking care of other parts of my body. I'm kind of a bit more of a grown-up than I would be if I hadn't had the procedure. And well, he looks like he is just about all the way back. This has got to be really rewarding for him this summer.
For sure. You know, you love to hear that too. You know, high school kid thrown in a tough situation with an injury like that. And to hear how he handled it mentally and battle back and come back better is great to see.
Well, I feel like you got one or two choices at that point, right? You can move along and do something else, which there's nothing wrong with that. Or you can lean in and grow and get better. That's what makes our sport so unique. As Grady Nelson leads it off, he's an Ole Miss commit. He's an Indiana man. He's from Warsaw, Indiana. He's a big, big, strong individual. This is a first baseman who stands 6'4" and weighs about 230 pounds.
Yeah, physical stick from the left side here. Can get into some big time power.
Andy Maines at Warsaw Community High School is Grady's head coach. Plays for that really good travel team, the Indiana Bulls travel team. Baseball, his love affair started at 4 when he was chasing his brother to the T-ball games, who was 6. They finally let him get in the game. In T-ball, though, you weren't dealing with pitches like that. That's tough stuff. That's strike 3.
Yeah, great job by Norman there. Showing that breaking ball again. Really comfortable throwing it here early on. Getting some hitters to get some uncomfortable swings.
Ricky Lopez. I know Ricky had some challenging travel coming in. He's going to do all the drills tomorrow. We didn't see him earlier today. He was invited for some neat stuff. I mean, that's all I can share about Ricky Lopez, but some folks wanted to see him play, and so I know I communicated with the family. Can we come and play in the game tonight? And then absolutely. That's why I'm friends with Greg Sabers. I'll reach out to him. But anyway, Ricky's special. This is one of the best players in the state of New York. He's a special player. Had a chance to get to know him. He came into our Perfect Game TV studios and spent time with us, got to know the family. And an LSU commit. Select Festival athlete in 22 and 23. And as far as the rankings go, Ricky is the number 2 player overall in the state. As that one is up and away.
Yeah, he's a fun one that can get it done on both sides of the ball. Good defender on the dirt, really soft hands, moves well. That athleticism plays in the box too.
Ricky chases that fastball. Changeup. Looked like he might have backed off just a little bit. I'm not sure. And almost had the look of batting practice fastball. Aggressive swing, though. 3-2. On that one, fouls it right back to the screen. Lopez went down and played at the Perfect Game High School Showdown, the Academies Division, in February. Playing for the Ghost National 18U team, had 5 hits, 4 walks. It's a .643 on-base percentage in a 6-game clip. Always putting in a bat on him, isn't he?
Yeah, seeing the bat-to-ball skills here, making it tough for Norman to get one by him to put him away.
He went and played in Jupiter last year, which is kind of a senior-only event, the World Wood Bat Association World Championship, and ended up walking 4 times, having 2 hits, got on base 6 times playing up. Runner takes off. Lopez chases the fastball high. The base is stolen. Credit to the left-hander hanging around. The fight won by Norman that time. Got Lopez to chase. Lee Holt will catch in the 5th, 6th, and 9th innings of this game. Another Texas commit going to play for Coach Schlossnagel. He's out of Milton, Georgia, Denmark High School. He's in there standing up. Jamie Cora's high school coach plays for Jamie Crane for Team Elite, his travel team. He talks about stepping on campus in Austin, knowing where he wanted to be, developing into the player he knew he could become, being with Troy Tulowitzki, Schloss, Coach Weiner, making the decision easy because of the experience, their commitment to development. Swings right through that change of pace and a good one. That's a nice changeup, isn't it?
Yeah, really starting to use it more here in the 2nd inning. Keeping hitters off balance. Sells it well with his arm there.
Spins a breaking ball, good take. That one dives a little bit low. Holt's favorite player is an interesting one, Brandon Marsh. He says his childlike love for the game inspires me. Means he watches a lot of Phillies ball. Holt a 4.0 GPA in the classroom. Norman trying to edge it across the finish line. Couple of runners on. Trying to keep it 2 scoreless frames. Grabs a 2nd strike. And him hopscotch out of there. Same 4 teams we saw this afternoon and this evening, we'll see tomorrow morning. Before a new wave of athletes come in for the drills and skills tomorrow afternoon and evening. And we'll have it all for you. Runner takes off, swung right through. And when it's all said and done, maybe the command evaded him just a bit, but it ended up being, Tyler, 5 strikeouts for this left-hander. Working the 2 full innings, and again, coming all the way back from Tommy John, this one of his coming out parties.
Yeah, really good outing there right there. You know, gets through 2 scoreless, showed all 3 pitches, kept hitters guessing. Really impressive by Norman.
So we welcome him back. Glad to have him healthy. 2 innings, and again, strike percentage only about 54%. He'll get more command and continue to get comfortable, but 5 strikeouts. A couple of innings in the books at Perfect Games National Showcase.
Gotta stay on top of defense positions, right? It changes. Make sure you know where you go, when you go.
Carson Lysate is from Elkhorn, Wisconsin. Carson, I hope I'm saying that name properly. Elkhorn Area High School. This is an uncommitted athlete right now who's got really a high side. So you're uncommitted, you're talented, you're good enough to be invited here. This is a big moment for you.
Yep, this is the place to show it. You know, Carson, he'll work east to west mostly. Fastball will be upper 80s with good arm side ride or run to it. He'll pair it with a slider that he can spin upwards of 2,800 RPM, so spins the baseball really well, creates good movement on that slider.
We'll get your perspective on this man. Dad, a high school legend as a coach. It's Baylor Denny, Castile High School, Oklahoma commit. You've seen Baylor a lot, I would imagine.
Yeah, Baylor's a fun one. Another two-way guy. We'll see him with the bat here right now. Good athlete on the dirt. Plays shortstop really well. Confident hands. At the plate, you know, he'll generate some pull side power. He's a fun one. Good barrel control. So put together a good spring. He's a fun one to watch.
Right-hander zips it home. That one's driven to the right field corner. Drifting long into the corner. Unable to make the play. Great effort out there, but couldn't hold on. And it's a couple of bases to start things off in the third inning. He had to go a long, long way into right field. Did Jake Turner. First inning out there. Just couldn't make it as it got really short, the acreage out there.
Yeah, that's a tough one. Heading into that corner, right into that wall. Good job by Denny going the other way there.
Yeah, that's the most important part of that. Chase Mattoons out of El Segundo, California, and is a Stanford commit. Middle infielder by trade, and that one got his elbow, and ouch, that hurts. Shake it off. They'll put a runner out there. He'll continue the at-bat.
Never a fun way to start an at-bat there.
No, no. Chase, top 10 shortstop, state of California, plays for TB SoCal, one of his travel teams, and plays really well. Earlier today, we saw him run a 6.7 60 as an infielder through 84 miles an hour. Right in on the hand, slow roller. Nice job getting out of the way, slipping right on by. That was good. These guys don't work together. And yet you see over there Grady Nelson get out of the way to let Connor Ray make the play, and hustling over to Cuther. Lysate did a great job. It was a good little defensive play and a great pitch.
Yeah, good to see it on the defensive side. As for that pitch, you know, he's seeing the arm side run there, getting it in on the hands.
That was gross. That was no fun to deal with.
Yeah, it's another one where the velo may not jump out to you, but another good pitch with good movement and can be tough to barrel.
So Mattoon tied up. Devin Daniel. He'll pitch a little bit later in this game. Otherwise, he'll roam in the outfield. Mississippi State commit from Cincinnati, Ohio. Lysate talking about his evolution as a pitcher as he drops one over the outside corner. He said, I've learned how to pitch versus being a thrower, understanding sequencing of what pitches to throw and why. He shared with me, I'm maturing and understanding this, and also the feel. And if I miss, I know how to self-evaluate and adjust. Those are good little moments of self-awareness, and cool to hear his evolution.
Yeah, you love to hear that. Another kid with good upside, too. Like, velo may not jump out, but there's more to tap into coming down the line, so he's one to watch for sure. Fun little uncommitted arm.
His dad, John, was his coach from age 7 to 14. He said, look, my dad inspires me. He taught me how to be a team player, how to rise above adversity, block out negativity. And those are important times. He finds strike 3 that time. Your dad loved watching that. Nice little pitch to come up with a couple of runners on out there.
Goes to the breaking ball there. Really nice one. Freezes the hitter.
Lysate, John, his dad, Andrea's mom, Olivia's his older sis, and Aiden's his older brother, 19 years old. That one will slip by, and a run will scamper on home.
Oh, it's right next to him when it happened. I thought the ball was gone.
I say it's played every spot in high school, which you talked about that athleticism. He's played outfield and pitched. Only focused on pitching a couple of years ago. Really kind of learned to zoom in and let that be a part of his world. It is going to be interesting for the Elkhorn, Wisconsin native to see where he ends up. He's got Mad Max Stewart he's dealing with now, Cathedral Catholic's very own, San Diego, California. And there's a good little bender for a strike. Two players seeking places to play, dueling right now. And they'll both be playing somewhere. That's the most fun part about it with their skill set. I mean, Maxwell's the #1 first baseman in California, #8 first baseman in the land.
Yeah, I can't imagine he'll remain uncommitted much longer.
Game's a little older. The transfer portal has kept players around. The 5-year rule is going to change things a little bit for these younger athletes in a positive way. Allow more freshmen to impact. Nicholas and Sarah, his parents, also played football pretty competitively too. Stewart playing for John Pano, a great travel ball coach with CBA. That was a great shot, big exhale. You saw that shot a moment ago. Taking in a deep breath and really trying to relax at the plate. Lysate works it to 2-2 and just missed the outside corner. I love watching Ethan Miller encourage him, work behind the plate with that optimism. It's the kind of guy you want to pitch to. And he sticks that one. That's strike 3 over the outside corner. Fires up his pitcher, meets him halfway back to the dugout. Nice work by the right-hander, getting a chance for all eyes to watch him on a national stage at the Perfect Game National Showcase, where we'll roll on to the bottom half of inning number 3.
Inside.
Canadian Ethan Reason will jump onto the mound and go to work. Stouffville, Ontario. Reason, Toronto Mets, his travel team. Since 8 years old, he has loved this game for the last decade. He said, I went to a game, went to a Jays game, seeing the crowd. And ever since then, I've been hooked. Now, he's hoping to find an offer from a Division I school, find a place to play. Jeremy and Ellie, his parents. And he talks about the velocity jump that he's had recently, about 5 miles an hour. Said it was kind of an insane jump. My strike throwing has come along with it too, so all positive. So we'll watch him work. This is fun.
Yeah, he's another arm, super projectable, 6'6" from the left side. A lot to like.
Fires that fastball first pitch that we saw a moment ago up and in, 90 miles an hour. Austin Keitlinger, Alabama native, Indiana commit. Part of the Team Canada junior national team reason. Jupiter Team Canada team went down there as well. From the third base side of the rubber as he winds it up. Ouch. Firm in, got him on the forearm, elbow there. Austin's going to walk that off. That's uncomfortable. 90 miles an hour.
Yeah, that one got in on him there.
They'll send a runner out there to run. He'll continue to swing the bat. There he is again, by the way. Chubb Jones Jr. running again. I told you.
Making the most of it.
He's got the Lindor. Lindor, Slade, Caldwell. JoJo Parker did the same thing, too, a couple years ago.
Yep.
It felt like JoJo, you and I were working that event together. It felt like JoJo was on base 70 times. By the way, first-round draft pick.
Yeah, there's a common thread between all three of those guys.
Probably would have been really good players and drafted high without pinch running all the time, but it just kind of ties together nicely. Broke his bat, popped it up. Tough play over the shoulder. What a grab! Trying to turn two, throw a little bit off the mark. But what a great play that is. A long, long run, trickling back, and go get him, Jace Harrell. You talked about watching him play and how much fun he is.
Yeah, there he is, showing that athleticism. Really tough play right there. Takes a good angle on it. Stays under control. Outstanding play. He's a fun one. He's going to be really good.
Broken bat and a great play. And now Carson Richter, Michigan commit. Big presence here for an outfielder. Plays for Garcia Parra Baseball Group from Newbury Park, California. And a breaking ball for strike one.
Really physical, but another kid that ran really well this morning. Moved well for his size despite being 6'5", 220.
Oh, 0-2 the count. Richter talked to 20 schools, narrowed it down to 3 and 4. Went to 3 visits. Look out, way up and in. He said he ended up choosing Michigan because it felt like home, and he fell in love with the coaching staff led by Tracy Smith. Anna and Kent, his parents. Older brother is Grant. This past year, first team all-league, all-county. Chubb's rolling. Come on now. He's figuring if I travel all this way, I'm gonna just play when I can play. If you tell me I can run, I'm gonna run.
Exactly. Why not? You got the opportunity to get out there, might as well take it.
And by the way, top 25 player in the country. Bouncing around back behind second base. Big swing coming up empty that time. 86 miles an hour, just perfect location, snuck it right by him.
Yeah, Reason's got one of those heaters that may not jump out on the radar gun, but it really gets on hitters and gets on you quick.
Zoe takes the bat and goes to work. Lorenzo Davis, who played left later in the game, otherwise a first baseman. And he jumps ahead. 1-0 is the count. He's at St. Bernard High School, is Davis. Number 11 first baseman on the rankings in the state of California. Boy, for that size, that presence ran a 6.760 earlier today. Threw 88 from the outfield, and he's 6'3", 220 pounds.
Yeah, we got a lot of physical players here that are moving really well. Good athletes. Not just relying on the strength.
Beat him with the fastball up and away that time. Boy, Davis had a really good run at the 17U WWBA last week. Had 8 hits, 4 walks, 10 RBIs, a .591 on base percentage. Played for the MLB Breakthrough Series team. Fastball, strike 3, right over the outside corner. Excellent pitch there, froze him. So Reason gets to know this great group of players, the talented Canadian, and goes to work. We put 3 innings in the book at Perfect Games National Showcase here in Miami, Florida. Thanks for spending time with us tonight. He's another talented Canadian from Aurora, Ontario, an uncommented athlete from St. Maximilian Kolbe, who has had this unique experience of representing the Italian national team at a couple of global events. This has been really wonderful with his Italian heritage, albeit a talented Canadian baseball player.
Yeah, he's a fun little left-handed bat. Put together a nice clean round of BP earlier today, spraying balls all over the yard.
Bouncing ball hit firm, charging. And a nice play on the run. That's not an easy play, charging in to play that one on the run, but made very, very nicely. Chubb Jones Jr. was playing over there. He did a little flip-flop on the other side, and so Connor Ray is doing some work now at second base. Ian Chubb said, "You want to flip?" He said, "No problem." Landis Pickett. That one nicked him way up and in, so they'll put a runner out there, and look at that, ready to run. That's great. Right away, we've got a runner. Devin Daniel. Daniel's going to play just about every inning in the outfield, going to pitch later. And he'll run it first. Little snap throw. Down to first. Bishop Snyder is where Pickett plays his baseball. 5-Star Mafia is his travel team. Sliding in safely, grabbing a stolen base. Pickett, a really, really good student as he hits in this situation. 4.5 GPA, is on path to be the school's valedictorian, and he doesn't want to relinquish that title, which means you can't lay it up your senior year. It's pretty cool to have that passion academically. Jeremy and Melissa, his parents. Runner takes off, draws a throw, and steals third. Devin Daniel racing around the diamond.
Not only eager to get out there to run, but also showing some tools on the base pass.
That's awesome. Pickett, also a talented pitcher, has evolved and grown as a pitcher. That one dips over the outside corner. How can you make a run at valedictorian? You can have a 4.4 GPA. As that one dives down and away to Landis. Little changeup, good looking changeup there, misses low. Put a runner on, couple of runners on. As we play here in the top half of inning number 4. Carson skips that one into the dirt.
Starting to lose command here a little bit. Let's see if he can hone it back in.
I can't imagine the emotion, the feelings, the adrenaline you get to walk out onto a major league mound like this. Maybe for the first time, most of these athletes ever. And then harness it and then not get fatigued in that second inning. Different than a high school game or a travel ball game for sure. Got on the side of that baseball, it misses outside. Swung right through that one. That's strike 3. And, of course, why not? Devin's going to scamper on home, run aggressively around the bases. Devin Daniel doing the most that he can as a pinch runner out there. But a strikeout and a big out. Needed that one. Maybe that'll help him, as you said, find the zone. Catcher Jake Churchman will catch 3 innings in this game. Made the move from Corona, California recently back to Florida. De Leon Springs is at TNXL Academy. Plays his travel baseball for Coach Dempsey with Power Baseball, Orlando-based team. He is the son of David and Tracy Churchman. Never had a B in his life. This is a straight A student, Churchman, his entire time as a student. 4.0 the whole ride. As that one's high and away. So he catches, right? I mean, Tyler, he catches, but he kind of can play anywhere.
Yeah, good athlete. Kind of can bounce around the diamond, showing that defensive versatility. He was up to 86 across the diamond earlier today. Good pop time, good carry from behind the plate.
Carson finds the inside corner with that pitch. Good arm side run. Trying to grab that strike zone. Strike percentage about 44% thus far in this outing. He's topped 90 miles an hour as that one's fouled off. Jake hanging around.
Yeah, hitter's not taking it easy on him either. Putting together some long at bats. So that's gonna tire you out a bit. Let's see if he can just hone it in here to close out his second inning.
Just in and off the plate. High pop-up. Jones Jr. is there, and he puts it away, and that'll roll things up, and they'll turn it around. Gold team about to swing the bat in the bottom of the fourth inning. And the right-hander from Wisconsin wraps up his time on the mound. Ethan Reason this year has seen, as we spoke about, a velocity jump. In his first inning of work, he was 86 to 91 miles an hour, the Canadian-born left-hander who's pitched for the Team Canada Junior National Team, CPBL All-Star Team a couple of times up there.
Yeah,
6
I wouldn't be
feet,
shocked.
6 inches, right?
Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked to see another velo jump here soon. Plenty of room to add to that frame still.
He's still pretty lean. You can see it, lanky. Ethan Miller from Slinger, Wisconsin, the uncommitted athlete, a catcher, Ethan Miller. Miller goes to Slinger High School. Brandon Nelson is his coach there. Love to find a place to play in the Big Ten. Stay close to home. He takes a strike right down the middle. Nice little breaking ball. Chris and Nicole Miller, his parents. Aiden Clayton, his 2 brothers. Miller fouls that one right back up and over the screen.
What? He went to Columbus?
Those that have seen him play, those that have coached him, talk about his ability to compete. Such a trademark of a catcher. It just feels like the two go hand in hand. Chases up a breaking ball that stayed letter high, but advantage pitcher on that one. That's strike 3. I think more than anything, it was just a change in velocity that helped him.
Yeah, he's playing off that fastball really well. Like I said, it may be upper 80s, low 90s, but it's playing higher than that, so hitters got to gear up and get ready for it.
Strike 1 a moment ago with that breaking ball over the outside corner to Pierce Henry, Atlanta Braves scout team. He's a Maynard H. Jackson Jr. High School uncommitted athlete.
Really? Oh, the one that was trying to pull everything?
Number 9 ranked outfielder in the state of Georgia. Fastball played perfectly. Way in and off the plate. Spins him out of there. Pierce can run a bit. He ran a 6.6 60 earlier today. This is a triple-digit ex-velo guy consistently, right?
Yeah. Can put up some big EVs, like you said. Strong hands. Quick hands.
Snuck it right by those hands that time, though. 85 miles an hour split the plate, but beat him. Good enough to beat him. He's been all over the diamond as a pinch runner. He's been all over a lot of PG events through the years. Harry Chubb Jones Jr. McEachern High School in Georgia, Alabama commit. As he rolls that one foul. A future broadcaster. He said he'd like to get that degree in sports communications, become a broadcaster along the same line, continue to host camps at that time, give back to kids who might not able to be affording it. It's such a cool dreamer he is, and his play is something you can dream on as well.
Yeah, big time upside here. Two-way guy, really impressive on the mound. Ran extremely well this morning. To go with some big time power at the plate too.
So he went on 9 official visits before committing to Alabama. He said the culture in the program was best. The brotherhood that resides within the program was the right fit for me. And that fastball, the right fit for the left-hander. That's a good way to wrap things up for the southpaw.
Great job by Reason there.
Boy, it does play bigger than 90 miles an hour. We saw him for a couple of innings. He talked about this has been a growing year for him. What'd you see with his pair of innings today, the Canadian-born left-hander?
Yeah, threw the ball well. Threw a lot of strikes, almost a 70% clip with the strikes. Attacked with the fastball. Got it past hitters, even though sitting upper 80s. Really impressive fastball. More to come there. And then he mixed in that slider when he needed to. So outstanding job by Reason.
Ralston Senior Valley High School in Colorado, Arvada, Colorado. Jake Watts, the son of Nicholas and Jennifer, takes the rock and he rolls now. Opportunity for Watts to open some eyes, find a place to play, an uncommitted athlete. working in this one.
But I saw him on base twice.
This is his 19th perfect game event. Number 1 on that jersey. Ran a 6.92 earlier today, so he got out there and ran. In June, he was part of that Beast of the East, the 17U Beast of the East, and ended up pitching 5 1/3 innings and striking out 11, Tyler, and got up to 91 miles an hour.
Yeah, athletic right-hander here. You'll see the fastball creeping that low 90s. It's got good riding life to it. The slider is the bread and butter. Spins it extremely well, over 2,800 RPMs. Be on the lookout for that one. Can really put hitters in a blender, and that's part of that reason why he's able to strike out 11.
Pops a fastball in there right at the knees to the talented two-way player, Jose Partida. He's committed to go to Arizona State. He's a San Diego man, Cathedral Catholic his school, 6'2". And a highly ranked player. I mean, this is a top 50 player in the country.
Yeah, like you said, two-way talent. We'll see what he can do with the bat here. Strong kid.
Damn, y'all fat as shit, bro. I'm an 18. I'm 11.
11. Oh, I'm gonna eat the best dinner after this.
Number 1, Jake Watts.
Chick-fil-A.
There's that slider you spoke about. It's a good-looking pitch. Just missed over the inner part of the plate.
Yeah, he spins it well. He's got some late life to it. If he can get it around the zone, it can be a real weapon for him.
Gosh, he had a chance to pitch against 18 U's at Jupiter last year. It's a big opportunity. Went there with Slammers Baseball, a Colorado-based team. Ended up pitching a couple of innings. That's so worth the trip for him. What an honor. Watts loses the first batter to a walk.
Dude, there is a Chick-fil-A. There is. I had one. Yeah, I got 2 Chick-fil-A.
89 miles an hour, hovering around that mark.
Oh, I got 2 fries as well. Yeah, well, I wanted one, and then, I don't know. I saw the other one in front of me. I'm like, I gotta eat.
Hit on the line, in the 5-hole, and a base hit into left field. That's a beautiful approach by Jose. Took a pitch away, trusted his hands, and hit it hard the other way.
Yeah, good piece of hitting. Just hit it where it's pitched. Try not to do too much and just go the other way with it. Great job right there.
Yeah, low-key they are my favorite.
Beckett Shimpa,
I can think of a better place.
Maple Grove, Minnesota.
He's first.
Stanford commit, that fastball a bit too much up in the zone. Good ride on that pitch. And 0-1 the count. Coach Esker finding Beckett. And Stanford will find you if you have the academics to go along with it. Runner moves to third, but a chase on that fastball. It's back-to-back high riding fastball. As a matter of fact, more than 20 inches of induced vertical break on that last fastball. You could see it.
Yeah, it kind of seems to be the theme of this game. You know, velo's not jumping out out of the page, but the life to it has been impressive.
Shimpa plays for the Minnesota Icemen Specs national team. Coach Justin Gominski, real talented two-way player. Bob and Amber, his parents. And he's big brother to Gus, who is 14 years old. Gus Shimpa. Beckett drives that one toward right field. Going back to the warning track, and a nice play to haul that one in. Had to go an awful long way back there. One comes on down to score, but Pierce Henry, that was not an easy play.
No, yeah, that ball gets on him. Kind of carried out to right center and kind of just kept going. Great job getting out there and making the play.
Pierce has played center, he's played left. Now he's in right making that play. And we're back to the top of the order. in Luke Gladchuk. Shimpa gave that one a ride. Luke 0 for 1. Texas commit. Zips right onto the backstop, and a runner moves up.
He showed off some impressive velo during outfield drills earlier today, up to 99 from the outfield.
Really? Yeah, it's banging right up against that triple-digit record. That's outstanding.
Yeah, coming from a smaller guy too, only 6 foot, 185, so not overwhelmingly physical, but quick arm out there. Really impressive.
Isn't that funny? His favorite player, and it won't surprise you, you talk about that size, is Corbin Carroll, who it feels like yesterday was at Perfect Game events. He's a perfect model for me. I love the way he plays the game.
I'm not gonna face this guy.
Spins on that one, lifts it into shallow left field, charging on in, and a nice job chasing that one down. We talked about the play Pierce Henry made in right. He gave way to left field, and that's Carson Richter covering that ground out there. So Luke beaten that time by the fastball. Tried to take it the other way, just couldn't drive it the other way. Jumping Jace Harrell went over the shoulder, made a great defensive play, and he was playing second base. Andrew Checketts awaits his arrival. Breaking ball into Dandy. Just got a little bit of that inside corner.
Drop it like I think. Good eye.
Well, can you think of a better place to play baseball than the city of Santa Barbara, and a coach that is constantly developing outside of the box talented first round caliber pitchers?
Yeah, that program's it's kind of turned into a little powerhouse of its own out on the West Coast. Really impressive spot. You see why a lot of players are interested in going there.
And what's cool about Coach Checketts, he's just such a thinking man's coach. Like, he's a baseball guy like the rest of us, but that mind is so sharp, and he's always looking for an edge. And if you're a player, why not? If you're the right fit, partner with the coach who wants to think like that.
Exactly.
I'm a fan. One of my favorites. Hunter Pence and I always have him on our college baseball show. By the way, you can see that every other week on Perfect Game TV. We drop a new episode. Thought I'd mention that. Nice little promo. Go get the Perfect Game TV app. If you're watching right now on social media or on your laptop, please don't make the mistake. I mean, we love that you have a laptop and you can watch, but put the Perfect Game TV app on your smart TV. Put it right there next to Netflix. Or Peacock, or whatever you like. Or Hulu, or the ESPN app. I like Peacock. I think it's because I'm old.
Gotta have a nice mix of all of them. Keep it fresh.
You got the middle. You got Everybody Loves Raymond, King of Queens. You know, I'm 56 years old. I mean, these are edgy shows for me. You have to have your favorite apps. With a 9-month-old daughter at home, you must be up watching some late night TV.
Yeah, I got late night TV, or we're watching a lot of Bluey in my house. I don't get much control over it.
Yes, you'll have the remote back in 18 years. Or when they're sleeping. Speaking from experience, raising 4. Leans on that one, Harold does. Drives it into right center field, just shy of the track. Now onto that track. And a long, long ways to go. That one is hauled in out there by Jake Turner. He covered all the ground. And Harold gave it a ride. We move along to the bottom half of inning number 5. Glad you're spending time with Tyler and I at Perfect Games National Showcase.
You over here trying to? Yeah.
Yes, sir.
How are you?
I'm doing great. How about yourself?
You trying to get traded over here to the good team?
Sir?
You're trying to come over here and get traded to the good team?
Well, I wanted to go over there to my own team, but I'm not trying to mess up a little video there.
How's your summer been? Good?
It's been good.
Who are you playing with?
Scott Bachelor.
That's right.
Yes, sir.
Y'all are good.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I've been pretty good. Just ball, just focus on just being bigger and stuff. I mean,
Are you gonna play this fall?
nah, but for academy, I mean, we play some youth shows and stuff like that, so that's gonna be fun.
Take the ratings down?
You always say something like that, huh? Wait, what's your first name? Yeah. It's gonna be a long game.
Not as long as
Christopher Rogue goes to work getting the call out of Hialeah, Florida, the right hand. That's a great name, by the way. Number 27 ranked right-handed pitcher in the state of Florida. He's at Doral Academy. He's just past 17 years old. I've seen him at PG events climbing on up to 91 miles an hour. And Christopher gets the call.
How's this dude? To be able to know?
Jagger Wilson, his first foe.
Send come on.
Rogue zips a good-looking fastball in there for strike one right out of the gates, 89 miles an hour, tiptoeing up to 90.
Yeah, that thing's got some good arm side run to it. Shows slider as well, along with the changeup.
Goes right back out over the outside corner with another fastball with arm side run at 90 miles an hour. Rogue, the son of Arnold and Cynthia. Arnold Mesa, Cynthia Hernandez. Ralph Suarez is the head coach at Doral Academy. Runs off and leaves that fastball behind. Still got 90 miles an hour. Little slider that time.
We started at 5:15.
Bottom half of inning number 5. Loses him. Kind of popped out of that
I'm gonna guess we're gonna be
0-2 hole and ended up missing with a couple of pitches, then fell behind and lost him. So let's see if he can reel that strike zone back in.
almost at 5. It's because they scored 14 runs. Hey, do you pitch today?
Jagger Wilson, the batter, Oklahoma commit from Seneca, Missouri. Mason out there pinch running and taking advantage of the pinch running opportunity. Ricky Lopez is grinding. LSU commit, one of the top players in New York. Do it, Ricky.
Our pinch runners continue to steal bases.
Dude, I can't wait to go home, bro. Especially for the 4th of July. Go to the beach and shit.
And fastball down and into Jagger Wilson. Jagger, two-way player, meeting his pitching goals, wants to get faster, stronger in the next 12 months. Swing and a miss. Hung around until he could find a fastball to slip on by, and that's exactly what he did, and that's strike 3. Jagger, the son of Philip and Misha. Look forward to getting him back out in the field grinding. Cooper Shafjian,
Bro, then it's fall, which is like the best.
the Louisville commit. Skies that one into shallow right center field, easing into the glove in right field. The bottom half of inning number 5. JJ Utash is there. For out number 2.
It's been so kind. Are you on Brewers?
2 outs for Cole Chambers. The Wildwood, Missouri native, playing for Coach Caleb King at St. Louis University High School. And he chops that one foul. Really hopes to grab a starting role at Oklahoma his freshman year. He wants to put himself in that position. Wants to win a state championship at university. Wants to be the Gatorade Player of the Year in the state of Missouri.
And another Oklahoma team. Dude, Oklahoma, what did they like?
That one low for Chambers. Talks a lot about, too, that growth academically and his faith. He's recently confirmed as a member of the Catholic Church. So he wants to challenge himself there to grow with his values. And by the way, he's a 4.3 GPA student.
A lot of impressive GPAs out here today.
It's crazy, isn't it? Beat him with a fastball that time. That's a good-looking pitch. Just a little bit too much for him to deal with. So Rogue goes back to work. The zone got a little bit elusive, but then he found it at the right time and tied up a very talented hitter. We've put 5 in the books, and we're glad you're spending time with us on the nightcap, if you will, here in Miami, Florida, at the Perfect Game National Showcase.
Right here. Here's the sheet I'm going for right here. It stays true right there. See the curveball?
See some of the top pop times drills earlier today. We'll do our best to keep those lists updated throughout the event. On watching the catchers work at this event. Lubin Rincon leads it off. Watts goes back to work. Jake, the Colorado man, athletic right-handed pitcher. So we're playing baseball here in the 6th inning. Great shot of Lee Holt catching behind the plate. We were talking about our catchers. Holt catching the last couple innings. He'll also catch in the 9th inning. What do you got for me on Lubin Rincon? Give me the scout's perspective.
Yeah, you know, fun left-handed bat, nice little mix of physicality and athleticism. We saw it earlier on that inside the park homer. Can get into some power, lifts the ball really well, controls the barrel really well, consistently on it. Power should only continue to grow, which is fun. Gives the offensive tools some good upside to tap into.
Caballo, his nickname. The Bennett School in Texas. Plays for Coach Witt of the Wildcatters. His two couple of players as he spits on a really good breaking ball there. That's a good take. Tatis Correa, their passion. He said, I love watching him play. I've loved to watch him learn to age into the game and find their new roles. Passionate player. A lot of plate discipline as he spoils that pitch a moment ago. So he had a robotics class, by the way, Rincon. And it was a big challenge. He called it one of his great off-the-field challenges, but he actually made a robot, built a robot as part of that robotics class and a project. He said it took me a ton of patience that I don't have and hard work. I love that he did something like that.
Yeah, that's really cool.
This game's so good, bro.
No shot I'm building a robot.
No shot, right? I mean, well, you're raising a human now, so you're not allowed to have time to build a robot. That'll take all your time. Aaron Cohn's a fun player to be around, loves his family. That gives him great joy. He talks about spending time with family. As he takes a breaking ball down and away. AB honor roll student, too. We know he challenges himself. Culture, coaches. That's why he chose Texas. Those two reasons. Tries to pop that one up down the left field line. Drop it in there. Can't do it. A sort of rangy play going back here in the 6th inning at third to make the play. Cooper Shafchin over there at third. Coop's going to end up playing like 5 innings overall at third base the entire time is where he'll be. Talking about good catchers, big upside. Kaki's one of them. Broder. (22 and 23). Played in the 13 and 14U Select Festival. #1 player in this class in the state of Michigan. That, in its own right, is a huge compliment to his game. USA Prime National Team, Detroit Tigers Scout Team. This is a #4 catcher in the country.
Yeah, physical kid. Can generate a lot of impact at the plate. Also receives the ball really well behind the plate as well. So gets it done on both sides of the ball.
Well, he hit that one a mile up toward the roof. Dropped the back shoulder. Due to a 188 pop time earlier today, 82 from behind the plate. Fly ball, right field, easy chance. Head towards foul territory. That one is run down out there. Had to go a long, long way into the corner, but a nice little play by Pierce Henry. We're talking about Kaki. They didn't pitch to him much at the recent 17 UWWBA. He had 5 hits, so 5 for 23, but he walked 7 times, so there's a 438 on base at that event.
Yep. Trying to avoid that power.
JJ leans on one and drills it down the left field line.
Showing that aggressive approach again, trying to jump on that first pitch. Worked for him the first time. Hit that ball hard, but goes foul.
Josh and Courtney, his parents. Jaylee, Jalissa, his sisters. Jared, his younger brother. And Freddie Freeman, his favorite guy. Loves watching Freddie play. But that's a hard ground ball and a tough play on the backhand, unable to make that play. Cole Chambers tried to get there, took one step, and it ate him up. Well, he's a physical player, JJ, isn't he?
Yeah, ball comes off hot.
Wow.
It's impressive.
And they'll turn things over. Let the great team come on out and go to work defensively. And we'll do the same. We'll move along to the bottom half of inning number 6. The nightcap here at the National Showcase.
Well, they were like, yo, we got to do 3 hitters. I was like, okay.
Peering down from up above, Christopher Rowe, who pitches to Broder Katke at the National Showcase. Rogue also will play in the corner outfield, corner infield. Luke Young, his first challenge. South Carolinian, P27 Academy, uncommitted athlete. Right at him with a fastball at 88 miles an hour, strike 1. Goes right back to the outside corner that time. Now a little arm side run, actually. And that one is a strike. Three pitches. Good morning, good afternoon, and good night for Luke Young. Nice challenge there. Young trying to get more physical, stronger this year. Would love to get up to about 220 pounds. The son of Michael and Margie. We were telling you earlier about the Young family. There are 7 young children at home between the ages of 7 and 22. Connor Ray. Look out, right up over the helmet and to the backstop. Yikes, good for him, man. He just got out of the way. Put a runner on. That means that grazed his helmet. Glad he's okay. Corona del Sol High School coach Dave Webb in Gilbert, Arizona. And an Arkansas commit. Coach Van Horn, Coach Thompson, Coach Weems, Coach Hobbs, the commitment. Woo, Pig Suey, he made it after the area code games when they reached out to him. He said he had his visit along with his friend C.J. Wall, along with his dad and my mom, he said. He said the call that I got from Coach Weems was a good one. On the drive home, he gave me a call, and these guys are now certainly not forever removed. They were just August 1st of last year, so under a year ago, they were beginning the recruiting process, and so these commitments still feel pretty new, in my opinion.
Yeah, for sure. Now, Ray's a fun player. Good athlete. You can just see the way he sets up in the box. Just loose, relaxed. We saw it earlier at second base, making that nice play up the middle.
He and his mom, Erin, the duo together. An amazing family, those two. Strong mom. He loves Rock Chalowski, by the way. Why wouldn't you? He's an Arizona guy like you. Watched him in high school. He talks about going to watch him play in high school as he gives that one a ride deep left field. Comes up a little bit shy. And he got to play for Rock's dad, who's a scout in the industry at the area codes, which meant a lot to him.
Pretty good one to look up to.
Yeah, probably the #1 overall pick. We'll see. We're proud of him, certainly as a Perfect Game alum and a Canes alum. I know Jeff Petty's proud of him. Shoots that one right back to the screen. The other thing that Ray did that's really cool over the last year, he actually coached a 12-13U team 2 days a week for 2 years, every other weekend for tournaments. Called his men the Bubblegum Boys. I don't know, there's something weird to that. You can tell me, Tyler, if I'm crazy, but if you love the game that much, to go right back out when you could doing other things, free time to coach it, you love the game.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I think it's also kind of a cool way to get a different perspective on the game, you know. See it through a coach's eyes. You kind of see the game in a little bit different of fashion from a player, so it's cool to see him doing that at such a young age.
He's putting another good at bat. That's what he does. He's making Rogue work. We're talking about Ray honoring his grandfather, who he lost this past spring on Easter, middle of the season. Wanted to play in the big leagues, have him watch him play in the big leagues. He said, man, I'm playing to inspire him looking down from above. He was my biggest cheerleader in the stands. That had to be hard for Ray as he goes down on strikes. I want to be careful not to speak for his grandfather, but my guess he's incredibly proud, his late grandfather, of his grandson. By the way, after his grandfather passed, he just went crazy as a baseball player. Funneled that sadness and a little bit of passion and honored his grandfather, and had an amazing, you were around it a lot in Arizona, an amazing end of his high school season.
Yep, put together a good year for a good, talented team out there.
Isaiah Snavely now, the Indiana Wake Forest commit, Indiana-born Wake Forest commit for the White Sox scout team. Got a chase on a fastball to Rogue up and away. Snavely's dad, Christian, played minor league baseball for quite some time. Baseball's been a big part of his life for as long as he can remember. Now here he's traveling his own journey. Dad Christian, Toronto Blue Jays 6th round pick in '03 out of Ohio State. Swing and a miss. And a good looking slider. Yeah, Dad ended up playing parts of 4 seasons in the minor leagues, 1 season of independent ball. Ended up playing in close to 500 minor league games. There's a lot you can learn in talking to Dad from that journey.
Absolutely.
Inside and off the plate. It's a slider. He kind of got on the side of that one, almost threw its side arm, so it rode up and in.
Yeah, he's been effective when he's in the zone, kind of losing it here in the second. See if he can slow things down and get back to throwing strikes.
Rogue sees that one driven to right field, but right on the nose. Oh, what a beautiful swing that was, but into the glove, and a easy play in the end by the right fielder hauling that one in. JJ makes the play. Utash is there. Rogue is done. We step aside. Perfect Game National Showcase.
Lefty.
Parker Lip, the left-hander, is from Jesuit High School, Sacramento, California. Plays for Alpha Prime, his travel team, Coach Eric Wegelin. Big opportunity for Parker. We talk about this a lot. He is an uncommitted athlete. Some of the schools that he wants to share with us that are his dream schools: Stanford, USC, UCLA, Oregon, and Duke. High school team MVP, league MVP. That's what he'd like to chase and accomplish this year. Lawrence and Tony, his parents. And he gets an opportunity at his facility in the Sacramento area in the offseason to train at the same facility as Logan Webb. And he's talked about learning from Logan's discipline, his intent when he trains. And so this ought to be a fun one. What do we know? What are your insights on this left-handed pitcher?
Yeah, he'll show an upper 80s fastball. It's got good life to it, kind of like what we've seen from a lot of arms today. 3-pitch mix. We'll go to a kind of breaking ball with 2 playing action. We'll also mix in a changeup in the low 80s. Good pitchability. A lot of success when he's in the zone.
Second opportunity for Tyson Moore. As he jumps on that first pitch and fouls it back. Fastball at 89 miles an hour. Center cut right down the middle. Lip, a really good student too. 4.7 weighted GPA. That one got away from him. General Excellence Award sophomore and junior year. He's got an advanced course load in the classroom. Moore fouls that one off. A couple of strikes on the Minnesota man.
After you commit, you can go back. You go to Ole Miss, that's where you'll get hell up too. Because we played Ole Miss on my visit to OU. The crowd was like,
Zips that one to the backstop at 89 miles an hour. Lip talks about when he was younger. His mom's best friend was like a second mom. They were all spending time together as a family, siblings growing up together, incredible memories. And then his mom lost her friend. He said, I had to grow up a little bit, and it hurt. It was difficult. Everyone goes through a loss. I didn't know that I'd go through one at that young of an age, but he calls it a time where he grew. And people in his life like that, losing someone who was like a second mom, puts in that extra work to honor her. As that one's up and away from the left-hander. Fastball, sinker, changeup, curveball, slider. Tyler, he calls his curveball his best secondary pitch.
Yeah, he's thrown it a few times here early on. It's got good depth to it. Good pitch when it's in the zone.
Hey, you won't hit now, Chase. Because this, I mean, he just walked in, that'd be one batter. I mean,
Moore shoots that one down the line. Game one. Some interesting power. Brew Milner homered into the left field bullpen. Really talented catcher. Right before him, Griffin Bozen, a talented player, hit a ball off the wall to the opposite field. Moore's got that kind of juice. I mean, Tyson's the kind of guy that could shrink this ballpark.
Yeah, it would not be surprising to see him do something similar here.
That's crazy what Milner did, wasn't it?
Yeah, that got some gas behind the plate. That ball was hit extremely hard. Put on a show during BP too, so
he did.
Wasn't really surprising in game, but still impressive.
It's funny, Vinny was talking about that show, right, sitting in your chair, Vinny Servino. And as he's getting the words out, the ball's juice looked like it was going to leave the ballpark. It's like, you guys did notice some strength and some big bat swing.
Yeah, it's always nice when it translates in game. It's fun to see.
Well, and that's what gets lost. A lot of times I'll explain this event and I'll make the mistake of saying, well, the games are for the pitchers. Well, no, they're not. They're for the hitters to see live pitching, too.
Yeah, especially in an environment like this, you get to see top arms, top arm after top arm. So it's good for hitters to see how they compete against these guys.
Tyson seeing it. Just trying to stay in those legs, let the ball travel a little bit deeper. Tyson seeing it, though. And a little talk with himself there, right into the helmet. This one a high fly ball to right field that time. And it's into the seats.
Oh, no, that wasn't when we were church. That happened after we were shaking hands. The third baseman, nobody likes our third baseman.
A kid from Minnesota,
Nobody likes him.
now nationally ranked. That started to happen at about the 14U age group. He said, that's when I fell in love with the game.
When Jace was rounding third.
As that one sails high.
He tried to trip Jace when Jace was rounding third and scoring, missed him.
Putting together a good at-bat here.
And your coach like lit him up, and then our coaches were like, "Don't talk to him like that." I was like, "Bro, he did the wrong thing."
Just out front of that change of pace. That's a good-looking pitch, too. That's part of that good at-bat. If you spoil a really good pitch like that one.
He was like, "Come shake my hand, little boy," to Blake Gonzalez. He did not.
A varsity baseball player in high school in 7th grade. That's when it started for him.
We're not allowed to cuss, so we had to do it under our breath. I just try not to.
As that one is high.
Yeah, our coaches get mad at me.
Big-time long jumper and a 60-meter runner in middle school. Played football, too, younger high school years. MVP, a football MVP.
Summer coach. It's so bad.
Got him to swing right through that one, but that's one of those deceptive strikeouts where there's a whole lot of extra pitches and some base runners out there, and you get the hitter maybe gets a little impatient and aggressive. In the end, that was a really good at-bat.
Yeah, saw 15 total pitches there.
Goodness gracious. Goodness gracious. Now, Lip will take the strikeout, and credit to him to digging back out and making the pitches.
I don't know if I'm going to go to him now.
Yeah, it's one where as a pitcher, they're making you work, and you got to show the whole mix.
Best pinch runner on the planet, still out there working. Not about to miss an opportunity. We've been seeing him all evening. Devlin Daniel, Cincinnati. Mississippi State commit. Don't keep saying your name, Devlin. You keep putting in the work. Zoen Watson, San Diego. Who's with me at home? That's a cool first name. I like that name, Zoen. January 2023, invited to a camp at LSU. Had a great showing at the camp.
Good take.
Great conversation with Jay Johnson. LSU had been his dream school and verbally committed at 13 years old. One of the last of those.
Yep, I was going to say, we'll never see that again.
Right in on the hand. Zoen has to fight it off. Hurries up the line. Nice little dig over there. And play made out there by the shortstop. Isaiah Snavely's playing short. He owes Grady Nelson a Diet Coke. He's got to pick him one up for that pretty dig. It's Fisher Howell's turn now. Number one shortstop in Mississippi. Running a 6.8 60 earlier today. Plays for the Wow Factor Toronto Blue Jays scout team, where last week he had a pair of home runs and had a 529 on base at East Cobb at the 17U WWBA.
Yeah, I believe homered from both sides of the plate.
Really? Come on, that's a great note you just added. Yeah, when you're being scouted, trying to find your place to play, in this case it's Mississippi State, I give these younger athletes so much credit for hanging in there with switch hitting.
Yeah, it's not an easy task, that's for sure.
Good-looking curveball elicits a swing and a miss from Lip that time.
Lip showing the whole mix here. Really comfortable throwing that breaking ball and landing it for strikes.
Inside corner, fastball, 86 miles an hour, and that's strike three. Sacramento man Lip gets his team back in the dugout. We move along to the bottom half of inning number 7. The Gold Squad will swing it next. The nightcap at Perfect Games 2026 National Showcase. Day 1. Beckett Shimpa is the pitcher, Minnesota. Fellow Minnesotan Tyson Moore is his catcher. So Beckett gets an opportunity to go to work. We've seen him do a lot of things on the baseball field to this point. Definitely a two-way player, wants to, in the next 12 months, work on his speed and his strength and athleticism, up the command to the next level. This will be fun to see him go to work. Shimpa, unique. You're unique if you are from Minnesota and you earn a Stanford scholarship. So that right there on its own, I'm excited to watch the son of Bob and Amber work on the mound.
Facing a tough task here with Turner stepping to the plate.
Yeah, one of the best players in the country, Turner, right there hanging around the top 10. First pitch, 90 miles an hour. Shimpa's been up to 95 before. Understands pitch sequencing, competing within the strike zone. Kind of a high-level battle, I should say here. 92 miles an hour for a strike.
Yeah, these lefty hitters facing a lot of tough left-on-left matchups here.
Pops in and out of the catcher's mitt. That sweeping slider, but a strike nonetheless. The wingspan, and this makes a difference. You can tell me as a scout. For Shimpa, 6'8". He's got a 6'8" wingspan.
Yeah, long levers kind of creates that tough angle at release, especially like I was talking left-on-left matchup. That makes it for an uncomfortable at bat. Plenty of projection left, too.
Look out. Right up under the chin of Jake that time at 91 miles an hour. Lucky number 13 in gold. Shakes it off. Let's do it. Digs right back in. Love looking at that. Dave Esker looking on, the Stanford head coach, watching Shimpa work as the breaking ball's up, but it's fouled straight back. Shimpa talks about that great feeling of joy, and he said, it's fishing with my younger brother, spending time outdoors in Minnesota. Gives me such great joy. My game brings me joy. I love baseball. Is that one? Just missed the inside corner. Listen to the words he shared to describe baseball, though, about joy. He said it's one of the few places where everything else in the world disappears and my focus narrows to the game that's right in front of me. What a thoughtful thing to say.
Yeah, exactly. Coming from a high schooler. You love to see that, though. You know, baseball can be the escape for these kids. Just get on the mound, nothing else on your mind.
He's throwing a little harder now, up to 92 miles an hour. Moore out from behind home plate after he lost him there on ball 4, so it'll be all fastballs. Giving a bit of holler of encouragement to his fellow Minnesota man. Let's find the zone here. Your stuff's big. Let's use it. That's exactly what he did. Boy, look at that arm side run. That's 91 with sink.
Mm-hmm. That's tough. That's tough to barrel.
Tyler, that was nasty.
Yeah, he's a fun one. He should ton of upside here. Long levers. There's still more velo to come too down the line.
It's funny, everyone oohs and ahs as that one skips away. The runner will move up to second base. About left-handed hitters, we all do. Hey, he's a left-handed hitting catcher, left-handed hitting shortstop. The left-handers don't ooh and ah when they have to deal with a left-handed arm like this, though.
Exactly.
Like, that's great. That's great that you're oohing and ahhing. I'm having to hit 91 with sink from the left side.
Yeah, that's not fun. Sometimes I bet they wish they'd hit right-handed at that point.
Grady takes a fastball just off the plate. 93 miles an hour. And it's moving one way or another. That had cut to it.
Yeah, it's going to be a fastball. It's going to be tough to barrel, that's for sure.
Swings right through that one at 92. Started that one right down Broadway. Nelly from Warsaw, Indiana. As he fouls that one off at home plate. Looked like got a piece of his foot, but I think he missed it. He kind of knew Ole Miss was his place. He wanted it to be the right fit when recruiting opened up. He thought about it a lot. Nelson had a funny story. He said, look, I couldn't wait to get down there, get a chance to communicate with the coaching staff. He said, then I got a chance to go on my visit. I didn't make it to the football game I was supposed to go to at Ole Miss because my flight out of Fort Wayne was delayed 2 hours because of a broken toilet on the plane. And I missed the football game. But he spent 24 hours there, sans a football game, and he loved every moment of it as the runner grabs third. Missed his connecting flight. About 20 hours on campus. He said, I knew it was home, though. I committed on the spot.
Hey, it all worked out. Although who doesn't want to see some SEC football?
Yes, and who doesn't want to miss their connecting flight because of a broken toilet? He'll see a lot of it should he make it to campus. It's not a stretch to call him a pro prospect, though, at this point either.
No, another powerful left-handed bat.
An Indiana Bowl, that's his travel team. Zach and Amy, his parents. As he rolls that one to the right side. His siblings Reed, Darlene, and Waldo. He felt like this year, it's interesting, Tyler, he's impacting the baseball more, further, deeper, harder than he's ever been able to. As that one is low.
He's definitely got that middle of the order ability. Leave the yard at any point. Don't make a mistake over the middle to him, that's for sure.
He's a former all-state football player in the state of Indiana. Grady chased. Fastball looked good, and that was one of those, as we talk about those, at bats get a little lengthy. Maybe you help the pitcher out just a little bit. Shimpa will take it, though. Native New Yorker one more time. Ricky Lopez ready to roll. Bottom half of inning number 7. Zips that one to the backstop. Right there, Moore grabs it. We're good. Tyson Moore catching. Maxwell Stewart out there at first base. Owen Watson is the second baseman. Way inside. Jackknifes him out of the way. Ricky sandwiched right there in between the Yormack brothers in the rankings. Derek, right-handed pitcher, Vanderbilt commit. Number 1, number 2, Ricky Lopez. Number 3, Ryan Yormack, also Vanderbilt commit. Skies that one up toward the roof here in Miami. Tyson overruns it. Couldn't make the play. Took him a moment to find it. I think that was the key. And again, it's a different vibe looking up at a metallic roof. But once he didn't find it, then he did. It was too late.
Yeah, that's a tough play right there. Ball coming back towards the field, too.
You talk about the talented 27th in the state of New York, Emmanuel Acevedo, Virginia commit at Pauley Prep. New York City man. 6'5", 240, right-handed pitcher. Vaughn Steinert out of Huntington, New York. Clemson commit. He's at the Stony Brook School. Ray Kim, shortstop, St. Dominic High School, Rhode Island commit. What a great New York name this is. The athlete's name is Shea Corona.
There you go.
Got a stop on the subway. You got a part of New York, the Corona name, and Shea, of course, Shea Stadium.
Exactly.
He's from Brooklyn and still looking for his place to commit. Those are some of the best players in New York in this class of 2027.
Attaboy. Come now, Shimpa. Go, Beckett. Go right at him, Beckett. Go, Beckett. Yes.
To the backstop it goes, scampering on home that run.
Good, Beckett. Finish it out right here. Let's go.
Ricky will continue to hit. Richter scores. Shea Corona, the younger brother of Daniel Corona, got a famous prospect a couple of years back. They had a scout for the Yankees. I remember now, Shea.
You're good, Beckett. You're good, Beckett.
We're going to roll it up, turn it over. I think Tyler's blessing that move. We roll it up, turn it over. Shimpa will go hit the reset button. Not sure if he's just working the one. I think that maybe just the one. We'll see. And we'll let the great team trot on in. They'll grab a bat. They'll get ready to go to work. Parker Lipp will take a little bit more time on the mound, a second inning of work. Don't forget, tomorrow, the same four teams that we saw play this evening, they get their sleep, they get their rest, 9 a.m. Eastern time. Get up early out west, 6 in the morning. If you want to scout these athletes, watch these athletes, look at the future of the game. We've got a couple of games for you, then a brand new wave of talented players coming in, teams 5 through 8. All the drills, skills, batting practice. Catcher pop times will run the 60. So that's all tomorrow on another full day at the Perfect Game National Showcase. And Baylor Denny, Oklahoma commit. Dad Matt Denny, a legendary coach, the coach at Castile High School. He also joins the Cincinnati Spikes travel program. Ryan Arrington runs that program. The Castile program, favorites to win state just about every year in State 48.
Yeah, talented roster, top to bottom. Had a really strong freshman class that we'll see here in a couple years.
Then he goes down on strikes that time. 4.3 GPA, by the way, which he wants to hold through his senior year. Big bounce back from Lip to get the first batter. Chase Mattoon, the El Segundo, California native, and the Stanford commit. Mattoon's coach at El Segundo, Billy Traber. Remember his time as a professional pitcher. He was just a major sports fan his entire time, Mattoon, growing up, as he drives that one down the left field line. Loved watching baseball and then soccer when he was very young. Watched him all the time. Parents tell the story. They're on a family vacation in Costa Rica. He's 5. Would sit in the bar, watch soccer so he could talk to all the people watching the soccer game. And apparently really wasn't even speaking the same language as these folks he was talking to, but he didn't care. He was watching soccer. So this is like a major sports fan.
There you go.
And maybe someone will pay to watch him someday on TV. As he shoots that one foul. Stanford was an exciting choice for him. He's excited in a unique way. Obviously, it's Stanford. Let's start there. But his grandparents live 45 minutes away from campus. So he's from El Segundo, which is in Southern California. But his grandparents live 45 minutes away, which is really cool. To be able to reconnect as he drives that one into right center field over the shoulder play. Unable to hold on to it. Running the entire time, Mattoon takes it all the way around. And in he goes. Long, long run out there. Just couldn't make the play in the end.
Yeah, nice swing there, going to the backside gap. That ball kind of just kept going.
Yeah, Richter kept going and going. Carson. I thought maybe he hauls that in. If he does, it's a spectacular play.
Yeah, that's a tough one on the defensive side, that's for sure.
I'm pulling for Devlin Daniel. With no offense to Mr. Lip, it's just that Devin Daniel, look at the uniform. I feel like a half dozen times already he's pinch ran, got the dirtiest uniform out there. For Daniel, he's scored a run. He's got himself a stolen base. He wants to add a hit to that as well.
Might have 3 or 4 stolen bases.
Now, wait, he might be pitching in this game, too. Are you kidding me?
Yep.
He's got that base hit. He's got that base hit. He's got that RBI. Of course, it's a hustle slide, and he's out at second base. He'll take the hit, and you knew he'd keep on running. Make him make a play on him.
You love to see the aggression on the bases, especially in an event like this. Show it off.
Right down the middle for Maxwell Stewart. It's a breaking ball that grabs the inside corner. 0-1 the count. Drives that one hard into right center field. Tries to shoot it all the way to the wall. Boy, well-struck baseball. That was triple digits off the bat, wasn't it?
101 off the bat right there.
Wow.
Showing off the power. Catching out front and hammering it to the pull side there.
That had to feel good for Maxwell Stewart. Alexio Casasenta. Fastball over the outside corner, first pitch for strike one. That wide open stance. Pigeon-toed out there. He'll close it up as he goes to the plate and pops it up just in front of the third base bag and into the glove in time for the out. Good pitch. Really beat him there, tied him up nicely.
Nice little bounce back inning from Lip right there.
You betcha. You talk about the importance of that second inning. Chubb made the play, too, playing out there at third base. The veteran of PG success. And we move along to the bottom half of inning number 8. Final game of the day at Perfect Games National Showcase. Second inning of work for the high-ceiling Beckett Shimpa. Kind of had to grind through that first inning. Command betrayed him a little bit. It's interesting, like he's played all over the field already, taken part in a bunch of the drills. And it's just such a lively fastball, too.
Yeah, the stuff's there. Let's just see if he can get it back into the zone. Have some success with it. Like you said, the fastball's been impressive.
Ricky thinks, this is not bad. I get to hit again. And admit at bat, his at bat, and a nice little touch and feel breaking ball is a really good place to start for strike one. 78 miles an hour on that first pitch bender. And then a fastball follows it up. Yeah, or maybe back-to-back sliders. I think that's what that second pitch was. Uncomfortable swing from Ricky. There's that fastball, 90 miles an hour up in the zone. Overthrew that one. Swing and a miss. Off-speed pitch. Went to the changeup. That's a plus-plus pitch there.
Yeah, nice little bounce back batter right there. Kind of settle in nicely. Use a little inning refresh. Come back. Throw some strikes.
Tyler, it's funny, and you see so many talented players, like the best players in high school. You could just sense when the game gets fast on them sometimes, you know?
Yep, it'll speed up. Things start to snowball a little. It can get difficult out there at times, especially in an event like this where every hitter you're facing is talented.
Lee Holt will take his turn now, and it's an uncomfortable swing. Goes back to the breaking ball. It's been that secondary pitch that has really landed the plane nicely for him.
Yeah, when he lands that thing, then he can come back with the heater and can really make hitters uncomfortable. When he's in the zone, he can be dominant.
Off-speed pitch, kind of babied that one in there, just in and off the plate. One and one the count. Bell tie right down the middle. Another side-to-side sweeping slider. It's like 17 inches side-to-side breaking.
Yeah, the traits on the pitches.
are there as well, with both the breaking ball and the fastball.
1-2 is a swing and a miss, and then the fastball at 88 plays big. This is a different inning. As you said, you were hoping for this.
Yeah, it's exactly what you want to see.
It's funny because he got up to 93, but his 88 there played way better than the 93 last inning. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. Obviously, you want to see the velo come, but sometimes you just got to slow things down. Like you said, it's starting to speed up on them, slow it down and reset. Even if that is coming in at 88, it's still playing.
Austin Keitlinger, the Indiana commit, just off the plate with a fastball that time. Gabriel Norman started off this contest striking out 5. Ethan Reason did the same. Both of those in 2 innings of work. Pretty fastball that time. Good cut to it. Just grabbed the outside corner. Nice job sticking it out there by Tyson. 1 ball, 1 strike the count. Swing and a miss. Awkward at that off-speed pitch that time. That a left-on-left changeup?
It looked like it.
Oof.
Feeling really comfy this second inning. Completely different arm out there.
There once was a time where that pitch was never thrown. I love that that pitch is thrown. Thank you, Tom Glavine, for starting to throw that pitch left on left. Why not? Now, I'm exaggerating, but it is kind of funny that an entire pitch against one side of the plate didn't really exist. You just didn't do it.
Yeah. Start to use it, adds another wrinkle.
Why not? Let's see if it's a slider here.
Show it.
See if it's a slider on 1-2. That's exactly what it is. That one dives down. More encouraging him.
Try and get the chase swing there. Let's see if he comes back and put him away.
Stanford commit against an Indiana commit. That dots the inside corner. Top tier of the strike zone. And that's strike 3. I even think if you tap your helmet, you're still getting the call on that one for a strike. Nice job and a smile there. A couple of Minnesota men, the battery mates working together. Schimple with a nice bounce back. Meet Eli Dreyer. He's from Brookfield, Wisconsin, which is just west of Milwaukee. He goes to school at Wisconsin Lutheran. Steve Kargas is his high school coach, plays for Jake Machado on the Dirtbags national travel team. Is an uncommitted athlete at this point and thinks of places on that list of like Grand Canyon and Liberty and the University of Illinois. Those are the places he shared with us. He wants to work over the next year on refining his command and pitch arsenal, increase his velo even more. He'd love to lock up that college commitment by fall. In the classroom, he's a 3.95 GPA student. And again, this ought to be a fun one for him. See him go to work. Joel and Shannon, his parents. His older brother is Noah. He's 22. His younger brother is Abe. He's 15. So a chance for Eli Dreyer to have yet another coming out party. He goes to work, tries to spin a curveball in there against Landis Pickett, who in his own right's a pretty good pitcher too, as a two-way player. Pickett, a Maryland commit from Jacksonville, Florida.
The first one you have foul.
Fastball sails high, 88 miles an hour. Breaking ball up.
Runner! 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 I got it.
Waiting on a runner for the Gray squad. They've got one out there now. How about Tyson Moore? Just got done catching a couple of innings. Now he's going to run the bases. That one way up and in and off the plate to Pickett.
The first one? Dude, that shit was, bro, I ain't gonna lie, it was pretty good. No, it was like a righty.
Found the plate that time with a slider that backed up just a little bit. It's fouled off.
It was like the second pitcher.
Wisconsin man, a big Brewers fan, and he loves watching the Miz pitch.
Who doesn't?
Yeah, he's rushing off just a little bit, leaving that arm behind, isn't he?
Yeah, he's getting down the mound a little too quick. Kind of leaving everything arm side right now.
Zips it on over to first. This is a really good student, Dreyer. 3.95 National Honor Society. Been volunteering with Safe Families for over 5 years. Tied him up that time. And on across the diamond. That is a couple of outs. Just like that. Now, double plays and showcases don't shrink innings too much. You'll still face a minimum of 3 batters. But maybe that'll serve as a little bit of a reset for this right-handed pitcher. Catcher Jake Churchman. There's a couple of uncommitted men battling here. Nice little giddy up on that fastball at 88, just off the plate outside. Jake scored a run, drove in a run.
Landed the breaking ball right there. Let's see if he can settle in.
That's exactly what he did. Got a swing and a miss. Dreyer talks about the inspiration he finds from hearing the story about his father. Just 26 years old. This was prior to his arrival. Serious battle with cancer, and won that battle. A lot of courage, and looks up to Dad quite a bit. That'll clean things up for that inning. Or will it? Nah, that's what I thought. I've been around enough of these showcases. That's just the second hitter, right?
Yep, can't sneak out of here too early.
Yeah, why not? He's starting to find that touch and feel. Let's go back out there and pump some more strikes in there. Anyway, his dad, Joel, his older brother, Noah, was pretty young then. But the courage, listening to the stories, listening to his grandparents helping out, and that was before young Eli even arrived in this world. A pretty good breaking ball there, missed in and off the plate. Jose Partida. First time up, picked up a base hit. He's going to ASU. Willie Bloomquist commit. ASU making some noise in the summertime in the portal. Trying to get the Devils back to Omaha.
Yeah, step in the right direction this year. Starting to build a talented roster out there in Tempe.
.88 miles an hour, missing low and inside. A nice arm side run, grabbed the inside corner, quick little jump back, good looking pitch. Big swing, and he fouls that one off at home plate. Couple of strikes on the batter. You think about Partida, what he brings. This is the number 3 left-handed pitcher in the country in this class.
Yeah, really talented on the mound. Strong two-way ability.
We got him tomorrow on the bump pitching?
I believe so.
That'll be great. Popped up, shortstop, trickling back onto the outfield grass. That one put away. Now he gets to go back into the dugout. Nice little bounce back, pulling things back together. Lopez, the shortstop, makes that play. Gold Squad will get ready to swing the bat as we move along to the bottom half of inning number 9.
Lástima lo que está pasando en Venezuela. Lástima lo que está pasando en Venezuela. Thank you. We just had a TV umpire today. They were all donating money to Home Depot. La apoyo es bien grande, todo el mundo está apoyando en Venezuela.
He's got a hit. He's got a couple of runs scored. He's got a bunch of stolen bases. He's done everything today. Every time they've needed a pinch runner, now he's not the only one, but a majority of the time they've needed him, Devlin Daniel has done just that. Now, he's going to pitch. Last year he touched 91 as a pitcher on the mound with you guys watching. This just feels like just a great all-around athlete.
Yeah, just a ball player, you know. Loves to be out here, loves to compete. Should see that on the mound as well.
So we'll see him go to work. Kerry is his dad. Deidre is his mom. Both were University of Cincinnati students. Dad played college baseball at IU in Cincinnati. Dad's an educator and a real estate agent. Mom, certainly a big part of his development. Football, basketball player, too, of course. Why wouldn't he play all sorts of sports? As he deals with Parker Lip and zips 91 over the outside corner for strike one. Because, of course, he does. Strike two with some sink. And ready to go to work. Boy, everything he does is just on point as he rushes off with a slider that time that stays high to Lip.
He works quick, grabs the ball and ready to go.
I'm in. Sign me up. Strike three got him looking outside corner. And 92.
Exactly. It's not just strikes, there's some stuff behind it too.
Mississippi State commit. Big Carson, 6'5" Carson Richter. How about a slider for strike one? Nice little breaking ball, bottom falls out. Shoots that fastball low, 93 miles an hour. He's never thrown this hard at a PG event.
Oh, yeah, creeping up there.
Spins the slider that time. It stays high, letter high. Richter comes up empty. Breaking ball. Elicits that swing and miss. 2-2 the count. In and out of the catcher's mitt. That goes on a foul ball, so we'll do it again.
Yeah, you see the athleticism on the mound. It's allowing him to throw strikes. Quick tempo.
If I'm reading the tea leaves correctly, meaning the score sheet leaves correctly, Daniel works here. Swing and a miss. That's strike three. 91 miles an hour. Wow, what a man to watch. He's done everything well today.
Love to see this in the ninth inning of the last game too. Always a nice little pick me up.
Put a roller out toward third. Lorenzo Davis. Daniel hops off the mound, tries to recover, fires it wide. Is there an out at second base? The throw, the tag, it pops in and out of the glove. So all that speed and hurry maybe got too much for him. There was a little bit too much hurry up on making that play. But that's okay. He elicited a slow roller. He made his pitch. He'll just have to make another pitch. Anyway, to finish the thought, I think we have Dreyer come back out, work one more, and you'll be in your town car being chauffeured home at that point.
Oh, yeah.
I think that's the end of the night. Ethan Miller, Slinger, Wisconsin. And Brian O'Connor is getting a ball player in this guy, in Devlin Daniel.
Yeah, just a guy that will do whatever you need him to do.
One and one the count. Couple of outs in the inning. One more half inning of baseball to play in all likelihood. Inside on the corner. Strike two. Let's see if Miller has to deal with one of those sliders, if he can find that touch and feel. Stay tall over the rubber here. That's exactly what it is, and it's a high fly ball center field. It's an easy chance, and that'll do it. And a really fun and entertaining day for Devin Daniel. Or I should say Devlin Daniel. My apologies, Devlin. There wasn't anything he didn't do today, including look sharp in his lone inning of work.
Pitchers, depending on pitching. We don't have. That's our last pitcher, right? Yeah. So this is our last at bat. Are we going other again? No, we don't have another pitcher. That makes sense? Hey, so who asked you? Asked me that question, so after the game, remind me to go put a little line in.
One more half inning here, and we'll call it a day. A really fun day on the opening day of Perfect Games National Showcase. 24 years this event has been played. More than 700 Major League alumni have been a part of this event to kickstart and begin what has been an incredible journey for so many players, thousands of college players certainly. And Dreyer with one more chance to wrap things up. Out of Brookfield, Wisconsin, gets a swing and a miss. Good looking breaking ball there. That one downward. Beckett Shimpa. Swing and a miss that time. Little backup slider, stayed high, but it was effective.
Yeah, the breaking ball's been effective. Just need to command that fastball.
Boy, good take. Hey, runner, ready. You didn't know that? Step after this. Yeah, boy.
Put a runner out there at first. Baylor Denny will take that responsibility. Which just zips right through the catcher's mitt that time. Luke Young is catching this inning. Young caught the first to second, seventh, and now here in the 10th in our final half frame. Bouncing ball. Charging, fielding, firing in time for the first out of the inning. Jagger Wilson gets the call that time. He's playing second base. He's played some short this ball game as well. I think he's had about 5 innings work at second base as well. One out for Luke Gladchuck with a runner at third, the Texas commit. Number 11 player in the state of Texas. Number 84 player in the nation. Highly ranked.
Once again, showing feel for that breaking ball.
That one into the dirt, to the backstop. And a run scores. He'll work with a clean frame. You're talking about Luke. It's crazy. 6 feet tall, 185 pounds, 99 miles an hour, and a 6'4", 60.
Yeah, it's about as good of a workout as you can put together in the morning slot.
Gets him to bite on that breaking ball that time into the dirt. Couple of strikes on the batter. Yeah, Luke had 7 hits, 3 walks, a .423 on base percentage at the 17 UW WBA. He spanks that ball into right field, hit it hard, 92 miles an hour.
Yeah,
But into the glove of Pierce Henry.
Cap off the day with the barrel.
Oh, you're darn right. He hit that one hard. Jace Harrell, some athletic plays today.
Fran, you okay? Fran, you okay?
Chandler, Arizona. Number 5 overall player in State 48. Just turned 18 years old, a switch hitter. Just a little bit below the hitting zone. 1-0 the count. Underclass. World Wood Bat Association World Championship last fall. There was a chill in the air, not in Florida. But Harrell went down there and was amazing. 6 hits, 3 walks, 2 homers, 1848 OPS. He was incredible at that event.
Yeah, there's a lot of upside here. A lot of athleticism like we saw before. There's power already shown with plenty more coming. He's a guy that gets it done on both sides and switch hits, so there's well-rounded.
He made a great defensive play over the shoulder play. Going back on a baseball in shallow right field in front of his defensive outfielders. Santa Barbara commit. Pops that one up. Same spot where he made that great play earlier. And this time a defensive play is made against him. Jagger Wilson puts that one to bed. And that puts all of us to bed for the day. Our production team, incredible getting things started today. Appreciate everyone here, all the hard work that's been done down on the field, sharing the metrics and sharing the information with all of you. A heavy lift to get this program started and built. Ed and Gracie doing an amazing job. We thank them. Thank you for coming up and hanging out with us. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Vinny Servino, and then we'll be back tomorrow. We're not going to spend too much time chatting. We're going to let this day come to an end. And again, these events will, on Perfect Game TV, be archived. Go find them. Go watch them. If you missed any parts of these first couple of games, the stories being told about the athletes during their drills and batting practice, there's our schedule tomorrow. 9 a.m. Eastern, 6 a.m. out west. Brew the espresso on behalf of our entire production team with Perfect Game and Perfect Game TV. My name's Darren Sutton. Good night, everyone.
another.